This is the multi-voice text-to-speech podfic reading of A Small Beautiful Thing by Crabapple, composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk. August 1st, 1995 dawned as a sunny, warm day in Wales. Remus sat back in a lawn chair older than his parents, enjoying his second cup of tea for the morning. He noticed, rather idly, that the grass could use a good mowing, but it hadn't gotten out of control yet. The sun shone down through the few trees scattered in the back garden, dappling the ground with bright spots of white and yellow. He eyed Harry a little warily as Harry circled just above the treetops, looking for the snitch. Harry and Hope were playing a pickup game of Quidditch with the pre-charmed set Harry had received for his birthday the day before. Sirius, in the chair next to him, was alternately coaching, providing play-by-play commentary, and working on his third cup of coffee.
I can't believe you bought each of them a firebolt for their birthdays,
Remus said casually. Sirius spared him a look before turning again to track Harry's progress.
I thought we weren't going to argue about this anymore, Moony,
He said.
I'm not arguing, just an observation.
For one, I was not going to get a firebolt for one, and not for the other. For another, have you seen those brooms?
Sirius sighed reverently, and Remus just barely kept from rolling his eyes.
For a third, I can more than afford it. And finally, at least one of those kids deserves to just enjoy being a kid for a little while. If it makes him happy, then I've done my job.
Sirius said, voice dropping to a near whisper. Remus looked at Harry again, who had dropped a little lower and was now circling toward the back right portion of the garden. He thought of the Tri-Wizard tournament last year, and its monstrous ending, of Harry in Sirius's arms at St. Mungo's, smelling of blood and dirt and antiseptic.
Oi, atta girl, brooms up, Lupin.
Sirius suddenly shouted, grinning, just after Hope had sent a bludger flying toward the copse of trees on the adjacent property. Hope sent him a matching grin as she circled back around on the firebolt. The sight of the two of them grinning madly at each other brought Remus out of his rumination on St. Mungo's and back to the garden. The sight made his heart beat in double time, just for a moment. He still wasn't used to that. To them, a match set together, and sometimes even the smallest moments caught him off guard. Sirius was still wearing the grin as he turned to Remus again.
Girl's gonna make the team this year,
He said proudly.
Well, if Harry's captain,
Remus said.
has nothing to do with it.
Sirius waved a hand.
Have you seen her with a bat? Bloody talented beater, dead to rights.
you better hope she can beat the boys off with a stick in a couple of years as well as she can a bludger.
Remus observed. Sirius stared for a moment.
Shuddered about that, Remus.
Or girls.
Remus added.
I'd rather boys, honestly. Boys are stupid, but girls can be bloody mean. And I told you to shut it.
Remus grinned to himself.
Are you trying to spend your morning winding me up?
Sirius asked.
It's actually been rather amusing so far.
Remus said innocently, taking another sip of tea. In answer, Sirius leaned over and smacked a kiss to Remus's cheek before pulling away laughing.
Get off, you daft dog.
Remus laughed, wiping at his cheek with the back of his hand.
That may be enough coffee for you.
Sirius waved his hand at Remus again, wrapped up in watching the children play. Remus watched them for a few more moments as well, wondering in the back of his mind if he should go inside and fetch a book if they were going to spend the morning in the garden. He had just decided to let it be and enjoy the fresh air when Harry suddenly stilled on his broom, high up enough to be able to see over the roof of their cottage and down the lane. Remus thought he might have seen the snitch, but his gaze was out toward the village, not on the grounds underneath him. Remus stole a look at Sirius, who was also watching Harry carefully. As Remus watched, Harry seemed to shake himself a bit and then slowly circle back toward them and down to the ground. All trace of amusement was gone from his face, and Remus felt his stomach fall just a bit. Harry landed and then picked up his broom from where it was hovering next to him.
Professor Dumbledore is coming up the lane,
He said to Remus and Sirius, his face pensive. Hope landed just behind him and came to stand next to him. She turned to look at them as she heard Harry's announcement. Sirius turned to Remus.
Has Dumbledore coming here ever meant anything good?
Remus looked at him.
Well, it got Hope and me to Hogwarts 2 years ago.
He sighed.
But
he paused.
We should go meet him.
He said, looking at Sirius significantly. Sirius stood up.
And here we thought I had had enough coffee to get through this morning,
He said, but he led the way back to the cottage. As Dumbledore made his greetings and Remus fixed him a cup of tea, Sirius turned to Harry and Hope.
You two can either go back out to the back garden or upstairs to your rooms.
He was met with two mutinous glares. Remus kept from wincing. When Harry and Hope joined forces, they were a tough pair to beat. But Sirius was right, and Remus knew it. Predictably, it was Hope who actually started to argue.
But
She started. Remus shook his head at the same time Sirius said.
No arguments, not from either of you.
His voice was firm enough it made Remus set the teacup in front of Dumbledore harder than he intended.
If there's anything to tell you, we will let you know later.
Sirius said, this time more gently.
But if this is about Voldemort,
Harry said. Remus caught the edge of a shake in his voice, though he couldn't tell if it was anger or fear.
Then we will talk to you later.
Sirius reiterated. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder and looked him in the eye.
Honestly, Harry, I promise you.
Harry still didn't look happy, but he nodded slowly.
You too, young lady.
Sirius said. Hope inhaled.
You too.
Remus added. He recognized the stubborn set of Hope's mouth, but today was not the day she could outstubborn him. Hope still looked ready to argue, but Harry said,
come on, upstairs. I'll help you with your summer defense homework if you want. That professor is a real piece of work.
Hope looked over at him and then grinned a little.
yeah, I've heard.
She started.
That's quite enough of that in my own kitchen.
Remus said, though he let his amusement bleed into his tone.
Off you go now.
He said. His eyes followed them out of the kitchen, and he heard their footsteps on the stairs. Sirius sighed.
They'll probably try to eavesdrop.
He noted, sitting down at the table across from Dumbledore. Remus sat down next to him.
Likely.
He said, but shrugged. There wasn't much they could do about that. He turned to face Dumbledore, who had watched the domestic drama before him with his own traces of amusement.
Is this about Voldemort?
Sirius asked.
Straight to the point as usual.
Remus thought. Dumbledore shook his head.
Yes and no.
He took a sip of his tea.
I actually have quite a few pieces of news to share, and I didn't trust an owl.
Remus blinked.
Are you worried about interception?
Not yet.
Dumbledore said.
I don't think we can rule out the possibility, but I think it's still a slim one, while Voldemort continues to rally his followers.
Rally his followers.
Sirius said more than a little bitterly to Remus's estimation. Dumbledore looked at him.
Indeed, in addition to Barty Crouch Jr., who helped him rise to his full form in June, he's also managed to do even worse, stage a prison break of Azkaban.
Remus watched Sirius visibly pale.
How did he manage that exactly?
Remus asked. He let his hand find Sirius's beneath the table, and Sirius took it. Dumbledore sighed.
It was not all that difficult. As much as the Ministry wants to believe the Dementors are their creatures, Dementors have always been more or less independent. They guard Azkaban because they want to. It wasn't hard to convince them to let certain prisoners go in exchange for the promise of more souls to feed on.
Sirius looked down, still quiet. Remus's heart constricted a bit at the sight.
Who went free?
Remus asked.
About 10 inmates, including Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, and Bellatrix Lestrange.
Sirius looked up at that.
Bellatrix.
Indeed, and I must tell you,
Peter Pettigrew.
Remus guessed.
yes,
Dumbledore said. Remus blew out a breath and looked at the ceiling. He felt Sirius squeeze his hand, and he squeezed back.
Do we know why?
Sirius finally found his voice. Dumbledore shook his head.
I am not sure of his plans. I think he is in a position of relative weakness and needs as much support on the ground as possible, as one might say. None of the former prisoners have been spotted since the escape.
Is the Ministry looking for them?
Remus said.
There's been nothing in the Prophet about Voldemort's return at all. Not that we've seen, or the Azkaban news.
I honestly can't say.
Dumbledore said.
The Ministry, as you're alluding to, has been quite avoidant of the entire matter. According to my sources, Fudge is still claiming Harry is lying, and Voldemort has not returned.
That absolute bloody fool.
Sirius said with anger.
I don't actually disagree, Mr. Black. Cornelius Fudge is being extremely short-sighted and willfully obtuse.
It's bothering Harry a great deal that the Prophet and the Ministry have been silent on the matter.
Sirius said this time more softly.
He's not wrong.
Remus said also softly.
After the events of June, I can only imagine Mr. Potter's feelings on the subject.
Dumbledore agreed.
I'm also concerned it's about to get worse.
What do you mean?
Remus asked, and Sirius looked at Dumbledore sharply.
That's part of my other bit of news. The Board of Governors has made a decision in coordination with the ministry that I strongly objected to, but that I was ultimately overruled on.
Remus swallowed.
About me as a dark creature.
Dumbledore shook his head, and Remus swallowed again, felt Sirius relax a bit next to him.
While I believe your position may be more precarious than I would wish, you are the only defense professor who has held the post more than a year, and that was a strong argument in your favor, as are your students' scores and their overall satisfaction with you, and mine as well.
Remus nodded. They still had no good theory as to why Remus had been able to beat out the curse in the position so far, though Remus strongly suspected that one good curse, the one on the position, deserved another, his lycanthropy. Sirius, of course, had argued that was bollocks, and Remus was in the position out of merit only. Sometimes Remus tried to believe him.
However, the ministry has seen fit to make their own academic appointment and have appointed Dolores Umbridge as the professor of history of magic.
Remus drew in a breath.
Isn't she the woman who is trying to get that anti-werewolf legislation passed?
Sirius went stiff next to him.
Unfortunately, yes. That's one reason why I wanted to tell you in person, Remus. I know what she said in front of the Board of Governors, and I can only anticipate what she will say to other staff will be equally, if not more, unacceptable from my view.
Heinous, you mean?
Sirius said. Dumbledore looked at him, but didn't correct him. Remus tried taking another steadying breath.
What will happen to Professor Binns?
He will be allowed to remain at the castle, but, well, as only a ghost like the others.
So they demoted him.
Sirius said a little bitterly.
How did they manage that?
To be blunt, I think the ministry wants a loyalist on the inside, as it were.
Dumbledore said.
A spy.
Sirius said flatly. Dumbledore inclined his head.
And how did the ministry manage to get this past the Board of Governors?
Remus asked.
Fairly narrowly,
Dumbledore said.
though I know that is not much consolation. But there are more ministry supporters, and to put it frankly, more of Lord Voldemort's past supporters on the board than I find exactly reasonable.
You mean people like Lucius Malfoy?
Sirius said, and his mouth twisted. Dumbledore didn't answer, which was answer enough.
There is one more matter.
Dumbledore continued. Remus rubbed his forehead.
As I said in June, I wanted to reach out to past members of the Order and ask you to do the same. From your correspondence, I know you two at least have been relatively successful.
Sirius looked at Remus, who nodded.
We've been in touch with Mundungus Fletcher and Arabella Figg. Both are ready to rejoin. And there's us, of course.
Sirius added. His grip on Remus's hand got even tighter. Dumbledore nodded.
I've talked with the Weasleys and some sympathetic people at the Ministry, including Alastor Moody and some of the other Aurors.
Remus blinked in surprise.
So there is some support at the ministry.
Yes, though they are trying to keep a low profile.
Remus nodded.
We will need to meet soon.
Dumbledore said.
And for that, we need a headquarters.
Sirius and Remus exchanged a glance.
Not here, I wouldn't think.
Remus ventured. He was loath to give up this space that had kept him and Hope so warm, so alive for so long. Dumbledore shook his head.
I would not ask that of you, Remus,
He said gently.
I was referring to property Sirius has in his possession.
Sirius blinked.
Grim old place.
It was a strangled sound,
No.
Remus said quickly.
Sirius would not have to live there. He can continue to cohabitate with you at Hogwarts, but the house itself could be useful.
Sirius was looking thoughtful, which surprised Remus.
It's heavily warded, but it will answer to me.
He said.
It would be nearly impossible for anyone I don't give permission to personally to enter, and it's almost unplottable.
You're considering this?
Remus asked.
On the other hand, there are members of my family, including my cousins, who know of its whereabouts.
That is the drawback, yes.
Dumbledore said.
I'll need to think about it.
Sirius finally said. Dumbledore nodded.
I would expect as much. I urge you to think about it thoroughly, but I will need a relatively quick answer.
Sirius nodded in return.
Would an owl do for that?
Yes, I believe that would be safe enough for now, as long as the content is vague enough to an outsider.
Dumbledore answered. He regarded Remus and Sirius across the table.
Please know I am aware this is not an easy period, and it may get worse before it gets better, and for quite a while. I know I am asking much of both of you, including your care of Mr. Potter and Ms. Lupin. It is because I feel I can trust you.
Remus felt Sirius take a breath next to him, and he held onto his hand for dear life. Sirius nodded once, briefly, before Dumbledore finished his tea, and after assurances an owl would reach him, took his leave. Remus placed the teacups and mugs in the sink as Sirius said.
Bloody fucking hell, Moony.
Remus leaned back on the sink.
I don't even know where to start.
The Ministry is determined to deny Voldemort, which will only allow his rise to power. We're rejoining a secret paramilitary organization that ripped us apart at the seams the first time. My crazy cousin and her absolutely horrible friends were broken out of wizarding prison and are now loose cannons on the run, who could literally be anywhere. Dumbledore wants to use my, probably by this time, absolute pit of an ancestral home as headquarters for the aforementioned paramilitary organization. And by the way, you get to be on staff with, and we get to basically live alongside an atrocious bigot who would rather see you put down like an animal than share breath in a room with you. All while we have 2 teenagers upstairs, one of whom is traumatized beyond all belief. Am I missing anything?
No, I think that quite covers it.
Remus said, sighing. Sirius put his head in his hands. He had recently cut his hair short again, as it had been during the end of the First War, and now it stuck up at odd angles as he ran his hands through it. He looked up at Remus.
I'm most worried about you, honestly.
He said softly. Remus tilted his head.
Why is that? Because I'm actually quite concerned about you.
Sirius smiled the soft smile that never failed to make Remus's stomach loop a little bit.
Because I can probably mostly avoid Umbridge, but she will go out of her way to make life hell for you.
Remus shook his head.
She's the least of my worries.
Moony.
She is. You think I can't handle a bigot? I've handled a lot worse.
At that, Sirius got up from his chair and crossed to stand before Remus. He took Remus's face in his hands.
Of course you have, Moony. But that doesn't mean it's right, or it's fair.
Remus searched Sirius's eyes.
Life isn't fair.
Sirius's mouth tilted.
I'm using that as your epitaph when you finally pass away at a ripe old age.
Padfoot.
Oh, I absolutely am.
Bellatrix is on the loose, free, and likely joining up with Voldemort, if she hasn't already. You'll have to be in Grimmauld Place, probably for fairly protracted periods at a time, and if the Order is going to ramp up, your responsibilities in it probably will as well.
Remus wanted to look away, but Sirius's hands on his face wouldn't let him.
We have each other, though.
Sirius said softly, and Remus brought his eyes back to him. Sirius's eyes held such incredible tenderness, it suddenly brought tears to Remus's eyes.
This time I'm not letting go. Not now, not later, not ever.
He leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Remus's lips. Remus returned the pressure with loving gratefulness.
Me either.
Remus whispered, and Sirius pulled him close. In the end, they decided to divide and conquer. Sirius would talk to Harry, and Remus would talk to Hope. Sirius broke off at the top of the stairs and headed to the room at the end of the hall, which was Harry's. He knocked on the door frame even though the door was open.
Hey, Potter,
He said.
Sirius.
Harry said. He looked up from where he was sitting cross-legged on his bed, playing with a snitch. The sight made Sirius's heart ache just a little, the old familiar feeling of missing James. He crossed over and took the chair that was at the desk by the window.
So go. What do you want to ask me?
Sirius asked.
Did Dumbledore have news about Voldemort?
Harry asked bluntly. Sirius shook his head.
Not directly, no.
Harry deflated slightly.
But there are other developments.
Harry looked up suddenly.
There's been a prison break at Azkaban.
Sirius was surprised he got the words out as smoothly as he did. Harry looked surprised.
That hasn't been in the news.
He said.
No, and that's the other part. The Ministry wants to keep denying that Voldemort has returned.
But he did. I saw it. He used my...
Harry stopped. Sirius got up from the chair and came to sit on Harry's bed.
I know you did. Remus, too. And Dumbledore. And a lot of other people. We're restarting the Order of the Phoenix. I'm sure anyone who would join, or who supports Dumbledore, believes you. Just like me and Moony.
Harry stubbornly shook his head.
But...
Unfortunately, Harry, there's not a lot we can do about that publicly right now. Besides which, the Ministry is also using its pull to install their own loyal members at Hogwarts. Dolores Umbridge is going to be teaching history of magic this term.
Harry pulled a face.
the woman who keeps speaking out and writing those articles that are in the Prophet about werewolves.
Yes, her.
But Remus, she's awful. and she tells lies about werewolves, and it's not right.
None of us think it's right, Harry. And I'm worried about Remus too. He's not as worried about himself, but I am. It will be hard for him, whether he wants to admit it or not, but we have to support him and be strong for him. Can you do that?
Harry nodded fiercely.
Remus is brilliant, and he's the best starter teacher we've ever had. Maybe that there ever has been.
Sirius tucked away a private smile at Harry's exaggeration, though he personally didn't disagree.
There's a couple more things. About the prison break. You should know that one of the women who escaped is Bellatrix Lestrange. She's my cousin. She was a black before she married.
Oh,
Harry said. He seemed to think for a moment.
do you think she'll bother you?
Sirius considered the question.
I don't think so,
He said slowly.
She was always more fanatical about Voldemort than most of my family. My family believed in blood purity above all, of course, but I think they mostly supported Voldemort for that reason, and because it was the thing to do in their circle.
They sound like the Malfoys.
Harry said.
They were like the Malfoys,
Sirius said.
only even more obsessed with blood purity and some dark magic.
That's...
Harry started.
Oh, it was terrible, and they were horrible people.
Sirius agreed.
There is nothing about them that's defensible.
Harry tossed the snitch just a bit.
I don't want to go into details about the Order too much.
Sirius saw the look on Harry's face and stopped.
You're too young to join.
Sirius.
Absolutely not. We've talked about this before, and you know Remus and I agree. Absolutely not. I can't stop you if you come of age and the war is still going on. But even then, if I could, I would. I know what this does to young people, what it did to me, and I don't want that for you.
Harry didn't look like he wanted to back down, but he did. Sirius continued, a little gentler this time.
Dumbledore wants to use my parents' house, 12 Grimmauld Place, as Order headquarters.
Are you going to let him?
I'm honestly not sure yet,
Sirius answered.
but I thought you should know. I'll tell you when I decide.
Harry nodded.
I think that's about all, Harry. Do you have any questions?
Harry seemed to consider.
No, not right now.
If you do, come to me, or Remus.
Harry nodded.
Want to help me make lunch? It's about that time.
Harry eyed him a little warily.
What are we making?
Molly Weasley kindly sent over some roast chicken she had from leftovers last night. Came in the Evening Post. I thought maybe sandwiches.
Sounds safe enough.
Harry tossed the snitch a little higher and grinned.
I cook just fine.
Harry raised an eyebrow.
So does Moony.
Harry laughed.
Remus can make pasta and cheese toasties.
Listen, Potter.
I don't think Ron's mum would be sending food over here all the time if you two could really cook.
All right, that's enough, thank you, sir.
Harry stood from the bed along with Sirius.
Hey, Sirius. Thanks for telling me all that stuff.
Of course, Harry.
Sirius said.
I will always be as honest with you as I can.
He said, and he meant it. Hope was marking sheet music with a pencil when Remus appeared in the doorway to her room.
Knock, knock.
He said in lieu of actually knocking. Hope looked up and smiled. Remus returned the smile and settled himself on the floor in front of her.
Hi, Dad.
She said.
That's not your defense homework.
Remus noted.
I'll get around to doing it, but that guy is a complete bore.
She said, face absolutely serious as she looked down at him.
12 inches on grindy low infestation interventions, honestly.
I don't know where you get your cheekiness from, my dear, but someone should really talk to your father about it.
Hads doesn't care.
Hope said.
That he doesn't, which is at least half the problem.
Remus agreed, but he smiled. He looked up at her shrewdly.
How much did you overhear?
Enough.
Hope said. Remus sighed.
Should I ask how, or consider myself blissful in my ignorance?
The Weasley twins.
Okay, you can stop with any sentence that starts with the Weasley twins.
Hope laughed, but her face soon turned serious.
That Umbridge woman is terrible. Have you been reading the things she's been putting out? That they are running in the profits or her pamphlets?
Remus sighed. He had been, though he'd been trying to be discreet about it.
I'm far more concerned that you've been reading it.
I'm old enough.
Hope said defensively.
Not by half.
Remus countered.
Dad, she talks about werewolves like your animals, like you deliberately seek out people to hurt or even kill, that the wizarding world would be better off without anyone with the curse, that you prey on children and ruin families. She even has said that you procreate by unnatural means, and you know what she's talking about with that dad. You know she's talking about you.
Oh, love, I hadn't realized you'd read that.
I don't care about that.
Hope said, tilting her chin up.
I do.
Remus said softly.
Well, I don't. Pads was innocent. He loves you. I know you love him. And he loves me and Harry too. There's nothing about any of that that's unnatural.
Hope said. Remus thought once again that his heart might be stretched too far, but it just seemed to keep growing.
Hope, all of that is true, and I'm glad you know it. I'm sorry you need to know about people who think otherwise, but you continue to amaze me with how you deal with it.
I'm pretty smart.
Hope said, but she was smiling. Remus laughed.
You're brilliant, my darling.
He shook his head.
You're not so bad, even with the Grindylows.
Cheeky.
Hope's gaze dropped a bit. Remus tilted his head.
What's bothering you?
Do you think Pads will let them use his house?
Remus thought, then nodded slowly.
I think he will, yes.
His family, and then Bellatrix.
Oh, yes.
He gets caught up in his head sometimes.
Remus looked at her. She didn't drop her gaze from him.
Yeah, he does. Probably too much time.
He stopped. Hope nodded.
Hey, he's your dad, and so am I. So let me worry about him, yeah? We love each other, remember?
Hope smiled a little bit.
Yeah, okay, as long as he worries about you too.
He does, believe me.
Good.
As if on cue, Sirius's voice drifted up the stairs.
Hope Moony lunch.
Hope looked at Remus.
Don't worry, Molly Weasley sent leftovers last night.
Hope laughed and hopped off her bed. Remus stood.
I can't believe I made it all the way to 11 living on your cooking.
Cheeky.
Remus said, but he bumped into her playfully as they exited her room. Remus watched Sirius's back as he stalked up the drive and through the front door, just barely keeping it from slamming open, likely because the children should be, sleeping upstairs. Sirius said nothing before heading up the stairs himself, again not making much noise but not walking lightly either. Remus watched as he turned left at the landing toward Harry's room at the end of the hall. Remus knew Sirius was probably going to check on the children before doing anything else, and Remus considered whether to follow Sirius or to wait and give him a few moments. Remus ultimately decided to wait, choosing to walk through the sitting room and toward the kitchen at the back of the house. He busied himself a bit in the kitchen, putting on a kettle for tea and taking out 2 bags of chamomile and the accompanying mugs. He caught a glimpse of the back garden from the window over the sink, where Harry and Sirius had set up a tent for Harry, Hermione, and Ron to use, as the latter 2 teenagers were coming tomorrow to spend the rest of the summer break with Harry until it was time to head back to Hogwarts in 2 weeks. Sirius had introduced Harry to wizarding tents with more than a little enthusiasm, and the 2 of them had spent most of the afternoon charming additions and stringing garden lights and adding other small touches. Hope had been decidedly unimpressed and declared she was just as happy to spend the rest of her break over a real roof with electricity and running water. Thank you very much. Remus smiled. The kids had been in a fairly good mood when Sirius and Remus had left for the First Order meeting, and Remus had trusted them to spend the night out of trouble, or at least mostly out of trouble. The kettle went off, and Remus sighed. The good mood seemed broken beyond repair at the moment. Filling the mugs, he set a warming charm on Sirius's and sat at the table with his. The Order meeting, while it had not been an outright disaster, had been much more contentious than Remus had anticipated. They still hadn't made much progress on the decaying infrastructure that was Grimmauld Place, but the kitchen itself had been made relatively serviceable, especially after they had finally procured a curtain for Walburga Black's portrait in the front hall. Things had even started well, with Sirius thrilled to see Andromeda and Ted Tonks, as well as their daughter Nymphadora, who was working as an Auror at the Ministry as Moody's protege. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Alastor Moody had provided important and relevant information on the Ministry, and Remus was grateful that they, along with Tonks, as she wanted to be called, were among their numbers. The atmosphere had soured, however, around, of all things, Harry. Dumbledore had explained about the prophecy, and moreover how he had reason to believe Voldemort was still obsessed with it, and that obtaining it might be one of the next steps in his growing plans. As such, Dumbledore was happy to let him continue to do so, arguing that Voldemort was merely chasing his own tail, so to speak. Use it as a distraction had been Dumbledore's own words, and while Remus didn't disagree, necessarily, not yet, The fact that Dumbledore had insisted Harry had no need to be informed of the prophecy troubled him. It had more than troubled Sirius, who had reminded everyone present he had promised to be as honest with Harry as possible, and he thought that included telling him about the prophecy. Dumbledore had urged caution, and then Molly Weasley had gotten involved, with the opinion that Harry was still a child and did not need to know the details of a prophecy that, essentially, burdened him with the power either to defeat or be defeated by Voldemort. Kill or be killed, Sirius had put it bluntly, and no one had really been able to say he was wrong. Still, Sirius and Molly, being the most vocal proponents on either side, had fallen into a surprisingly bitter argument, until Dumbledore had ended it by saying nothing needed to be decided yet, and reiterating the need to be cautious. After that, Sirius had gone, to Remus's mind, dangerously quiet, until the meeting had adjourned and they had made their way home. Remus looked at the clock. Sirius had disappeared up the stairs a little more than a half hour ago, and Remus decided it was enough time to venture after him. He poured himself another cup of tea and grabbed Sirius's mug on his way out of the kitchen. When he reached their bedroom, Sirius was sitting up on their bed on top of the duvet, leaning against the headboard with a thick paperback book. Remus wondered idly if he had nicked it from Hope, and he sighed a little wryly when he saw the cover. Les Miserables. Sirius's hair was wet, so he must have showered, his long legs stretched out in front of him in flannel pajama bottoms with a Led Zeppelin t-shirt on top. Remus walked over and sat gingerly on his side of the bed, placing his tea on the nightstand before extending Sirius's to him, which Sirius took while barely looking up. Sirius took a sip, and Remus didn't miss the twitch of his mouth.
Chamomile.
Sirius asked.
You must think I'm really upset.
Remus gave him a cautious smile.
I think we are both over 35, and black tea will keep us up until 3 in the morning.
He said, retrieving his own mug.
The kid, okay.
Sirius nodded, taking another sip and closing his book.
Both asleep, which surprises me.
Remus was surprised himself.
I suppose it was late when we got back.
After 11, but still, I thought Harry at least.
Sirius stopped. Remus nodded.
Me too.
Sirius shrugged.
Maybe I wore him out with the tent today.
Maybe he just feels safe enough here. He can relax and know if there is anything he needs to know, he'll hear it in the morning.
Remus observed. Sirius set his mug down on his own nightstand with a thunk.
Except that's not true, is it?
His voice was angry, though it was modulated so it wasn't loud. Remus sighed.
I think it's fair to tell him as much as we are able.
He said slowly. Sirius looked at him.
Such as?
About the Tonks family, that we do have support at the Ministry, that there is some plan in place to try to track down the escaped Death Eaters.
Sirius's eyes were still narrowed, but he nodded. The latter job had been assigned to him. He had suggested there might be a way to try to track the prison escapees using a magical map, and Remus, who knew exactly how much Sirius knew about magical cartography and how he had acquired the knowledge, thought it was a stroke of genius.
Still not quite sure how to manage that last one, but I have had some thoughts.
Since you made the suggestion, I thought you might.
Remus said easily. Sirius sighed.
Are we going to keep dancing around this, Moony?
I'm not dancing around anything. You want to tell Harry about the prophecy.
You agree with Dumbledore?
Remus tried not to feel the sting of accusation, but it was a close thing, he thought.
Not necessarily.
He said slowly.
Don't avoid the subject.
Sirius snapped. Remus set down his own mug.
I'm not, I just...
What?
I think Harry should be told.
Remus said.
I do think we have to think about when.
Sirius huffed out a breath.
Is there an ideal time for that I'm missing?
Remus shook his head.
No, but before he's back at Hogwarts. Before he's had a chance to settle into another school year.
Before Voldemort comes after him, because there's basically a target over his head.
Sirius snapped.
Has come after him already.
Dumbledore.
Remus started.
Dumbledore doesn't have to hear him call for James and Lily in the middle of the night during a nightmare.
Sirius said. Remus looked at him.
Oh, Padfoot.
Sirius shook his head. Remus nodded a little.
That's true. Dumbledore may be trying to set up a chessboard, but he doesn't necessarily see what's happening to the pieces every day.
Sirius blinked at him.
So why wouldn't we just...
For one, because you know Harry as well as I do, and if he thinks there's something he can do about Voldemort, at this point in time, he's going to do it. Consequences be damned.
That seemed to stop Sirius, who tilted his head to the side. It was suddenly and absurdly so like Sirius's dog form. Remus almost smiled.
If it were hope, what would you do?
Sirius asked suddenly. Remus shook his head.
I don't know.
He thought.
I'd probably wait.
He finally decided.
Not forever, but I would probably wait.
Why?
Remus knew what was coming and that it was going to hurt. He took Sirius's hand to try to preempt the bite, and Sirius frowned at him.
Because I had to tell Hope about you.
He said softly. Remus saw Sirius wince, and Sirius tried to pull his hand away. Remus didn't let him.
Moony.
Sirius started. Remus shook his head.
It's just the truth, Sirius. When she was little, I didn't tell her. We mostly lived as muggles anyway, so it wasn't an issue. Once she was going to Hogwarts, I knew people were going to talk, and she was going to find out, so I had to tell her. It forced my hand, but I couldn't have kept it from her forever either. I probably kept it from her longer than I should have, but then again, it wasn't a conversation I was looking forward to having.
How did she take it?
Sirius asked softly. He was looking down at the duvet.
She was shocked at first, but honestly, she took it like the champion she is and kept on going.
Sirius looked up at Remus, and Remus was a little surprised at the open fondness on his face.
And you think she's more like me than you?
He shook his head, but he smiled a little.
So, all to say, I think we have some time with Harry. Not indefinitely. I agree he needs to be told, for many reasons. And we will. But you said it yourself the other day. Let him be a kid for a little while longer, while he still can be.
Sirius sighed.
I feel like I'm lying to him, like I'm breaking my promise.
Remus hummed.
I know. These are truly extraordinary things to have to consider telling a teenager. It's not fair to him. Or to you, really. These choices aren't easy, and most parents don't have to make them. I wish our biggest worry was having to advise him on what girl to ask to afternoon tea, but it's not. I'm certain of one thing, though.
Sirius looked over at him.
What?
There's no other person I'd rather trust Harry to than you, and neither would James and Lily.
Remus watched Sirius swallow hard. He leaned over on impulse, kissing Sirius. Sirius let him for a moment, let him deepen the kiss until they were breathless. Slowly, Sirius pulled away. To Remus's surprise, he was frowning.
Moony.
Sirius said, putting a hand on Remus's chest. Remus tried to slow his breath. Sirius spoke again.
Moony, please don't take this the wrong way.
Remus raised his eyebrows at that.
Trust me, there's nothing I'd like more than to.
Sirius trailed off.
But,
Remus repeated. Sirius sighed, looked down at where their hands were still joined.
during the First War, when I was upset, I let you distract me.
Remus waited.
And eventually, when I was upset or angry, which was a lot of the time, most of the time, I wasn't exactly gentle about it, or subtle, and I don't want to do that this time. To you, to us, really. It's not a path I want to retread.
Sirius finished. Remus tilted his head.
Okay, yes, I understand. I wasn't trying.
I know you weren't. I just thought, I'm a bit of a mess at the moment, and I don't want to start a pattern I might not end up being able to control. I love you too much, and I lost too much to do that again.
Remus reached up, ran a gentle hand through Sirius's hair.
I understand, Padfoot. I really do. And I appreciate it too.
Sirius blew out a breath. Remus leaned in to kiss him again, this time quicker and lighter.
Why don't I go shower too, and we'll go to sleep?
Remus asked.
Tomorrow is another day.
Sirius grinned.
And hey, who knows? Maybe we can get the kids out of the house tomorrow night.
Remus grinned back.
Hope isn't sleeping outside, and you know it.
She might.
Sirius laughed. Remus laughed too as he got up from the bed.
No, she's not. Too much black in her.
Hey.
Sirius protested, but he laughed again. Remus paused, leaning over for another kiss.
We're wizards. That's what silencing charms are for.
He laughed as he pulled away.
We use those all the damn time.
Sirius said, but he was laughing too.
My point exactly.
Remus said as he walked off to the bathroom, Sirius's laughter continuing behind him. Somehow they had managed to get 4 teenagers, 2 owls, 1 cat, 2 adults, and all of their various pieces of luggage on the train, and then to Hogwarts in one piece. Remus still wasn't sure how, exactly, and Hedwig herself seemed quite put out by it all. But as he looked out at the great hall, full of students, Remus was reminded once again of why he continued to return to Hogwarts again and again. It was home, not quite as much as the cottage in Wales was now, but home nonetheless. As he headed to the mandatory staff meeting Dumbledore had called to be held after the feast, Remus felt nothing but contentment. He was not prepared for that contentment to be shattered so completely and thoroughly within the next hour. Remus was one of the first staff members to arrive, and he took a seat in one of the straight-back chairs in the faculty room. Minerva came to sit next to him on one side, Poppy on the other, and they made genuine, if polite, small talk as the rest of the staff slowly trickled in. Dolores Umbridge swept in just ahead of Dumbledore, taking a seat, Remus noticed, almost as far away from him as possible. He tried not to let her bother him. He knew what he was getting into. Fortunately, Dumbledore was prompt, as usual, and Remus was grateful. As much as he enjoyed most of his colleagues, he'd really much rather be settling back into their quarters with Sirius.
Welcome to another year at Hogwarts.
Dumbledore said, all heads turned toward him.
As you know, there has been an adjustment to the faculty this year. Though I introduced her at the feast, I would like to once again introduce Dolores Umbridge, our new professor of history of magic.
There was very scattered applause as Umbridge inclined her head.
If I may, I'd like to say a few words, Professor Dumbledore.
She said, in a tone that struck Remus was somehow sickly sweet. The woman was dressed head to toe in pink, and Remus found it off-putting.
Make it a very few.
Remus heard Minerva say under her breath next to him, and he had to bite his cheek to stop from smiling. Umbridge continued, even though Dumbledore had not actually confirmed his approval.
I am so very, very pleased to be on the faculty of Hogwarts this year. The Ministry is so excited about the upcoming improvements I'll be making in the history program. It really is a fascinating subject, and I am sure the students will thoroughly enjoy the new curriculum.
Remus flicked his eyes to Dumbledore, whom, he noticed, looked impassive and blank.
I've also been deputized by the Ministry to make improvements to other areas of the curriculum as well.
Umbridge went on, and this time there was audible murmuring in the room. Umbridge waited it out.
While so very many of the faculty's subjects require practical practice to prove to be effective, there are some areas where the Ministry and the Board of Governors agree that a more comprehensive but less practical curriculum may be in order at this time. We understand that this is a sudden change, but the vote just happened this afternoon, you see, and so we do apologize for any last-minute strain this puts on the faculty.
Poppy caught Remus's attention, but he shrugged subtly. He had no idea what she was talking about. Unfortunately, Umbridge turned toward Remus, and he found himself straightening in his chair in instinctive response.
Professor Lupin, this will affect you the most. You see, defense is a crucial subject, of course, but the emphasis it has had on practical application in the last few years has had some unfortunate consequences.
Remus blinked.
I understand my predecessors.
He began, trying to keep his voice even. Umbridge smiled at him, and Remus suddenly felt his throat constrict.
I'm sorry to say, but it hasn't been your predecessor's curriculum that has forced the Ministry to consider this change.
She didn't sound sorry at all to Remus.
What with, well, your predilections. At this time, the Ministry feels that teaching the students practical magic should be outside of your purview at this time. You will continue to teach, of course, but you are to teach directly from the textbook, with no practical lessons.
His predilections.
Minerva repeated.
No practical lessons. It's defense against the dark arts.
Remus said.
Defense.
Exactly.
Umbridge smiled at Remus like he was a small child who had earned a gold star.
And the curriculum in the textbook should be sufficient if presented to the students as written.
So I'm not to have the students practice spells at all. Is that what you're saying?
Remus looked from Umbridge to Dumbledore, who looked outwardly calm.
I know it will be an adjustment at first, Professor Lupin, but surely you see the benefit for the students. This way, there will be no doubting that any darkness has leaked into the program, and we can assure parents their children are well educated and well protected.
Remus took a harsh breath through his nose.
Is this because you consider me a dark creature?
I don't, my dear, but the Ministry does.
Remus gritted his teeth at the "my dear."
Like hell you don't.
He thought. Minerva stirred next to him.
Professor Lupin is a highly skilled, intelligent, gifted educator. I think it's best his students receive the same practical experience in his subject that they do in others. Defense requires it.
Umbridge looked at her.
I knew that as Deputy Headmistress you would have an opinion, Professor McGonagall. But as the board has voted and the headmaster is aware of the new plan,
Minerva turned to Dumbledore and cut off Umbridge.
You approve of this, Albus.
I must do as the board instructs.
Dumbledore said neutrally.
But this is the curriculum.
Minerva argued.
And defense with Voldemort.
Umbridge tutted loudly and Minerva stopped.
there is no evidence that you-know-who has returned.
Remus felt Poppy stiffen next to him.
And with Professor Lupin in his position, we must take all precautions. This is merely a precaution.
Umbridge looked out at the assorted staff members serenely.
I take wolfsbane every month. Professor Snape has been kind enough to brew it. It has been a condition of my employment since I began at Hogwarts 2 years ago.
Remus said.
What if you were to, say, forget Professor Lupin? Or if the potion is off?
Snape suddenly spoke, drawing Remus's attention.
The potion would never be incorrect.
Umbridge didn't acknowledge him.
Be that as it may, mistakes happen, and there is always the rest of the month to consider.
Remus's eyebrows went up.
The rest of the month. The rest of all the other hours aside from a full moon rise, actually. I am as human as anyone else.
Professor Lupin.
Umbridge said calmly.
As the defense professor, you must be well aware that curses are permanent.
That depends on the curse.
Remus said curtly. Umbridge inclined her head at Remus as if he had proven her point.
Exactly as you say.
There was profound silence in the room before Umbridge spoke again.
Again, I know this is a delicate matter, but we must do the best we can to protect our students. Defense lessons are to be textbook in nature only from here on out, and I hate to bring up another delicate matter, but we know we have a student on the premises we may need to be cautious about.
Remus spared a glance around the room and saw the other staff members looking equally confused.
Professor Lupin, you have a daughter here, do you not? A third year, I believe.
Remus suddenly bolted upright onto the edge of his chair. He heard Poppy gasp beside him.
I do.
As you know, with lycanthropy, as with other magical creatures, offspring may present with the affliction of their parents, particularly when the parent with the curse is the one to, well, carry. There's a reason magical pregnancies occur within males who have curses or afflictions, to further the species.
It was all Remus could do to stay in his seat.
My daughter has never presented with lycanthropy.
Umbridge had the nerve to smile at him. Remus wanted to smack it right off her face.
Yet, she's reaching puberty, and magical curses can present during puberty if they have not already.
That is patently false within lycanthropy.
This came from Snape again, and Remus blinked over at him in surprise.
Professor Snape.
Umbridge started.
That is patently false within lycanthropy.
Snape repeated.
I have done extensive research as part of my work with developing the wolfsbane potion. When lycanthropy does present through heredity, which is actually widely researched to believe to be only about 2% of the time, it occurs during the first year of life. There are no known cases where lycanthropy has presented any later, much less at puberty.
Yet even you must admit the sample size of any research is small.
Umbridge said to him.
As must you, then, Professor.
Snape rejoined.
Perhaps. I'm afraid heredity may only be one way a parent may pass on the lycanthropy. However, as I am sure you are also aware, Professors Snape and Lupin.
It took Remus a moment to catch up through his ever-increasing anger.
Are you suggesting...
He stopped, swallowed.
Are you suggesting I would bite my own daughter in order to turn her into a werewolf?
Umbridge kept that same smile on her face.
Your kind must further itself somehow. It's only nature.
Professor Dumbledore,
Snape said loudly.
I must suggest we stop this line of conversation. Whatever point is being made here is moot, as the wolfsbane allows the werewolf to keep its human mind.
The human mind is a complicated place.
Umbridge answered.
Albus,
Minerva said fairly loudly.
Professor Umbridge,
Dumbledore said.
I agree with Professor Snape. Whatever points you have wanted to make, I believe you have been heard.
Umbridge looked briefly like she might argue, but she nodded to Dumbledore.
I must see to the safety of the students.
As do we all, Professor Umbridge.
Dumbledore said.
And on that note,
Remus said.
before we are dismissed for the evening, let me make it clear that the safety of all the students is paramount, and should any particular student be singled out as a threat, then that is completely unacceptable.
Dumbledore looked directly at Remus, then slowly nodded.
You're quite clear, Professor Lupin.
Then I suggest we adjourn this meeting so that we can be prepared for classes tomorrow.
Snape said.
I quite agree.
Dumbledore said smoothly.
Please return to your quarters and enjoy the quiet of your evenings.
Remus stalked out of the faculty room, directly past Umbridge and Dumbledore, and down the stairs toward his quarters near Gryffindor Tower. Sirius was working out a bit of arithmancy related to the map he was developing at his desk near the window in the sitting room of their quarters when Remus slammed through the door. He was already working at his robes and threw it on, or rather, in the direction of the rack near the door as he stomped in and then made his way to the kitchen. The look on his face looked, well, murderous. He didn't say a word to Sirius on his way to the kitchen.
Moony.
Sirius tried, getting up from his chair and also heading to the kitchen. Remus didn't answer. Sirius heard the kettle slam onto the hob from several steps away.
Remus.
Still no answer. When he came into the kitchen, Remus was slamming cabinets open and shut.
Where in the fucking hell did the house elves put the cups?
Remus said.
Same cabinet as always?
Sirius said. Remus pulled the aforementioned cabinet open so hard it nearly came off its hinges.
Moony.
Sirius came forward and took the mug Remus had picked up gently out of Remus's hand. He was afraid for a moment that if he didn't, it would end up shattered.
Some staff meeting, I take it.
Remus rounded on him, and Sirius actually took a step back before he could stop himself. This seemed to only make Remus angrier.
I would never hurt you,
He said.
I would never hurt Hope.
He said. Sirius blinked.
Of course not. Remus, Moony, of course not.
The kettle whistled, and Sirius plucked some lemon tea out of another cabinet, pouring water over the tea bag, letting it float to the surface as he set it down gently on the table.
What the hell happened?
Remus suddenly deflated, pulling out a chair and sitting.
Umbridge, that's what happened.
Well, we knew she would be.
Sirius started.
She suggested I would bite Hope in order to turn her into a werewolf.
What the fuck?
Sirius asked, pulling the chair out across from Remus and sitting down in it.
To further the species.
She said that, in front of the entire staff.
Oh yes, she said that that's why the parent who carries often passes on the affliction, and that even though Hope has not inherited my lycanthropy yet, she may as she is entering puberty. And then when Snape told her how wrong she was, she went on to insinuate I would turn her myself, wolfsbane or not.
Snape told her she was wrong.
Remus looked at him.
That's your focus now, really.
I'm just thinking I need to be nicer to the man from now on.
Sirius said. Remus sighed, deflating further.
I might need to be too, actually. He said a lot in my defense. Minerva too.
What the bloody hell happened?
Apparently the board met this afternoon. They must have approved that little speech. In protection of the students, of course. And they've changed the curriculum. I can't teach any practical spells, just recite from the textbook, for the safety of the students.
Dumbledore let that happen.
Sirius knew Dumbledore was walking a fine line, but he hadn't thought he'd sacrifice Remus in order to do it. Remus shrugged.
Apparently, he may not have had much choice.
What the actual fuck, Moony?
I knew she was a bigot. In more ways than one, I knew she hated werewolves, but this.
This was so far over the line she can't see it anymore. She brought up Hope. To you.
Remus nodded grimly.
Even made it sound like she's a threat.
What?
Remus must have seen his eyes flash.
Don't go running off.
I'm about to run off and go punch a woman in the face, which, believe me, I never thought possible until now. And you know what women in my family were like.
Sirius wasn't kidding.
Well, don't. I can't let you. I can't. Nothing. Not a toe over any even perceived line.
Remus rubbed his hands across his face.
But if she takes any of this out on Hope, if she treats her in any way, I'll kill her myself.
No, you won't.
Watch me.
Sirius considered.
Thrash her, maybe.
That too.
Remus sighed. Sirius thought for a moment as Remus finally took a sip of tea.
Do you think she just wants to run you off? Hope too. And me, probably.
Remus spun his mug and then looked at him.
It's well within the realm of possibility. Between the change in curriculum and going after me, then Hope. She may just be hoping I'll quit.
Don't give her the satisfaction, Moony.
Remus took a breath.
You weren't there, what she said. Hope.
Hey, Moony, look at me.
Sirius waited until Remus did.
You have loved that girl since before she was born, so well and so thoroughly, and you have fought for her before she was even fully formed. You would never hurt her intentionally in any way. You know that. I know that. Hope knows that. Harry knows that. Our friends on staff and in the Order know that. You love her beyond imagining, and it is so bloody obvious. If Hope were here, if she knew about this, you know what I think she'd do. She'd laugh at the thought, and she'd put her chin up, and she'd tell you to buck up because you're her dad and you love her, and you'd do anything for her, including sticking it out in a tough job to teach a bigot a lesson.
Remus held Sirius's eyes for a moment, then looked down.
Merlin, she would, wouldn't she?
Yeah, pretty sure she would.
Sirius laughed.
That's your doing, Moony. See what you get for loving a child so well they feel confident and safe.
It's not all me. I think she came out that way sometimes.
Maybe,
Sirius said.
but I think it's mostly down to raising her with every ounce of yourself every day.
You're not too bad yourself.
Remus said, looking up and smiling softly.
Yeah, but you've been at it longer.
Merlin, thank you.
Remus breathed out a long breath.
I love you too, you know.
Same, Moony. Love you too. And hey,
What?
Remus said.
if Umbridge wants to go another few rounds, I say we send Hope after her with a Quidditch bat. She can practice for the team.
Remus laughed a little.
Deal.
He sighed.
It's going to be hard.
Sirius leaned in and kissed him.
We can do hard.
He said when he broke the kiss.
We can do the impossible. Wouldn't be the first time.
Even with Umbridge, they still fell back into their Hogwarts routine. Mondays, Sirius and Remus reserved for lunch with just each other. Remus would fill Sirius in on his classes and students. He found the students as engaging as ever, though he spent most periods making sure spells were written on the board and then copied by hand. Sirius was working on the map. Tonks and Moody had managed to scrape Azkaban for samples of the prisoners, skin, hair, that Sirius might be able to use to draw their essences into the map. It skirted up to dark magic sometimes, and Sirius already had more than half a theory that tracking Bellatrix would involve the use of his own blood, but he hadn't broached the subject yet to Dumbledore or other members of the Order. Tuesdays, Sirius and Hope ate lunch together in Sirius and Remus's quarters, or on the grounds if the weather was decent. Wednesdays, Sirius, Remus, and Hope ate lunch together, and Thursdays were reserved for Remus and Hope. Fridays, Sirius saw Harry, who sometimes seemed grateful to get away from the noise and whispers in the Great Hall. The kids occasionally dropped by on the weekends. Remus and Sirius had initiated an open-door policy the year prior, and Hope and Harry had taken it to heart. In his wildest dreams, even in his best days, and most certainly not in his worst, curled up in a cell in Azkaban, did Sirius think his life would ever turn out like this? He was always afraid, just at the edges, that it might all disappear, that Voldemort's return would shake his world again into a crumbled foundation. But then he'd see the quirk of Harry's mouth when he was trying not to laugh, or the gleam in Hope's eyes when she talked about music, or the tip of Remus's head when he was going to come in close for a kiss, and he knew that he would die before he had any of it taken away from him ever again. It was still a fairly warm day in late September, and he and Hope had opted to have lunch outside by the lake. Sirius watched a ripple where he thought the giant squid must have moved a tentacle, listening as Hope went on about Quidditch practice. She had made the team, of course, Angelina Johnson snapping her up right away. She found she had to balance that, however, with her piano lessons, and had less practice time for the piano than usual.
I'm not expecting to be perfect, of course, but less practice time at a piano means.
Hope huffed, sending a wisp of hair that had escaped her ponytail out of her face.
That you're not perfect.
Sirius replied. Hope grimaced slightly but didn't answer him.
It's an instrument, Hope. You do need to practice, but if you want to be on the Quidditch team, you'll have to practice that too. You don't have to be perfect at either.
Sirius said.
Neither your dad nor I would expect that.
No, but I expect it.
Hope admitted. Sirius hummed.
I suspected as much. Hogwarts is as much about learning to balance a life as it is about school. Not that it's not about the academics. Please don't tell Moony I even hinted at that.
Hope laughed.
But like life, as you get older, you have learned to balance your job and your interests, your friends and relationships. Hogwarts is a safe place to do that, and you don't have to do it all. Prioritizing is important at school and in life. Perfectionism is not something to prioritize.
It's just, usually things come so easily to me. They still do. I just have even more I want to do.
Sirius nodded.
I grew up in a family that expected perfection. The perfect children, the perfect son, the perfect heir. The perfect Slytherin. The perfect student.
Hope looked at him.
Were you any of those things?
In their eyes, no.
Hope looked away.
I'm sorry.
I'm not, because perfection doesn't exist, especially the perfection that comes with other people's expectations. What I learned instead, or tried to learn, or am, well, still trying to learn, is that good and good enough are what count. James, well, he was an arrogant Burke, could be, but he also was inherently good. He just believed the world was good because he was, which worked for him. He taught me a lot about that. Lily, too, eventually. And your dad.
Dad tries really hard to be good.
Hope observed. Sirius looked at her.
Yeah, sure does. I think that he probably is trying to compensate for the lycanthropy, but, well, like James, he just is.
I think he's struggling with that right now.
Hope said softly. Sirius caught her profile as she looked over the lake. It was pensive, and he once again realized how bright she was, how perceptive.
Yeah, well, the world isn't being particularly kind to him right now. He says he's used to it, and I think he is in a way, but, well, it's very close to home.
Sirius watched as Hope fiddled with her sleeve. She so rarely got fidgety, but Remus being vulnerable was tender territory for her, Sirius realized.
You think he's okay?
Hope asked softly. Sirius thought for a moment. He wanted to give her an honest answer.
I think so, I do. I'm not just saying that.
I know.
Hope said.
You never say anything you don't mean.
Sirius barked out a laugh.
No, suppose I don't. He'd tell you not to worry about him.
I know, it's silly. Of course I worry about him, he's my dad.
Sirius's heart squeezed at the thought of how much Moony's girl loved him.
Yeah, and for a long time it was just you and him, against the world.
You didn't?
I'm not trying to get compliments, I'm just saying. You'd worry about him because to you you're a team.
Hope nodded.
Team's gotten a little bigger though.
Exactly. And we're a good team. Not a perfect team, but a damn good one. Don't tell him I said damn.
I've heard you say worse.
Don't tell him that either.
Hope laughed. They lapsed into silence for a moment.
Hey, my girl.
Hope looked over again.
Is Umbridge. Is she treating you? How is she treating you?
Hope shrugged, which made Sirius feel slightly better.
About the same as everyone else. Speaks to me less than others, but I am fine with that. I sit in the back and keep my head down.
That sounds nothing like you.
I mean, I'd rather sit right in front and pelt her with questions about the Centaur Treaties of 1487, but she's just so awful. I don't want to get any closer than I have to. It's not worth it.
All right. Well, wise women pick their battles.
Hope smiled.
Anything happens, I'll tell you or Dad, I promise, Pads.
On your first edition of Pride and Prejudice.
Hope lifted her hand.
I solemnly swear.
A little thrill went through Sirius.
You solemnly swear.
Yeah. When I was little, Dad would make me say that if I made a promise.
Sirius grinned Moony.
What?
Nothing.
He shook his head.
So if you had to pick between the piano and Quidditch.
No.
Hope said, falling back laughing.
Choose, Lupin.
Piano.
Hope said.
I knew it.
Hope laughed.
Whatever makes you happy, darling. Choose what makes you happy.
Later that evening, Remus was just finishing putting the dishes in the sink from dinner when Sirius practically cornered him against the sink.
Padfoot.
In response, Sirius grinned.
What?
He eyed Sirius warily. He knew that look from 7 years at Hogwarts. 20 years ago, it meant he would be about to be in store for being cajoled into a prank or some mischief. Now he wasn't quite sure what it meant.
I solemnly swear.
Sirius said, still grinning. Remus wiped his hands on the dish towel.
I am up to no good.
He finished, almost out of habit. It was out of his mouth before he could stop himself. Sirius grinned wider.
What?
I have it on first-hand authority that you used to make a little girl solemnly swear when you needed to extract a promise from her.
Remus half laughed, half groaned.
Yes, I did. How did that come up?
None of your business.
Remus rolled his eyes.
It's adorable, by the way.
I'm an adult man. Please don't call me adorable.
It's adorable. You, her, the two of you. I can picture it. Face it, Moony. It's adorable.
Remus gave up and grinned.
Merlin, you should have seen her. When she was about 6, she went through this phase about fibbing, which lots of kids do. I'd make her say it to make sure she was telling me the truth, but she was missing a couple of front teeth.
He laughed. Sirius grinned some more.
It's too much. I don't think I can handle it.
He laughed.
It also got me to thinking.
Remus raised his eyebrows.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm working on the map for the Order.
yes.
What do you think the odds are that the map is still in Filch's office?
Are you trying to talk me, a full professor at Hogwarts, into breaking into Filch's office?
Got it in one.
Sirius.
I remember a lot of the magic, but I think having the Marauder's map would be invaluable. It holds the spells. It has memory.
Sirius.
It would be for a very good cause, Moony.
I have the magical equivalent of a master key. No breaking and entering would be involved.
Well, that's just disappointing.
I know it's a letdown.
How much sneaking around do you think it would take?
A fair bit.
I'd take that.
Remus looked at him.
I solemnly swear I'm up to no good.
Sirius grinned.
Mischief managed.
It did take a fair bit of sneaking around, and avoiding Mrs. Norris. Was that cat ever going to die? Sirius found himself wondering, but Sirius and Remus found themselves in Filch's office, with the door locked and spelled behind them in nearly no time at all.
What do you think the odds are that it's still here?
Remus asked, eyeing the overflowing filing cabinets and a lump of entangled quills on Filch's desk. Sirius shrugged.
I don't know, honestly. Maybe it's made its way to other mischief makers. Maybe it's sitting in a drawer somewhere. That's part of the charm of the whole thing.
Remus eyed a mysterious lump on top of one of the cabinets warily.
You have an interesting idea of charm.
Come on, Moony. Help me look, and whether we find it or not, I'll shag you later. Even right here in Filch's office.
We have a bed. I'm not shagging you in Filch's office.
Sirius raised an eyebrow at him.
Don't be coy, Moony. You know you've always wanted to shag me in Filch's office.
Remus snorted, but enough of a blush brushed his cheeks that Sirius had a feeling he was more right than not.
Get to work, Black,
he said instead. In the end, they were at it for 2 hours, and even Sirius was about to admit defeat when Remus pushed back the last large bit of what looked like a girly calendar that was in a drawer and suddenly gasped. Sirius's head whipped around at the sound.
What?
Remus was silent for a moment, half his arm still in the drawer.
What?
Remus turned to him and smiled widely. He held up what looked like an old blank piece of parchment. Sirius's eyes widened. Remus stood up and came over to where Sirius had been standing, rifling through Filch's desk. He took a deep breath and tapped the parchment with his wand.
I solemnly swear I'm up to no good.
The parchment immediately bloomed into life underneath his hands. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs present to you the Marauder's map. Sirius looked over the map at Remus, suddenly giddy.
Oh dear Merlin,
Remus said quietly. Sirius grabbed his face and pressed a quick, hard kiss to his lips. The map shifted.
Mr. Prongs would like to remind Mr. Padfoot not to offend his delicate sensibilities.
Sod off, Prongs,
Sirius said good-naturedly. Remus grinned. They spent the next few days poring over the map, and as they did so, Sirius felt the old magic begin to thrum in his veins. The edges of his map for the Order suddenly became clearer. The area would be bigger, so much bigger, of course, encompassing most of the UK. But that suddenly seemed right to Sirius in a way it hadn't before. He focused on England and Scotland, making Hogwarts the magical center of Scotland and London the magical center of England. Places would bloom on the map underneath a whispered spell, like the cottage in Wales, even Grimmauld Place. He could plot places like Malfoy Manor and the Borough, even without physical samples from any family members. It was as if the map was ready to plot concentrations of magic underneath his fingertips through his quill. For the first time in a long time, Sirius felt useful, full of the brilliance of magic that always glimmered at the edges of his vision. Therefore, predictably, it all went to hell as September closed its doors and October opened its days. A bomb, the Muggle News said. 8 dead, 11 injured, near an old phone box. The Muggle News covered it for a few days until something else took their attention. The Prophet had to cover it. It was the entrance to the Ministry of Magic. The Order met in Grimmauld Place at the beginning of October.
The Ministry is insisting it was also a bomb, perhaps planted by Muggles or by
Kingsley sighed.
Muggle-born supporters.
I can't believe they are making this a blood purity issue.
Sirius said sharply.
I bloody well can.
Andromeda replied. Sirius tilted his head.
That way it plays to their supporters while not admitting that it was Voldemort or his followers.
Why attack the Ministry at all? The Ministry is doing its best to stay, Neutral?
Remus asked. Alastair Moody whirled his eye toward Remus.
Because it's a statement. Not even the Ministry is safe.
Are we sure they weren't trying to break in?
Snape asked.
I think there are less spectacular ways to do that.
Dumbledore answered quietly.
And it wasn't just muggles. 5 wizards and witches also died in the blast. 7 injured.
Tonks added.
The cleanup.
She stopped, and Ted reached over to squeeze her shoulder. She smiled slightly at the reassurance.
So what do we do now?
Arthur Weasley asked tiredly.
I had just gotten to work. 5 minutes earlier, and it could have been me.
He looked grim, and Molly's eyes filled with tears for a moment. Remus squeezed Molly's hand underneath the table briefly.
The cleanup, did it give any useful evidence?
Dumbledore asked. Moody, Shacklebolt, and Tonks all exchanged looks.
The short answer is yes.
Moody said.
There was clearly dark magic done, and an explosion spell. Likely channeled some of the muggle gas lines underneath the streets.
Pettigrew would be good at that.
Sirius observed. Remus looked at him but then sighed.
I'd imagine.
Moody said.
We picked up extreme traces of dark spells. We are still seeing if we can match the spells to the casters, but it's difficult.
There were also...
Kingsley paused.
There were also a lot of tissue and other samples at the scene. We have been able to collect some, sort them, make sure they didn't belong to any of the victims.
Remus grimaced, suddenly looking like he wanted to lose his dinner.
Sirius, I hate to ask this.
Kingsley continued.
If I want any to see if I can incorporate them into the map.
He frowned but nodded.
I do. It's more crucial than ever to figure out where they are.
And in the meantime,
Remus asked.
It feels like we are sitting ducks, just waiting for their next attack.
Tonks nodded.
Clearly this is disturbing and frustrating.
Dumbledore started.
But we have to be cautious.
Sirius said a little bitterly. Dumbledore looked at him but didn't reply.
We continue as we mean to go on. Sirius, you continue to work on the map. Tonks, Moody, Shacklebolt, please continue to investigate, provide Sirius with what he needs. See if there are any other sympathizers we can pull into the order from the Ministry. You too, Arthur, you're well liked. This has got to have shaken people up.
Arthur nodded.
Remus?
Dumbledore said. Sirius watched Remus look up at his name.
I know you want to help more.
Dumbledore said. Sirius saw Remus frown.
Well, if I get kicked out of my position as the resident dark creature at Hogwarts, I could work for the Order full-time.
Sirius took his hand underneath the table and squeezed.
I know it's been difficult, Remus.
Remus sighed.
I'm not interested in the argument anymore,
he said.
I need you at Hogwarts,
Dumbledore said.
The children need you there. You provide them with more protection and guidance than I think you know. Harry, Hope, Ron, Hermione, Neville, more. They'll need you there.
Remus was looking at the table, but he nodded. Molly nodded too.
Go home, rest. We will regroup soon,
Dumbledore said. Remus and Sirius flew back to their quarters in Hogwarts. They were barely done shaking ash from their clothes when Sirius took Remus in his arms.
Fucking hell, Moony,
he said.
Tissue samples, blood magic probably, and soon,
Remus said.
Umbridge telling the students it was muggles.
Sirius countered. Remus closed his eyes, rested his forehead on Sirius's shoulder.
Peter.
In response, Sirius tightened his arms. They were quiet for several moments.
What do you need from me, Moony?
Sirius asked softly. Remus picked his head up, looked Sirius in the eye. They were so close, Sirius could feel Remus's breath on his cheek.
I know you. You don't want to repeat old patterns.
Remus started.
But I need for me.
Moony, it's all right.
Take me to bed,
Remus said.
I need to feel you.
Sirius closed the small distance between them, and Remus kissed him like a drowning man. They broke apart enough to make it to their bedroom, Sirius beginning to strip down his clothes as he went. When they reached the bed, Remus stripped slowly and efficiently, his cock already half hard. He got onto the bed and held out his hand to Sirius. Sirius divested himself of his trousers and pants and took Remus's hand, joining him on the bed.
Tell me what you want, Moony.
Kiss me first,
Remus said. Sirius did, Remus surging into the kiss, swiping his tongue along Sirius's. Sirius quickly was running out of breath, so he broke the kiss for a moment and then changed angles, tipping his head. That earned a groan from Remus. so Sirius pressed on, as if he could transmit all of his love and all the comfort he could provide through his mouth. He let his touch be light but firm, tracing down Remus's shoulders and arms, squeezing his biceps a little, then traveling down his forearms and tangling their fingers. When Remus broke the kiss for air, he trailed kisses along Sirius's cheekbones, his chin, and along his jaw. Sirius lifted his hands and tangled them into Remus's hair, cupping the back of his head and pulling him in for another kiss.
Your hands.
Remus breathed, as this time Sirius broke the kiss to trail kisses down Remus's jaw and throat. In answer, Sirius moved his hands, sliding them down along Remus's sides and hips, along the outside of his thighs, which trembled under Sirius's touch. Sirius reached up and gently rubbed the back of his knuckles up Remus's cock, and Remus shivered.
All right, Moony.
Remus had tilted up his head back at the touch, and when he looked back at Sirius, his eyes were large.
Very all right.
He muttered the protection charm underneath his breath.
Make me feel safe,
he said, his voice breaking a little, and Sirius's own heart broke a little, even though he wanted nothing more than that. Not just now, but always.
Yes, here, darling. I'm right here.
Sirius dipped his head down, let his tongue swipe the tip of Remus's cock. Remus gasped.
I don't know if...
Sirius started, his own cock hard and leaking against him.
Then don't wait,
Remus said, also muttering the lubrication charm, gasping a little after he did so. Sirius reached down between them, pressing one finger gently inside. Remus moaned but pushed back, body pliant already underneath Sirius's. Sirius tried a second finger, then a third, watched a bit as Remus, beautiful, writhed a bit beneath him, shifting his shoulders and his hips against the sheets.
Padfoot.
Remus breathed, and then Sirius took Remus at his word and didn't wait anymore, pushed into Remus until Remus's chest was rising and falling heavily. He placed a kiss to Remus's jaw and moved, at first setting a slow pace, but quickly picking up as Remus groaned again.
Sirius, Padfoot,
Sirius tried to keep his rhythm steady, fast, but not out of control. He took Remus's cock in his hand and fisted it, drawing his hand up and down in time with his rhythm. To Sirius's surprise, it didn't take much, Remus gasping and coming after only a few strokes, shuddering through the aftershocks. Sirius placed a kiss to Remus's temple. Remus wrapped his arms tighter around Sirius, lifted one leg to use his heel to pull Sirius further inside, keep a knee around his hip. Sirius gasped. His rhythm held for a few more minutes until he could take it no longer and sped up, coming with a groan, his hips snapping as he emptied himself into Remus. They were still for a moment until Sirius rolled to the side, using a spell to clean up and pulling their duvet over them. He gathered Remus into his arms, and Remus tucked his head underneath Sirius's chin. Sirius knew in this position that Remus was listening to his heartbeat.
I've got you, Moony. I've got you,
he said, his voice quiet over the sound of their breathing. As was the course of war, Sirius felt they were either in two modes, hurry up or wait. The attack on the Ministry had meant they needed to hurry, but as the days slipped away, Sirius felt like they were in waiting mode, holding for the next time that Voldemort or his followers would slip out of the shadows and attack. He continued to work on the map, the Marauder's map, lighting the way. He would see Harry's marker and remember that it had been James's idea to spell the map to send messages to potential readers. He could trace the edges of the castle and realize that the edges of London were too far apart. He would get a tissue sample from Moody and remember that Remus had once sneezed on the parchment, which is how they had learned it could absorb the essence of its makers. Before he knew it, they had reached his birthday, and Remus, Hope, and Harry were gathered in the sitting room of their quarters, Hope nearly bouncing on the balls of her feet with excitement. Remus was buttoning up his coat when Sirius asked,
"So where are we going?"
They had gotten permission from Dumbledore to take the children out of the castle for a day. Sirius secretly thought Dumbledore agreed to it out of guilt about Remus, but he wasn't going to question it too closely.
Not far,
Remus said, wrapping his scarf around.
We can walk there.
To Hogsmeade,
Sirius asked.
You'll see,
Hope said, grinning, and Sirius was suddenly a little afraid because he had seen that grin on his own face and knew what it meant. Remus must have caught the look on his face because he clapped him on the back.
Cheer up, Padfoot. It's your birthday.
Sirius threw him a not at all mollified look, and Remus laughed. Soon they were out of the castle, indeed walking down to Hogsmeade, the children chattering with their heads together while Remus and Sirius followed behind. Sirius enjoyed the day, cold but clear, not really paying attention to where they were going, so he was surprised when they suddenly stopped. He looked up.
No.
He said. Harry and Hope were both grinning at him.
No, this is a practical joke or something, right? A prank.
Nope.
Hope said, now actually bouncing on her toes.
Come on, Padfoot. It'll be fine. You can owl ahead and get a private room for celebrations, which Harry so thoughtfully did,
Remus said. Sirius glared at him. He looked to Harry, who was looking extremely pleased with himself. They had stopped in front of Madame Puddifoot's tea shop.
There will be cake?
Hope tried.
There had better be cake.
Sirius grumbled as Remus opened the door and held it open for them. It was a Friday, so the shop had plenty of customers, but wasn't crowded the way it always was on Hogsmeade weekends. Still, Sirius saw Remus take about half a step back when they entered the shop before quickly recovering. Sirius raised an eyebrow.
It's just very pink is all.
Remus said, grinning too.
This isn't funny.
Sirius shot back.
They think it's funny.
Hope whirled her head back around.
We really do.
Sirius looked at Remus.
I think it's funny.
Remus admitted, laughing a little as Madame Puddifoot herself came forward to usher them into the private room and wish Sirius a happy birthday. A little while later, fully stuffed with tea and cake, Sirius was in a slightly better mood. He watched as a painting of Cupid on the wall shot an arrow toward him.
All right, you lot. If this is my fate, then I demand presents to make up for it,
he said.
Who taught you your manners?
Harry asked.
The governess,
Sirius replied.
And that one was a mean one too.
Remus reached into his coat pocket and took out 3 tiny packages he had clearly shrunk for the walk. He returned them to their regular sizes with a spell.
Okay, who first?
Sirius eyed his companions.
Hope.
Hope beamed and reached for a fairly small package wrapped in pink paper with glitter.
Glitter,
Sirius asked.
Glitter is awesome.
Hope replied.
When she was little, she used to call it magic in a jar,
Remus said. Hope shot him a bit of a look, but he shrugged.
Well, that does make it better,
Sirius said, opening the package. Inside was a red velvet box, and when he opened it up, it revealed a royal blue orb he could hold in the palm of his hand. It was clear, but it was swirling with blue light.
Pan it.
Hope instructed.
In your hand.
Sirius did, and soft piano music began to pour out, Chopin if he wasn't mistaken.
Is that?
Hope nodded.
That's me, playing. It's a sound catcher. I recorded some songs and I can add more, or change them out if you like. But this way, anytime you want to hear me.
She stopped, blushing a bit. Sirius stole a look at Remus, who was smiling softly.
Oh, Hope, it's lovely and amazing. I'll listen to it every day.
He stood up and walked around the table to engulf her in a hug, kissing the top of her head.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Pads,
she said, smiling gently. Sirius set the orb carefully back in its box.
Okay, Potter, you're up.
Harry picked up a present that looked suspiciously like a book and handed it to Sirius. Sirius was right. It was a book, a paperback copy of Crime and Punishment. He looked up at Harry, who was grinning.
If this is a repeat joke along the lines of the sneakerscope last year, very ha, Harry,
Sirius said. All 3 of his companions laughed.
The sneakerscope was funny,
Remus said.
It really, really was,
Harry said.
The look on your face.
Hope laughed.
Yes. You 3 clearly enjoy torturing me on my own birthday, you lot.
Harry gestured.
Open the book to the front cover.
Sirius did, and found that the book was older than he had thought, and there was an inscription on the inside. He recognized his own precise handwriting.
To Prongs, the best mate a man could ever have. Happy Christmas. Thank you for giving me a home, and for all your good company. I know you like Muggle books, and the lady in the shop said this was a classic. You're a classic. Your friend, Padfoot.
Sirius swallowed hard, suddenly blinking back tears.
Where did you find this?
When you took me to Gringotts over the summer, and I got to see my vault for the first time, it had some of my parents' things in it. I found this, took it for later, thought you might want it someday.
Harry, this is amazing, I don't.
Sirius had to stop, take a breath.
I don't have anything of your dad's, except you, I guess.
Harry made a bit of a face, but it was half-hearted.
Anyway, thank you, it's wonderful.
Sirius got up and met Harry out of his seat, giving him a tight hug that Harry returned. As Sirius returned to his seat, he said,
Well, I don't think you can top those two, Moony, but I'll take your present anyway.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But here it is anyway. It's just a sample, by the way. The rest is back in our quarters.
Sirius shot him a bit of a look because Remus's package was by far the largest. As he tore the simple cream paper off, he opened a box. Inside there were records, at least a dozen vinyl albums that Sirius began to flip through. The Beatles, Queen, Bowie, T-Rex.
Moony.
Sirius breathed.
It's not your record collection. That's long lost to history, I'm afraid.
Remus said.
But I have been trying to recreate it. Like I said, this is just some of it. And there's now a turntable set up in the corner by where you work during the day, but you can turn it up to hear it wherever in our quarters you want.
Sirius looked up at him from where he was going through the albums.
Is this what you were doing when you would go out and say you were doing the shopping, but never really return with any food?
Hope laughed as Remus ducked his head.
Yes, I kept telling him you were going to end up catching him, but he's not subtle.
Sirius shook his head.
No, he's really not, but he is amazing,
he said and leaned over to give Remus a kiss.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Padfoot,
Remus said.
Happy birthday.
I think this calls for more cake,
Sirius said. The kids cheered a bit as Remus groaned, but Remus sent a smile in his direction. They walked back to the castle, Hope and Harry saying goodbye and happy birthdays again, as Sirius and Remus dropped them off at Gryffindor Tower. Sirius and Remus continued to their rooms, stepping inside and shedding off their winter wear. Remus watched as Sirius walked over to the corner, the turntable sitting on a chest of drawers, clearly visible now that Remus had removed the slight misdirection charm from it. Sirius turned it on, watching the table rotate even without a record on it. Remus came up behind him, wrapping his arms around Sirius's middle and placing his chin on Sirius's shoulder.
Today was lovely, Madame Puttyfoots and all,
Sirius said. Remus hummed.
That was their idea, you know.
Oh, I am sure.
Sirius laughed.
You went along with it, though.
Of course I did. The look on your face?
Remus moved his head down a bit, muffling his laugh in Sirius's shoulder, placing a kiss there. Sirius barked out a laugh, too.
You were a good sport about it,
Remus observed.
Of course I was. The kids.
Sirius said, lifting the needle experimentally with one finger.
Fun.
Remus hummed.
I was just thinking, since you were such a good sport, you might deserve a reward.
He felt Sirius stiffen a bit in his arms, and he squeezed him a bit.
Such as?
Well, it's still your birthday,
Remus observed.
That it is.
So I thought you might want to be the one to choose. Do you want to fuck me into the mattress? Or would you like me to fuck you into the mattress?
Sirius drew a heavy breath.
You have a filthy mouth, Professor Lupin.
Remus hummed agreement.
And the latter, please.
Remus snorted a little into Sirius's shoulder.
The latter? Yet I'm the one you call Professor.
He noted.
Moony.
Sirius groaned.
Don't tease.
He managed to turn in Remus's grip and placed a hot, wet kiss to Remus's mouth. Remus could already feel Sirius on his thigh, and he used his grip to pull them closer. Sirius drew a breath between his teeth.
I'll tease all I want,
Remus said, nipping at Sirius's jaw, his earlobe.
Moony.
Sirius nearly whined, and Remus laughed a little.
Come now, Padfoot. Let's go to bed, and if you're very good, I think that I'll let you ride me. How does that sound? You in my lap, with my cock inside you.
Sirius stared at him a bit, his lips red from their kiss.
It should be my birthday every day if it gets you to talk like this,
he breathed. Remus kissed him again.
I could talk like this forever,
he said, and he watched in satisfaction as Sirius swallowed hard. Remus turned on his heel and walked toward their bedroom, hearing Sirius's footsteps behind them. They undressed quickly, and Remus settled at the head of the bed by the headboard.
You move fast,
Sirius observed.
You need to move faster.
Remus countered, and Sirius did, crawling up the bed and kissing Remus, long and a little sloppy. Remus muttered the protection charm just in case, and quickly followed it with a lubrication charm that earned a gasp from Sirius.
That's right, Padfoot. Open up for me. There you go.
Sirius stared, a flush across his high cheekbones. Remus trailed a hand down Sirius's chest, carefully avoiding his cock, letting 2 fingers trail near Sirius's entrance.
How do you feel about 2 fingers at once?
Remus asked, seemingly casually. Sirius flushed further and groaned.
I'll take that as a yes,
Remus said, slipping 2 fingers inside of Sirius and hearing him his hiss. He raised an eyebrow.
Don't you bloody stop.
Sirius gritted out.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, darling.
Remus said, moving his fingers in and out rather rapidly, then curling them in on an inside thrust, causing Sirius to lean forward and moan.
Moony.
Sirius breathed out.
Are you ready for me already, Padfoot? Do you think you can take it? Take it all.
Remus gasped a little as Sirius's head snapped up, eyes nearly all black, blown open with want. Sirius nodded. At that, Remus removed his fingers and grabbed his cock. Sirius shifted up and they coordinated together, Sirius sinking down as Remus held on until he was totally engulfed in Sirius.
Ah!
Remus let out, and Sirius used one hand to brace himself against the headboard.
You probably want to go slowly at first, Padfoot, but I must be clear, my expectations are that you end up setting up a pounding rhythm.
Sirius blinked at him, leaning in for another kiss before doing just that, rocking slowly at first, before lifting himself up and then back down onto Remus's cock. Remus thrust up at just the right moment, and it earned a moan from Sirius. Soon, they had set up a pulsating rhythm, and Sirius seemed lost in concentration. For himself, Remus could only feel Sirius around him, his breath heavy and wet against him, his arm where it was braced over his shoulder.
That's it, Padfoot. That's it.
He gritted out, shifting his hips just enough that Sirius stuttered out a moan. He reached down between them, fisting Sirius's cock, gasping when Sirius did. They spent several long minutes like that before Sirius breathed out.
I Moony, I close,
he said.
Oh, excellent.
Remus managed.
Do you think we can come together, or as closely as possible?
At that, Remus twisted his wrist, and Sirius did come, losing his rhythm as he spent himself between them. Remus followed just after, breathing hard.
Well done, Sirius.
He managed as Sirius slowed. They breathed hard for a few minutes until Sirius gingerly pulled himself off of Remus, flopping down on his back on the bed while Remus said the cleaning charm. Sirius lay on his back for a few minutes, his arms slung across his eyes. Remus settled down a little further into the pillows.
Bloody hell, Moony,
Sirius finally said.
Merlin, you should use that wonderful mouth more often. Don't save it for special occasions.
He uncovered his eyes and looked at Remus and grinned.
I'll take notes in bed only when I bloody well feel like it,
Remus said, grinning back. Sirius threw his arm over his eyes again.
Moony,
he said. Remus kept grinning, even though Sirius couldn't see. A few days later, Sirius needed a break from the map. He put on one of the new records Remus had gotten him and opened a book on the couch. He even went so far as to open a bottle of wine, wondering if Remus would like some before or with dinner. Sirius had been well and truly settled for a little while by the time Remus opened the door and came through. He looked exhausted, but he took his robe off to reveal the red jumper and tan slacks he often favored underneath his robes in the fall and winter. Remus smiled at the sight of Sirius and began to make his way over to the sofa before stopping and scrunching his nose.
Did you start the pudding already?
Remus asked. Sirius looked at him confused.
No. I assume the house elves might produce some following dinner, which is warming in the oven. Roast chicken and potatoes, I think.
He frowned as Remus did.
I just smell something sweet.
Could be the wine,
Sirius said. Remus shook his head.
No, something like treacle tart.
Sirius tilted his head.
Harry and I did have lunch together today. He brought some things from the Great Hall, including treacle tart. It's his favorite.
Remus nodded.
Of course, that must be it.
Sirius carefully closed his book, looking at Remus, who was still standing in front of the couch, rubbing a hand over his tired eyes.
That was hours ago, Moony. I don't smell anything.
Remus shrugged.
I don't know. Maybe werewolf senses.
The moon was over a week ago,
Sirius pointed out. Remus shrugged again.
Don't know then. Not a big deal.
You got a little twitchy at Madame Puttyfoot's too,
Sirius noted.
That was nothing.
Remus waved a hand. At Sirius's look, he asked,
What?
Sirius took a breath.
Marmalade,
he said. Remus went absolutely still.
You've been bothered by sweet smells lately?
No, a couple of times over the last few days doesn't mean anything.
Sirius stood.
It might not, but it might.
Remus sucked in a breath, shook his head.
We've been so careful,
he said.
Nothing's foolproof. The charm we use has about a 3% failure rate.
I know the statistics, Sirius.
I'm not saying you don't, Moony.
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Sirius said slowly.
You've also been exhausted lately.
We're all exhausted, Sirius.
Remus argued.
I spend all day reading from a textbook. and fielding glares and insinuations from Dolores Umbridge. And that's when I'm not constantly worried about Hope, or Harry, or you, or what Voldemort's next move is going to be, and when it will happen again.
Sirius spoke softly.
We are all exhausted,
He admitted.
but not falling into bed by 7 in the evening exhausted, which you've done 3 times this week.
Padfoot,
Remus said, and it was a pleading sound. Sirius could hear the tears behind it.
Come here.
Sirius said, drawing Remus toward him. It took a moment, but suddenly Remus literally crumpled against him, arms around his shoulders.
I can't. Why does this happen when the world is ending?
Remus's voice broke.
Oh, Moony,
Sirius said, and held on a little tighter.
Voldemort is back, and Peter and Bellatrix are out of prison, blowing up the Ministry and likely headed straight for you, for us, as soon as they can possibly have the chance. No one's safe, not Arthur Weasley, not you. Umbridge already thinks I would turn my daughter, and probably half the school if given the chance. Dumbledore seems willing to let her go right on thinking that. Harry was put through hell, and then kidnapped and tortured while his friend was murdered. Hope, Merlin, Peter will want her. It's the quickest way. It's the...
Remus stopped, and the tears did start.
Moony, we don't know anything for sure yet. Don't get ahead of yourself.
The last time...
Remus started. Sirius held on tighter.
The world had ended. I know, love. And you were alone and afraid. This will not be that. Even if you are then, well, I'm here. I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere.
You can't promise me that,
Remus said, and it was the most broken sound Sirius had ever heard. He sighed. Hope said he didn't say anything he didn't mean, so he wouldn't, not even now.
No, I can't. But I can do my damn best, and Peter, Bellatrix, and the rest of the lot can fuck off. Even if I have to take you and Hope and Harry to America or New Zealand or Japan, and we say no to this stupid war and prophecy, and pack our things and go, we will. If we have to, we will.
No, we won't.
Watch me,
Sirius said. Remus took a breath.
Now that we suspect, I don't know if I can wait.
Sirius let go of Remus, just enough to be able to look at him.
It's barely 6. You think Poppy might be in the infirmary still? She might be able to. I don't know. Some kind of diagnostic or scan or something.
Remus nodded.
We can try it.
I'll flu her office,
Sirius said. He took a pinch of flu powder and said the name and location. It only took a few moments for Poppy Pomfrey's bright face to appear in the fire.
Sirius, this is a surprise. Do you need something?
Actually, yes, Poppy.
Is it Hope or Harry?
Sirius shook his head.
It's about something different altogether. Would you mind if Remus and I flew up to the infirmary? I know it's the end of your day, but it shouldn't take long.
Of course not, dear. I have students here. The second years have a nasty bout of flu going around. I'll be here for a while yet. Would you like to come now? They're all resting.
That would be wonderful, Poppy, thank you,
Sirius said. He brought his head out of the fire and looked at Remus.
Ready.
Remus nodded. He took some flu powder and went first, with Sirius quickly on his heels. The next moment, they were in Poppy Pomfrey's cozy office. Poppy smiled at them as they wiped a bit of ash off, and then she motioned them to the 2 chairs across from her desk. Sirius recognized one as the one she had put by Sirius's bedside after he had escaped from Azkaban. Remus took that one. Sirius took the other. Poppy looked between them, measuring.
I doubt this is a social call, is it? Not that I wouldn't welcome that any time,
she said. Remus shook his head no. Sirius looked at him, decided to speak first.
We need your medical expertise,
he said. Poppy raised an eyebrow.
I can gather.
Sirius saw Remus look down at his folded hands, then up.
Sirius and I, we have a theory. I need to see if it's valid or not.
Sirius waited to see if Remus would say more, but he didn't.
Poppy, we think Remus might be pregnant again.
Poppy did not look at all surprised.
There are diagnostics I can do for that. Many, in fact. They are simple and painless and quite fast. What would you like to know?
Sirius looked at Remus, who answered.
Just if I am. We've been careful since, but...
But there's a small failure rate.
Remus nodded.
I just want to know.
Perhaps a very basic scan. It can give me a positive or a negative result. If positive, it would tell me about how far along gestation is, and an approximate due date.
That would be wonderful, Poppy. Thank you. Do I need to lay down or something?
Remus asked. Poppy shook her head and smiled.
I can perform it right here as you are.
Sirius saw Remus's hand reach for his and he took it, squeezed. Remus nodded. Poppy brought out her wand and muttered an incantation. A golden, shimmering glow began to pour out of her wand. It headed toward Remus, who was sitting stock still in his chair. The light began to slowly outline his entire body, as if he had conjured an aura for himself, bright and shining. When the light finished its work, Sirius heard Poppy whisper.
Finite incantatum.
The light disappeared from around Remus, slowly fading.
That's...
Remus said.
That's a positive.
Poppy said gently.
If it had been a negative, the light would have faded from my wand almost immediately.
Remus's hand started shaking even in Sirius' hand.
And...
It's early days. I'd say you're probably about 6 weeks along, give or take. Due end of June, right after term ends.
Not so far from hope,
Remus whispered.
Just a couple of weeks.
Poppy agreed. They were silent for a moment.
Thank you, Poppy,
Sirius said.
Not at all.
Poppy said.
My colleagues, they can't.
Remus suddenly said, sounding stricken.
Remus, you're my patient, and I hold your confidentiality strictly.
Remus nodded.
This seems like a bit of a surprise. Why don't you go home, get some rest, and we can always talk more soon. If you do. Well, if you need care, I'd like to offer you my services. I may work at Hogwarts, but I'm as trained as much, even in these matters, as any of my colleagues.
Remus nodded again. Sirius moved Remus's hand so he could pull him up. Remus was beginning to alarm him a little bit. Shock was definitely the word. Now was the time to get him back to their rooms. Remus followed the tugging of Sirius's hand in his and stood.
Thank you again, Poppy,
Sirius said. Remus nodded and let Sirius put a pinch of flue powder into the fireplace to lead them back home. Sirius busied himself in the kitchen making tea, while Remus went off in the direction of their bedroom. Sirius heard the shower running and waited for a few minutes after it stopped, bringing 2 mugs into their bedroom. Remus was in bed, dressed in an old Hogwarts hoodie of Sirius's and joggers. Sirius came and sat on his side of the bed, handing Remus his tea, and then settling against the headboard, propping himself up on some pillows. Remus took a sip of tea, looked at Sirius.
Chamomile, you must think I'm really upset.
He offered a rather wan smile.
I think we are both over 35, and black tea will keep us up until 3 in the morning,
Sirius said. He placed a hand over Remus's, rubbed his knuckles.
This okay?
His voice was soft.
Merlin, yes.
Sirius was quiet for a moment, not sure what to say.
How long have you wandered?
Remus asked, breaking the silence. Sirius considered.
I don't know if it was actually a conscious thought, but I did notice your reaction at my birthday.
Remus nodded.
I didn't think much of it. The smell, it did hit me hard, but...
He shrugged.
You didn't think of this as a possibility.
Remus shook his head. Sirius took another sip of tea.
You know, there are ways...
He started.
Just stop.
Remus shook his head.
I may be surprised and shaken, but no, I won't even consider it.
All right,
Sirius said easily.
This is you and me. I couldn't even really consider it with hope. Definitely not now.
All right,
Sirius said again.
I'm scared to death.
Remus admitted quietly.
I know, Moony, I know.
The circumstances, the war, it's only going to get worse. You and I both know that.
Sirius nodded, looking at him.
Harry needs to know about the prophecy, and we still haven't made a decision about that.
Remus, you don't need to worry about Harry at the moment.
I always worry about Harry, and about Hope, and about you.
Sirius ran his thumb over Remus's knuckles again.
I would tell you not to worry about that, but I know you will anyway.
And this, if Umbridge found out.
Umbridge won't find out,
Sirius said sharply. Remus looked over at him.
This is not a thing you can hide forever.
Your robes are pretty spacious.
To Sirius's surprise, Remus tilted his mouth up a bit.
You didn't see me before. Nothing's that spacious.
Sirius tilted his mouth in answer.
Then we will cross that bridge when and if we get to it. That bitch should have no place in our personal life. I won't let her.
Remus hummed.
You're right.
He was silent for a moment.
How do you feel about it?
He asked softly, looking up at Sirius. In answer, Sirius put down his mug and gently took Remus's from him too, setting it on the table. He slid down the pillows until they were laying down, close, facing each other. He kept Remus's hand in one of his hands and put the other gently on Remus's arm.
Honestly,
Sirius asked.
Always.
Remus answered. Sirius took a breath.
I'm quite thrilled, actually.
He said. Remus searched his face.
Surprised, yes. This was unexpected.
Sirius paused.
And it's not a do-over for Hope. I can't change that, but...
He paused again, trying to find the right words.
But I love you, and Hope is nothing short of miraculous. I can't believe this will be anything short of miraculous either.
Remus took a shuddering breath, and Sirius knew he was close to crying.
It'll be difficult, and the world is terrifying. But this, us, Hope, Harry.
Sirius paused.
Another child. It could be the most beautiful thing.
Remus did cry now, tears flowing down his cheeks. Sirius wiped a few away with his thumb.
I'm scared to death,
Remus said again.
Then I'll carry enough courage for the both of us. Besides, you underestimate yourself, Remus Lupin. Always have. You have more courage than I can even fathom.
Remus sighed.
Doesn't feel like it at the moment.
There will be other moments,
Sirius said. Remus nodded. Sirius brushed his thumb against Remus's cheek again.
You're exhausted, Moony. You haven't eaten, though. Do you want a plate?
Remus shook his head.
No, just to sleep,
he said. Sirius nodded.
I'll stay with you.
He gathered Remus even closer, and Remus relaxed a little further until soon his breathing had evened out, steady and strong against Sirius's chest. Sirius held him a little closer and allowed himself a smile. Remus was up first the next morning, and Sirius found him in the kitchen, puttering around with tea and toast. It was a Saturday, and Remus was still in the hoodie and joggers from the night before. Sirius came up behind him at the toaster and pressed a kiss to the nape of Remus's neck.
All right there, Moony.
Remus turned around and placed a quick, simple kiss to Sirius's lips, surprising Sirius.
Not all the way there, but better. I may not be all the way there for quite some time. Maybe not for 8 more months,
he said. Sirius nodded, moved to take the mugs out of the cabinet.
But Sirius.
Remus started. Sirius paused, turned at the note he heard in Remus's voice. Remus was looking at him seriously.
Yeah.
I don't want you to think. I don't want you to think this isn't wanted.
Moony, I didn't think. I'd never think.
Remus held up a hand to stop him.
My feelings might be more complicated than yours, and they are complicated from the war, certainly. And also, I'll admit, from what I went through with Hope.
Sirius looked down briefly, but then looked up and met Remus's eyes again.
But I think you are right. This could be the most beautiful thing. We made one really amazing kid already. I think it's fair to think this may be pretty amazing too.
Sirius leaned over and kissed Remus again, lingering a little bit.
I think so too,
he agreed. Remus smiled at him gently, and Sirius's heart leapt at the sight. The next Friday found Remus in a hospital gown on a bed in the infirmary. Poppy Pomfrey had made sure the infirmary was empty, and she had locked and warded the entrance to warn of visitors. Sirius was in a chair at his side, holding his hand.
Remus, it's still early days. I'd like to check your physiology and the fetus health so far. As you know, there are no guarantees. But seeing as you have successfully carried one pregnancy to term, I think your odds, even in a magical pregnancy, are quite good,
Poppy said.
I'll be as non-invasive as possible. First, I'll need to examine your abdomen, check for the placement of a womb and make sure that's in order. Next, I'll take your vitals, heart rate, blood pressure. With your age, I'm a little concerned about preeclampsia, which I'd like to monitor closely. Then I'd like to perform some diagnostic spells, check for fetal placement, overall health, a good attachment to the lining of the womb. I can project that in the air if you would like.
We'd see the...
Sirius cut himself off.
If you'd like,
Poppy said. Remus looked over at Sirius's slightly odd face.
We would.
He nodded. Poppy smiled.
Excellent.
Remus nodded again, so thankful for Poppy Pomfrey he could cry. Poppy gently lifted his gown, exposing his stomach. She did as she had told him, carefully palpating his abdomen with her gentle, capable fingers. She smiled down at him.
I can feel the placement of the womb alongside your internal organs. They've shifted a bit, of course, to make room, but the placement seems good and well established already.
Remus looked over at Sirius, who was watching closely and a little reverently. Poppy then took his pulse, waved her wand, and then gently felt Remus's neck and down onto his shoulders.
Your heart rate is a little high, but nothing to be concerned about,
she said.
Nervous,
Remus said, and Poppy nodded with a little laugh.
Blood pressure is good so far. I'm very pleased about that.
She paused with her wand out.
Are you ready?
Remus nodded and Poppy waved her wand. Once again, a glowing golden light emitted from it, this time focusing on Remus's stomach. As it did so, a picture began to form in the air in front of them, also golden, and slowly came into focus. The outline was thick along the edges, with more empty space on the inside, and there, near the bottom, a very small outline, almost a clump. Remus heard Sirius gasp next to him. He was leaning forward almost out of his chair.
Is that?
Poppy nodded. She pointed at the clump.
That's the fetus there.
Remus drew a breath.
Usually this early muggles would have trouble running diagnostics, but magic is far more useful for that. The placement is good. The fetus looks strongly attached to the uterine wall right now. If you look, you can see the umbilical cord and the placenta.
Poppy pointed to the projection, running her finger near it as she outlined.
The heartbeat is strong.
Remus was surprised.
You can detect the heartbeat already.
Poppy nodded.
It's early, of course, still really the beginning of an electrical signal, but magic is better at this than muggle technology.
She paused.
Would you like to hear it?
Remus looked over at Sirius again. He took one look and knew what Sirius's answer would be, but he was holding out, deferring to Remus.
Yes, Poppy, please.
Poppy smiled and moved her wand a little. Suddenly a steady whooshing sound filled the infirmary.
Oh, Merlin,
Sirius breathed. Remus's throat was too full of tears to say anything. Poppy smiled down at him and waved her wand, the sound disappearing with it.
I can even tell the gender, since I've run a simple chromosomal scan, looking for abnormalities of which there are none. Would you like to know?
Remus blinked, surprised. He looked at Sirius, who raised an eyebrow.
I think let's wait. At least a little while. I'd rather tell.
Hope first at least.
Sirius finished for him. Remus and Poppy laughed at the same time.
I can imagine she'd be furious if you found out ahead of her.
Poppy observed.
As if she gets a say.
Sirius said, but he laughed too. Poppy kept grinning.
I've met her,
she said easily.
I'm going to end the spell if that's all right with you.
Yes,
Remus said, and the projection above them ended.
Remus, if all continues to go well, I'd like to see you back in about a month. Routine checkups this time. You're older, and I want to keep an eye on you.
Remus nodded.
Your symptoms have been relatively mild so far, as I think they were in your previous pregnancy, but every pregnancy is different. If anything changes, or you ever don't feel right or feel worried about anything, please come see me. I am always here.
Poppy finished.
Yes, of course, and thank you, Poppy.
Remus managed.
I'll leave you to dress now. Please see me and say goodbye on your way out.
Poppy finished. She walked away toward her office, and Remus sat up. Poppy had barely disappeared before Sirius had clasped his face and kissed him hard, quickly.
Godric, I love you so much,
Sirius said.
I love you too,
Remus said.
And you better. This is not easy.
Of course not.
Sirius agreed.
That you would even...
He shook his head, and Remus realized suddenly that Sirius was fighting his own tears.
Hey, none of that now. We heard our baby's heartbeat today. We're both in good health. Today is a happy day.
Sirius nodded.
These are tears of happiness, Moony,
he defended.
Of course.
Remus smiled, got up to redress.
Let's go have lunch.
I begged Harry off for today. He said he would come by for chess tomorrow.
I'm so glad Harry is understanding.
Remus replied.
Gets it from Lily,
Sirius said, laughing, taking Remus's hand and giving it a final squeeze.
Prongs would have asked a million questions.
Which you wouldn't have been able to avoid, and then the whole thing would come out.
Sirius grinned.
Thank Merlin I didn't knock you up at Hogwarts,
he said. Remus leveled a look at him.
Don't even joke about that.
Sirius laughed before Remus added.
And, actually, I think this time you did.
Sirius laughed even harder as they left the infirmary. They were in their quarters later that evening, both reading after dinner, when the door banged open and Hope entered, the look on her face torn between fury, misery, and embarrassment. Remus looked up, startled, and threw a glance at Sirius, who looked equally startled. Hope stalked up to where they were sitting on the couch, and Remus noted with alarm she was shaking, and there were tear tracks on her face. He sat up straighter and felt Sirius do so beside him.
Hope, love,
Remus asked. In reply, Hope burst into tears. Alarmed, Remus stood.
Hope,
He encircled her in his arms while she cried. Sirius found his eyes over Hope's head, and Remus shrugged a little. Finally, Hope managed.
I'm not sad, I'm angry.
She said.
Okay.
Remus said slowly. Hope took a deep breath, but she didn't move from Remus's arms.
I served a detention tonight for Professor Umbridge.
It's a Friday,
Remus said.
Umbridge doesn't care. She gives out detentions all the time, at all hours.
Hope said.
I got one today for tonight.
Why?
Remus asked gently. Hope's voice was muffled a little by his chest, but still clear.
For sticking up for Harry.
What?
Sirius asked.
Umbridge. She keeps teaching us in history that Voldemort was vanquished permanently in 1981. Harry argues with her sometimes, gets detention for it.
Harry hasn't said anything to us about it,
Sirius said.
Because he won't. I keep telling him to, but he says he doesn't want to bother you, and he can handle it himself.
Remus heard Sirius sigh next to him.
But today, I couldn't take it anymore. When she tried to teach the lesson, I spoke up, said that wasn't true, that Voldemort was back, that Harry had seen him.
I can imagine the reaction to that,
Remus said. Hope nodded. Her tears had slowed.
I knew I'd get detention, but I didn't care. It was the right thing to do, for Harry.
She said stubbornly.
So you stood up for Harry?
Sirius said slowly. He had reached out a hand and touched Hope gently on the back.
Yes. So after dinner, I went to my detention. Umbridge said she wanted me to write lines. 100 times. I must not tell lies.
Remus tried. Hope shook her head furiously against him.
I took out my quill, but she said she had one just for that purpose. She handed me a quill and parchment and I began to write. I asked where the ink was, and she said that wasn't a problem.
Remus felt his eyebrows come together.
A self-inking quill.
Hope shook her head again in his arms, and Remus suddenly felt dread, though he didn't know why.
Sort of. It draws on blood, of the person writing it. As you write, what you are writing appears on your hand because it's using your blood from there.
What?
Sirius said.
It writes in blood.
Hope repeated. Remus was just barely keeping his voice steady.
Hope, I'm going to let go of you now, just for a minute.
Hope nodded and Remus stepped back. He took a deep breath.
Let me see your hand, love.
Hope nodded again and lifted the sleeve of her robe, holding out her right hand for Remus and Sirius to see. I must not tell lies was etched clearly on the surface. Remus and Sirius exchanged a glance. Sirius looked as furious as Remus felt.
Hope, love, are you okay?
Remus asked gently. Hope swiped at her face again.
It hurt, but I'm not. I'm angry. It's not right. And if Harry's been getting all those detentions just for telling the truth.
You're right, Hope. It's not right. It's downright evil. I am so glad you felt like you could come to us and tell us.
He looked over at Sirius. Sirius looked down at Hope, nodded.
I think we need to go have a conversation with Professor Umbridge,
Remus said carefully.
Dad, pads, I don't know.
Hope tried.
You are not in the wrong here, Hope. What happened to you is unacceptable, and would be unacceptable for any student. It's well within my right as a member of the faculty and as a parent to talk to Professor Umbridge about it. Pads too.
I don't want you to get in trouble.
Hope said uncertainly.
If I get in trouble for this, it will be well worth it.
Remus said firmly.
I want you to stay here.
He thought.
Actually, I want you to see if you can get Harry. Both of you could spend the night.
Hope nodded, though she looked uncertain.
Good girl,
Remus said. He looked at Sirius.
We'll be back,
he said. Remus was all controlled fury. That didn't surprise Sirius, but Sirius was ready to shake the life out of something as soon as possible.
That woman, that bitch,
Sirius said. Remus set his mouth in a grim line and kept up his fast pace toward Umbridge's office.
I'm going to kill her,
Sirius said.
As much as I would enjoy that, Sirius, I'm much more interested in getting her fired.
Remus said.
I don't know. I could go back and get Hope's Quidditch bat,
Sirius said.
She's torturing children.
That she is, including our daughter.
Sirius noted the hour but didn't say anything. It was true.
She's not going to get away with that.
Remus breathed.
She could get you fired, Remus. Hope is right about that.
Then if I go out, I'm going out in a blaze of glory,
Remus said.
That's the spirit, Moony,
Sirius said as they reached Umbridge's office door. Remus reached up and pounded more than knocked. The sickly sweet voice answered.
Come in.
Remus opened the door. Umbridge was sitting behind her desk. There were photos of kittens plastered on the wall behind her, and two smallish chairs in front of her desk. There was a student desk off to the right, with a quill and parchment on it. Umbridge looked up, a sweet smile plastered on her face.
Professor Lupin, Mr. Black, to what do I owe the pleasure? Not that I am not always happy to see you, but it's getting quite late, and I was about to retire for the evening.
Of course, we would hate to keep you from a relaxing Friday evening, enjoying the fruits of your labor of torturing minor children.
Remus said, smiling so falsely at Umbridge, Sirius was actually wondering how he was managing it. Sirius watched Umbridge blink.
Excuse me, Professor Lupin, that's quite an accusation,
she said. The smile hadn't dropped from her face, but her sweet tone had, Sirius noted with some satisfaction. Remus had struck a nerve.
But a rather accurate one, from the evidence I've seen and heard,
Remus said, keeping the smile on his own face. Sirius thought it was impressive.
Hope stopped by our quarters this evening,
Remus said.
Ah, yes. Please do sit, gentlemen, if you would like to have this conversation.
Both Remus and Sirius remained standing. Umbridge tutted at them. The nerve, Sirius thought.
I understand. Your daughter is quite spirited.
Umbridge began.
It's almost as if...
She continued. Remus raised an eyebrow, and Sirius felt himself take a step forward. He knew where this was going.
Almost as if what?
Professor Lupin, I know it must be difficult for you to hear anything negative about your child, but you must see that it's at least possible that Hope is so outgoing, perhaps due to the fact that she will soon come into her own as
a werewolf.
Remus snapped, the smile gone from his face.
Professor Lupin.
Umbridge started.
Hope has not demonstrated, nor will she ever demonstrate, symptoms of lycanthropy.
Sirius cut in. Umbridge turned to him, and Sirius finally understood what Remus had been dealing with all year, looking into that toad-like face, and all the hatred barely brimming underneath the surface.
Of course you would believe that Mr. Black,
Umbridge said serenely.
I've read that once you've fallen under the spell of a...
That's quite enough,
Remus said firmly.
Hope's non-existent lycanthropy, and my own, is not at issue here.
Umbridge looked ready to argue, but Sirius took a step forward, and she stopped. He heard her take a breath.
As I said, Hope is quite spirited and loyal to her friends, who are sadly becoming a poor influence on her.
You mean Harry?
Sirius said bluntly.
Mr. Potter among others, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley.
She paused.
Indeed, you may want to pay closer attention to her peer group if you don't mind a little advice.
I quite mind a little advice,
Sirius answered. Umbridge shrugged a little, in a way that was probably meant to be cute. It turned Sirius's stomach.
In any case, Miss Lupin made some unfortunate comments in my class today, and as is expected under my purview as a professor, I did issue her a detention. If that bothers you, you may need to bring the matter up with the headmaster.
Umbridge continued.
Oh, we'll be bringing it up with the headmaster,
Sirius promised.
In fact, I may be taking it up at the ministry as well,
Sirius added. Sirius felt Remus intentionally not look at him, while he got the satisfaction of watching Umbridge shrink a little in her chair. She recovered quickly.
Discipline is well within my discretion at Hogwarts,
she said.
Indeed,
Remus said.
But instruments of torture are not,
he said.
I have used no such instruments as you call them, Professor Lupin.
Then what do you call a quill that writes with the blood of its user?
Remus asked.
Discipline,
Umbridge said. Sirius gaped a little.
I understand it's a little unusual.
A little unusual,
Sirius asked.
It's usually quite effective. I've really only found a couple of students who don't respond well to it,
Umbridge said.
It's unfortunate that Mr. Potter only continues to insist on spreading misinformation.
Sirius had heard of people seeing red before, but he hadn't actually experienced it himself until now.
So you've used this device on multiple students, on multiple occasions, including on Harry Potter,
Remus said bluntly.
As I said, it's effective. If you object to it being used with Ms. Lupin, that is noted. But I am authorized by the Ministry, and Hogwarts, to utilize discipline I think will be effective.
And you no longer want to discuss the matter,
Remus suggested.
Quite, Professor Lupin. It is getting rather late.
Yes, it is,
Remus said, and his tone and voice became so low and so dangerous, even Sirius fought to not take a step back.
Then let me be clear the first time, Professor Umbridge. I do object to it being used on my daughter. I object to it being used on Harry Potter. I object to it being used on any student, ever, at Hogwarts or elsewhere. And should you use it on Hope again, I will personally make sure that you will not ever be able to use it again on anyone.
Are you threatening me, Professor Lupin?
Quite so,
Remus said.
Since you expect me to act like a dark creature, I may find a way to do just that.
Sirius, who knew Remus would never actually hurt anyone, still enjoyed it when Umbridge paled.
By taking my complaints to the headmaster, of course.
Remus added smoothly.
Of course.
Umbridge said, the smile now wiped completely off her face.
Excellent.
Remus said. He turned to Sirius.
I think that about covers it, yes.
Sirius nodded.
Yes.
Well, excellent.
Remus repeated.
We'll see ourselves out,
he said, throwing open Umbridge's door and storming through it. Sirius made sure they were several steps down the hall before pulled Remus by the elbow into a nook and kissed him hard.
That was brilliant, Moony,
he said.
I do try,
Remus said wryly.
She's horrific, and I wish I had known just how much she was before. I've spent the term avoiding her, and I shouldn't have.
Remus shrugged.
I don't blame you.
But you face her every day. I'm so proud of you.
Sirius kissed him again.
You all right?
Remus raised an eyebrow.
I'm fine.
I'm sure that raised your blood pressure.
Yours too,
Remus added, and Sirius nodded. Remus placed a gentle hand on Sirius's arm.
It's fine, I feel fine. If that changes, I'll let you know.
Sirius nodded again.
Just so you know as well.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out Hope's soundcatcher. Remus's eyes widened.
When did you get that?
Grabbed it off the table where I'd left it as we were leaving,
Sirius said. He spun it in his palm and Umbridge's voice floated out.
It's usually quite effective.
Sirius's eyes gleamed.
I wasn't kidding about the ministry or the headmaster,
he said. This time, Remus leaned in and kissed him.
Good on you.
He paused and sighed.
Let's go talk to some teenagers,
he said, and Sirius nodded. Hope let herself be led by Remus to the kitchen, where he fixed them some tea before Hope went off to her room to read. Remus discreetly also went to their bedroom, leaving Sirius alone with Harry in the sighting room. Sirius sighed as he watched Harry finish some tea.
Harry,
he began. Harry looked away and shrugged.
I can handle myself,
he said.
I don't doubt it,
Sirius said softly.
But I thought you knew you could come to me, or Remus, about anything.
Harry whirled on him.
I know that.
You didn't about this, though,
Sirius pointed out gently. Harry sighed.
And what could you have done?
His mouth was a thin line.
I'm not Hope. I'm not actually your kid.
As good as?
Sirius said.
Maybe,
Harry said hotly.
But not legally. Umbridge has no reason to listen to you, and less to listen to Remus. She hates Remus. Do you know how many essays she has set for us on the history of werewolves or dark creatures? She implies Hope is about to turn into a drooling beast at any moment all the time. She teaches everyone that Voldemort was defeated, that he's gone for good, and if anyone says differently, she makes us serve a detention with that horrible quill. If you and Remus had complained, especially about me, she'd have the Board of Governors sack him. I know she would. And he needs to be here. We need him here. Me, Hope, everyone. And if he wasn't here, you wouldn't be here. And then, what about us?
Harry stopped suddenly, breathing hard.
Harry,
Sirius started. He wasn't prepared to see Harry's mouth start to turn in at the corner, collapse in on itself.
Oh, Harry,
he said. Harry suddenly slumped into him, and Sirius put an arm around him.
It's all. There's so much.
Harry said.
I don't. I feel responsible for everything, even though no one is telling me anything. I know the order is meeting. I know things are happening. I know something's being kept from me, probably because I'm responsible for it too.
Harry,
Sirius said quietly.
You're a child. You aren't responsible for everything.
He thought about the prophecy again, and whether or not Dumbledore and Molly might have a point.
I'm responsible for Voldemort,
Harry said quietly.
Harry Potter, you most certainly are not,
Sirius said quietly but firmly.
That was the actions of adults, and you are not responsible.
It was my blood,
Harry said.
That doesn't make it your fault,
Sirius said softly.
Cedric's my fault.
Harry's voice was barely audible.
I had him take the cup with me. Thought we could share.
Sirius blinked back tears he didn't want Harry to see.
Harry, listen to me very carefully. You did that because you are brave and true, And what happened to Cedric is in no way your fault. That was the adults too. That you offered to share is a testament to your character, and that you brought him back with you is a testament to your bravery. Harry, I love you like you are my own, and so does Remus. Your parents, they would be so proud of you. We are proud of you. Whatever else happens, they are always with you. The ones who love us never really leave us. We always carry them in our hearts. I and Remus will always carry you in ours. Come to us next time, Harry. Any time. The consequences, right now, would be ours to bear as the adults. And any you feel, we will share the burden with you. All right.
Sirius listened to Harry inhale a shaky breath. It took him a long time, but finally he said,
All right.
Sirius squeezed his shoulders.
Good. Now off to bed with you. We'll see you in the morning.
He pressed a kiss to the side of Harry's head before Harry ducked away, smiling slightly, and then headed toward his room. A few minutes later, Remus appeared in the doorway to the sitting room. He took a seat next to Sirius, and Sirius reached out and once again put his arm around the person sitting next to him. Remus leaned into the embrace, put his head on Sirius's shoulder.
How much of that did you hear?
Sirius asked. Remus sighed.
Enough.
That poor kid,
Sirius said. Remus hummed in agreement.
You were good with him.
I meant it.
I know.
Umbridge.
Sirius started.
I know, but I honestly don't want to talk about her anymore tonight. She's wrought more damage than I had even imagined.
Remus said. Sirius gently carted his fingers through Remus's hair and heard him sigh.
Come on, let's get you to bed too, Moony.
It's only 9.
2 hours past your now usual bedtime.
Sirius teased.
Your fault, Padfoot.
Remus said, but he was smiling as he sat up straighter. Sirius kissed him. Monday morning, after breakfast, Sirius went to their room to change. Remus eyed him as he put on a sharp-looking and expensive black suit with a white button-down shirt and cufflinks. He also took out his most expensive and most tailored robes, also black, and put them on, fastening them down the front. His dress shoes, already shined to a polish he could see his reflection in, went on his feet. He looked up to see Remus staring at him.
You look like you can't decide if you want to give me a large donation to some nameless charity or shag me senseless,
Sirius observed.
That's about the extent of it, yes.
Remus admitted.
You have classes, you can shag me later.
Sirius grinned. Remus rolled his eyes.
Do I want to know your plans for today?
I think you can make an educated guess,
Sirius said, and kissed him lightly.
I'm going to go head into the village so I can apparate. You have a good day of classes, Moony.
Sirius enjoyed the crisp but cold late November air, and as soon as he reached the edge of Hogsmeade, he uttered the incantation and was pulled into the swirl of apparition, landing gracefully on the London street. The Ministry had rebuilt the area around the phone booth, and Sirius joined the queue of Ministry employees, dialing when it was his turn. He went through security and passed by the large fountain, riding the lift to the top floor, nodding at Ministry employees as they got on and off. When the lift came to a stop at his floor, Sirius stepped out onto plush carpeting, the entire floor occupied only by an administrative witch sitting behind a modest mahogany desk, a set of double doors behind her, leading to the only office on the floor. The witch looked up, her hair in a tight bun and her robes a modest green.
May I help you, sir?
Sirius put on his most charismatic smile.
Indeed, I hope so. I'm here to see Minister Fudge.
The witch frowned at him slightly.
Do you have an appointment?
Sirius kept the smile on his face.
Unfortunately, no. But I feel confident that the minister will see me anyway. If you would, please let him know that Sirius Black is here to see him on urgent business.
The witch continued to frown.
Please,
Sirius reiterated.
I'm sure the minister can take a few minutes out of his busy day to see me.
The witch looked wary, but she got up and went over to the double doors, knocking on one before entering. She left the door open, and Sirius could hear a brief conversation before the witch stepped out and tried to close the door behind her.
I apologize, Mr. Black.
The witch started.
The minister is very busy today and is due in the office of Muggle Artifacts in just a minute.
Sirius continued to smile.
I'm sure he can make time for a chat before then. It's about ministry business, of course, particularly the appointments he's making at Hogwarts.
The witch hadn't closed the door all the way behind her yet, and Sirius made sure his voice carried. The witch paled as Sirius began to stride toward the door.
I'm afraid, sir,
she said, as Sirius used a hand to further open the door as he stepped around her.
I'm quite certain the minister can spare a few minutes of his hectic schedule for me.
Sirius said again, more or less letting himself into the office. Fudge was behind a large oak desk, memos flying in and out of his fireplace. He was clearly watching the exchange before him. He looked between Sirius and his assistant, finally sighing.
"It's fine, Matilda,"
he said.
"I'll see Mr. Black."
Matilda nodded quickly before beating a hasty retreat. Sirius smoothed down his robes as he sat in one of the velvet chairs across from the minister's desk.
"Minister Fudge,"
he said.
"Mr. Black, to what do I owe the pleasure?"
"Oh."
Sirius pretended to blink in surprise.
"Do you not already know?"
"I did hear that you and your companion had a rather animated conversation with one of my employees and a professor at Hogwarts on Friday evening."
Sirius smiled again.
"I rather thought you would already be informed."
"Indeed, and I must agree with Professor Umbridge
that instruments of torture are proper forms of discipline at Hogwarts now."
Fudge blinked.
"I understand you are upset, Mr. Black, but there's no need to exaggerate."
Sirius took the blue sphere from his pocket.
"Oh, it's no exaggeration, I assure you. The quill is self-inking, with the blood of the user. The user, in this case, happened to be my daughter, but it's been used on a variety of students. I have it all recorded right here."
Sirius had the satisfaction of seeing Fudge pale slightly.
"I heard there were threats made."
Fudge tried.
"Oh yes, by what you would consider a dark creature. Remus was quite agitated, but as the recording will bear out, he was only saying he would go to the headmaster if necessary."
"He's welcome to take this up with Professor Dumbledore, as are you,"
Fudge said.
"Ultimately, however, the headmaster is beholden to the Board of Governors, who has agreed."
"With instruments of torture? Tell me, do they approve of their use on every student? Purebloods as well? Or just students who have muggle blood? Or, Merlin forbid, magical creature blood?"
"Mr. Black, let me be clear."
"Oh no, Minister Fudge. Let me be clear. I know how this game is played. I'm the last male heir of the House of Black. My daughter could inherit the title from me, if she wished, but I haven't broached the subject with her, mostly because I could only imagine her reaction. You see, she wasn't brought up in that world, and I think she likely wouldn't see the point of it, and good for her, quite frankly. I, however, was brought up in that world, and though I left it quite early, and don't always see the point of it, I do know how to operate inside of it, and what it's good for. For example, I do know how to network with the old families, the Sacred 28. I doubt even Lucius Malfoy would turn me away from his home were I to suddenly find my way there. Etiquette, as you are aware. Besides, his wife is my cousin, so they're also family, and from there it would be even easier. I'm quite sure Augusta Longbottom would be happy to entertain me for an afternoon. Neville and my godson, Harry Potter, are friends at Hogwarts, you know. Then I could just make my way across the wizarding upper crust. With my pardon and my title, I couldn't really be refused. That's not even counting the money, which, thanks to my father's actual business savvy, is even more substantial than it was when I was growing up. A few well-placed donations, maybe a few handshakes with some galleons in them, and well, I could probably see anyone I'd like to run against you as your term ends. Even financed only with the black fortune and the black name, that candidate would likely be quite successful. I admit it's ambitious, and perhaps even a few well-placed lower positions would serve me better. I could make sure my influence is well dispersed. I'm quite sure I could even run for the Board of Governors myself and have a position there quite handily. That's actually not a bad idea at all. Well-placed friends at the ministry and representation on the board that governs Hogwarts, and I might just be able to start shaping the future of the wizarding world."
Fudge no longer looked annoyed. He now looked furious. Sirius smiled again.
"What do you want?"
Fudge asked. Sirius raised an eyebrow.
"For starters, I want Umbridge removed from Hogwarts."
"That's
not at all hard for you to do. I'm sure you could use her quite measurable talents somewhere here at the ministry,"
Sirius said.
"She is not, however, to use her new position to legislate against werewolves or other so-called dark creatures. For another, I want the curriculum to return to its traditional form. Practical magic should be taught at Hogwarts, including in defense against the dark arts."
"And that's all?"
Fudge asked with sarcasm.
"Oh, not at all. Not really. If I really had my way, the ministry would stop covering up the truth about Voldemort and the attacks by his followers. That would, however, involve the press, and I doubt that you want me to go that far, although I'm sure someone at the Prophet."
Sirius allowed himself to trail off.
"I'll have to speak to the headmaster,"
Fudge said.
"Of course. Your flu works, does it not?"
"I meant later, when I have time in my day.
Quite. Because I meant now while I am still here.
I'll still have to answer to the board,
Fudge said.
I'm sure you can find a way to solve that problem,
Sirius said.
Umbridge will stay through the rest of the fall term.
Oh no. Umbridge will be gone by the time I step out of this office,
Sirius said.
I thought I was being clear.
As crystal.
Fudge grit out.
Excellent. I'm so glad we had this conversation, and you see my point.
Fudge stood stiffly and used some flue powder to throw into the fire.
Albus Dumbledore's office,
he announced. They waited a moment, but then Dumbledore's face appeared in the fireplace.
Minister Fudge.
Professor Dumbledore, I have Sirius Black here in my office,
Fudge announced.
I see,
Dumbledore said, and Sirius thought he could hear the faint trace of amusement in Dumbledore's voice.
He came to see me about Dolores Umbridge.
I see,
Dumbledore said again.
I was informed there was quite a confrontation at the end of the last week. Professor Umbridge was quite worked up about it.
Apparently so were Mr. Black and Professor Lupin,
Fudge said.
I see.
Perhaps, due to all the
Fudge paused.
Differences of opinion, it might be best if Professor Umbridge is recalled from her position at Hogwarts. I could use her talents here at the Ministry, after all.
Well, if you want to invoke torture again, then I'm sure she could be of assistance.
Sirius barely held back a laugh.
I disagree with that assessment of the situation, but I do agree it might be best for all parties if Professor Umbridge returned to London.
Right. I am sure Professor Binns could easily resume his post, perhaps even tomorrow.
That sounds like a reasonable plan, Professor.
Fudge ground out.
Excellent. If you will flew Professor Umbridge and give her the news, I will gather the staff after lunch to make the announcement. From there, we will decide how to tell the students.
Of course,
Fudge said.
Right then. I assume that you are also considering that the curriculum should return to its practical nature.
Yes, that as well.
Wonderful. You'll excuse me as I have some matters to attend to,
Dumbledore said.
Is Mr. Black still with you?
He is,
Fudge answered shortly.
I just thought that perhaps he would prefer to flew back to Hogwarts rather than make alternate travel plans.
Sirius had already stood. He stooped in front of the fire next to Fudge.
That would be most beneficial on my end, thank you, Professor.
Not at all, Mr. Black.
Sirius looked at Fudge.
Minister Fudge.
Mr. Black.
Fudge managed. Sirius took a pinch of flue powder from the china bowl on the mantel and announced,
Albus Dumbledore's office, Hogwarts,
before stepping into the fireplace. He felt the momentary disorientation of using the flue network before landing behind the grate in Dumbledore's office. He brushed his robes and stepped out of the fireplace area and further into Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was looking him up and down while Fawkes gently slept on his perch near the window.
I see you had an eventful morning.
Sirius shrugged.
I just did what needed to be done,
he explained.
You got involved in official Hogwarts business?
Dumbledore said.
That woman. She used that quill with Hope, and Harry, and many others, I am sure. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but that might just be the tip of the horrible iceberg.
You misunderstand me, Mr. Black. I am actually most grateful that you did step in. I have had too fine a tightrope to follow this fall, and it's been mostly out of my hands.
Sirius blinked.
And I did not know about that quill, believe me if I had.
Sirius nodded curtly.
On that I do believe you,
he said. Dumbledore nodded. He looked at Sirius over his glasses.
If you'll excuse me, I do have business to attend to, as I said before.
Yes, you do,
Sirius said. He headed toward Dumbledore's office door.
Out of curiosity, Sirius, what did you say to Minister Fudge?
I merely reminded him I know what games he's playing, and that I can beat him at them any day I choose to do so,
Sirius said.
I have a feeling we are lucky to have you as our ally,
Dumbledore said.
I'll remind you of that the next time we disagree.
Sirius laughed, and then he did leave the office. Sirius had just finished changing and was about to settle in with the map when Remus burst in. Sirius caught the glass of water he was holding just as he nearly tipped it onto the map. He looked at the clock on the mantelpiece, 1:25 p.m., just after lunch, and presumably Dumbledore's called staff meeting.
What the hell did you do?
Remus asked.
Good afternoon to you too, Moony. I had a fine morning, thank you. How was yours?
In answer, Remus grabbed the front of Sirius's worn jumper with both hands and pulled him in for a bruising kiss. They were both out of breath when they broke apart.
If I had known I would get this type of reaction, I would have.
Sirius started.
Shut up,
Remus said and kissed him again.
Remus, not that I don't appreciate this.
Sirius started.
What? Are you going to tell me you'd rather work on the map?
Remus pushed Sirius back against the wall near the window and worked a thigh between Sirius's legs.
No,
Sirius said as Remus started in on his jaw.
But don't you have classes this afternoon?
Dumbledore cancelled this afternoon's classes, so we could make adjustments.
Remus's mouth was now on his neck.
Don't you think the kids will end up coming around?
Yeah, but they've been sent back to their houses to talk to their heads of houses for the next little while before they have the afternoon off.
So not that much time,
Sirius said. Remus pulled back. His face was flushed and Sirius bit his lip.
Are you trying to get me to not have sex with you?
Never,
Sirius said, finding Remus's mouth and kissing him.
I was just worried, you would be angry with me.
Remus paused from leaning in to capture Sirius's mouth again.
I'm not angry, intrigued, but not angry. I want to hear the details, I really do, but...
His hands drifted lower, palming Sirius's cock through his trousers.
Time,
Sirius managed to pant out.
Yes,
Remus said, palming Sirius again and making Sirius hiss. He kissed Sirius again, hands working at Sirius's fly. He managed to get the zip down and then pushed the trousers down enough to get a hand inside Sirius's pants, pulling him out and wrapping his hand around Sirius's cock. Sirius let the back of his head hit the wall.
You have the best hands,
Sirius said.
They're quite clever,
Remus agreed, pumping up and down.
Merlin, Moony,
Sirius said. Remus had set a fast pace and he wasn't going to last long. Remus hummed, once again biting along Sirius's jaw.
Remus,
Sirius said, as his hips began to stutter out of control. He spilled over Remus's hand moments later. Remus continued to work him through the aftershocks until Sirius was quite aware of his harsh breathing and the stickiness between them. He muttered the cleaning charm before he sank to his knees. Remus looked down at him, eyes wide.
One good turn deserves another,
Sirius said, smiling, before undoing Remus's fly and swallowing Remus down. They did have a few moments of peace, sitting on the couch tangled together, boneless and relaxed.
Let me, just to clarify, you went to Fudge's office and threatened him.
I didn't threaten him. I just demonstrated that I know how to use money and influence, probably better than he does.
And he listened.
Sirius looked at Remus incredulously.
Of course he listened,
he said.
I was speaking a language he knows very well.
Remus looked pensive for a moment.
And Dumbledore thanked you.
Yeah, that part was a bit of a surprise,
Sirius admitted.
Well?
Yes.
Ding dong, the witch is dead,
Remus said, and Sirius laughed. Remus smiled up at him.
I wasn't sure you would get that reference.
Narcissa showed me that movie when I was 7. Took me to a Muggle cinema,
Sirius said.
I wanted to because it was Muggle. She wanted to because she thought it would scare me, which it did. I hated those flying monkeys.
Just then the front door opened, and Hope came barreling through it.
Oh, look, it's the Good Witch,
Sirius said. Remus laughed.
You'd better stop, because she'd hate that comparison.
Sirius laughed. Hope came to a stop in front of them. She put her hands on her hips.
What are you laughing about?
You,
Sirius said honestly, reaching out and pulling her down onto the couch next to him in a bit of a tackle hug. Hope extracted herself and looked them both over.
Is it true?
Is what true?
Sirius asked.
Professor Umbridge, she's gone. Professor Binns will be teaching history of magic again, starting tomorrow.
Yes,
Remus answered.
I know Professor McGonagall explained that to you,
he said.
Well, she did, but none of us quite.
Believe it.
Remus finished.
Exactly. And defense is going to go back to the way it was. Practical magic.
Remus nodded.
So, what happened?
Hope demanded.
I see. You're the scout. The others sent you ahead for information,
Sirius said.
I volunteered.
Hope said.
Well, that sounds about right,
Remus said. Hope glared. Remus remained unfazed. Sirius sighed.
I went up to the ministry this morning. Had a little chat with Fudge.
You what?
I told him what could happen if what I was asking for didn't happen, and he agreed with me.
That's it.
That's it.
Hope looked skeptical.
Hope, I grew up in a family that was very well used to wielding power and influence. Just because I escaped from them doesn't mean I didn't learn how to do it too. I don't do it lightly, or for anything I don't feel strongly about. But what's been happening to the students here? What's been happening to you and Harry?
Sirius paused.
And what's been happening to your dad? None of that is acceptable to me, and I finally got up the courage to do something about it. I don't often like being a black, but in certain situations it's useful, and this was one.
Remus pressed a kiss to his shoulder as Hope considered him.
Okay.
She finally said simply,
Okay.
Well, you used your power for good, right?
I suppose that's one way of looking at it.
Hope thought for a moment more.
Okay.
Sirius nodded. He watched Remus carefully tuck a smile away.
You want to come for dinner tonight? You could bring Harry and Hermione and Ron. Jasmine too, your friend from Charms, right?
Hope grinned.
Yeah, okay, I'll go tell them.
Sirius stopped her as she was getting up.
Hey, Hope,
he said softly. She turned to look at him.
It was your courage in coming to us that made this happen. You were right to be angry, and I am so grateful you felt safe enough to come to us, and so proud you stood up for Harry in the first place. Umbridge should never have done that to you, but you didn't stand by and just let her. Always come to us if you need a safe adult or place. Always, yeah.
Hope looked at him.
Yeah, of course.
She said she smiled.
See you later.
She said before exiting through the door.
Of course.
Sirius repeated, looking over at Remus, who looked a little teary. He leaned over and kissed the top of Remus's head.
She says that of course because of you,
he said.
Stop,
Remus said, and Sirius could hear the definite sniffle.
You're such a softy, Moony,
Sirius said.
Hormones,
Remus said, and Sirius laughed. For the first time that year, since before the beginning of that disastrous first staff meeting, Remus was looking forward to teaching classes. Fortunately, his first class the next day was a group of fifth-year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students, one of his favorite combinations, and it included Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. As he stood before them, hands easy in his pockets, their faces looking happier to see him than they had all year, it was easy to have some optimism about the world again, in spite of the danger that lurked outside the castle walls.
I know this year has been difficult so far. You are OWL-level students, and you must have practical curriculum in order to thrive and meet expectations for your exams. Those exams often, but not always, will determine how much farther you can progress in certain subjects, and sometimes in certain career paths, as your head of houses will talk to you more about in the spring term. I can promise you, from here on out, to the best of my ability, to demonstrate to you the spells you will need to know, and to allow you to practice them within the safe and controlled conditions of our classroom. Before we start today, are there any questions?
Predictably, Remus thought. Hermione Granger's hand went in the air. Remus thought she looked a little nervous, though, and he hadn't missed the way she'd looked at Harry and Ron before she had done it.
Yes, Miss Granger.
Remus called on her.
Well, Sir Professor Lupin,
Hermione stopped. She drew herself upward in her chair a little bit, and Harry nodded in what looked like encouragement.
There's been a group of us who have been practicing defensive spells in our own time, in secret.
Remus raised his eyebrows.
In secret?
Remus repeated.
We knew, sir, that you had been forbidden to teach us defensive spells, that we weren't supposed to be practicing them, but they're necessary, especially with, what's been happening. So anyone who wanted to join could. We had students from almost all the houses.
And how did you meet?
We had a system.
This time it was Harry who spoke up.
Hermione charmed some coins, and when we thought we had time to meet, we would change the image on them. We met in there's a room in the castle that turns into any kind of space that is needed.
The room of requirement,
Remus said.
Yes.
Hermione said.
We had about 25 students. Harry did most of the teaching.
Harry blushed and looked down.
He's brilliant at it, and he's always been the best of all of us at defense. Best in the school, even.
Ron said, and Harry's blush went redder. Remus thought, took a breath.
Well,
he said,
you'd better tell me what you've been learning then.
Harry beamed.
They called it what?
Sirius said, pulling the roast the house elves had left out of the oven where it had been warming.
Lupin's army.
Remus said wryly, sitting at the kitchen table as Sirius set the roast on the counter and took down the plates.
The LA for short.
You're kidding,
Sirius said.
I am not,
Remus said.
I spent my whole day learning about it. They're right, students from almost every house, and not just 5th years, some 6th and 7th.
And let me guess, at least 1 third year.
Sirius raised an eyebrow at him as he served dinner.
Got it in 1,
Remus said.
I honestly don't know whether to be proud or furious.
Well, it's a testament to you, that's for sure,
Sirius said.
They take you in defense very seriously. They were defending you as much as learning to defend themselves.
I'm well aware.
Remus looked down at his plate.
I don't think it's exactly appropriate for students to be engaging in.
A paramilitary organization. Say the 2 adults who are engaging in a paramilitary organization.
That's different,
Remus said.
Is it? They felt their hands were forced, so they did the best they could.
I wish they didn't feel like they had to,
Remus said. Sirius looked at him.
We all do, Remus, but well...
Remus grimaced, then sighed.
Honestly, I think the whole thing is a testament to Harry.
He continued.
How so?
Sirius asked around a bite.
Because I had them demonstrate for me today, and believe me when I say that their spell work was beyond excellent. Harry taught them all what they were able to do.
Sirius seemed to think for a moment.
You don't think they're going to stop meeting?
They might, but I'd be surprised.
Maybe the school should sanction it. We had a dueling club for a bit when we were in school.
Remus shook his head.
That's different.
How?
Sirius asked.
Because the whole group of them, they're not preparing for their exams or for dueling, not really, even if that's what they are telling themselves.
Remus looked grim.
They're preparing for war.
Sirius sighed.
Damn it.
Yeah.
And they're not wrong.
Probably not.
Remus agreed. He pushed his food around a little, took a bite.
Well, fuck,
Sirius said.
Still, the whole thing was very smartly done, and Harry is clearly brilliant.
Lupin's army,
Sirius said again, and he barked out a laugh.
How long am I going to hear about that?
Remus asked.
For the rest of your natural life,
Sirius said, laughing. It was a cold, snowy day in December. The lights in the tree they had put up the weekend before were casting soft light along with the fireplace, the now tradition pixies blinking slowly on and off in the rhythmic dance they had. Sirius was working by the light of a lamp on the desk. It got dark much earlier now, and Remus wasn't home from classes yet. Sirius had been bent over the map all day, charming bits and pieces the aurors working with them had identified as Peter Pettigrews into the map. Bits of skin, hair, even a piece of rat fur. Sirius had carefully tried to pull a bit of Peter's essence from the Marauder's map, and it had come out attached to his wand like a fine piece of red thread. Sirius had managed to fold it into the order map, twisting it around the outlines of the UK until it almost bled into the parchment. Finally, he whispered a few of the incantations they had learned together, oh so many years ago. Nothing happened, and Sirius had deflated a bit, but kept watching. Slowly, oh so slowly, Sirius watched as a small green flag appeared on the map, circled in black. Almost gently, the top of it began to furl out as if it were being planted. And there, on the map, read the very small name of Peter Pettigrew, near Shropshire. Sirius grinned.
Got you bastard,
he said. Sirius showed his progress at the next order meeting a couple of days later. So far, he had managed to make Peter appear. Then Dolohov, also from samples picked up at the bombing site. Rookwood was next, then Crouch Jr. Various members of the order stood around the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place as each name appeared with a tap of Sirius's wand to the parchment. The Death Eaters were scattered around the UK, Peter in Shropshire, Dolohov in Cornwall, Crouch, disturbingly, in London, near Soho. Arthur Weasley whistled softly.
That's some very fine magic you have there, Sirius,
he said. Sirius looked up and spared him a smile.
I know it's not all of them,
Sirius said.
No, this is impressive.
Kingsley agreed.
It's the best leads we have on them so far.
You think it's accurate?
Snape asked. Sirius looked up but didn't snap at him. Since September, he had tried to have more patience. He looked briefly to Remus, then nodded.
I do. The samples came from Moody, Kingsley, and Tonks, and it has tracked their movements. Since he showed up, Rookwood had moved from Brighton, heading north toward Dublin, of all places.
Sirius traced the path with his finger. Snape stood back, seemingly satisfied.
We still don't know much about their plans, but this is a start,
Sirius said, Andromeda smiled at him and he returned it.
Indeed, Sirius. It is very much a start. You'll continue to monitor the map.
Dumbledore asked. Sirius nodded.
If they start to move, gather together. I will alert the Order.
We're not going to go after them now.
Ted asked. He looked at Moody, who shook his head.
We simply don't have the manpower.
Moody said.
I fear they will be well protected. All of these people are powerful wizards and witches, and with Voldemort's use of the dark arts, coupled with the Ministry's incompetence.
Moody trailed off. Sirius could hear Remus sigh.
There's been no movement on that front.
Remus asked. Tonks shook her head.
No, still as stubborn as ever that Voldemort is gone. That's the party line anyway.
There are some people who are beginning to see sense, though.
Arthur said.
I'm gaining allies, but it is slow going.
Molly nodded at him.
So we continue to wait?
Ted asked.
Unfortunately, I think so.
Dumbledore said.
What about Harry?
Sirius asked.
What about him?
Molly asked. Sirius glanced at her, then away.
He'll need to continue to be safe. And there's still the prophecy. He knows there's something out there. Something he doesn't know. I'm afraid if he goes looking on his own.
He stopped. Molly opened her mouth, but Sirius stopped her by continuing.
But he's also deeply traumatized by the events of last June. He already feels responsible for Voldemort's return. Too responsible. I don't know what the answer is, but I think he's in trouble either way.
He looked at Remus, who nodded slowly.
I don't think any of us disagree with that, Sirius.
Andromeda said softly, and Sirius was grateful.
Let's continue to monitor the map. Keep our eyes and ears open for information. Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, would you be willing to scout out the known Death Eater locations? Not alone, perhaps with other Order members. Certainly with each other. Perhaps Ted or Remus.
Not Remus,
Sirius said quickly. Too quickly, he realized, as the room turned to look at him. Remus minutely shook his head at him.
I'll be needed at Hogwarts, I should think.
Remus said.
It's nearly Christmas holidays, and Hope and Harry will be staying over with us. Neither of them will take it well if I leave, especially if they find out it's for Order business.
Dumbledore nodded, as did Molly, Andromeda, and Ted.
Still the others.
I can set up those rendezvous,
Moody said.
I don't want to spook any of them, but the more intelligence we have, the better.
Dumbledore nodded.
Then I think we have as much of a plan as we can for now,
he said.
Thank you for your work, Sirius,
he said. Sirius nodded, but he didn't miss the way Remus was looking at him. They went home to Hogwarts and got ready for bed. When Sirius came out of the bathroom, Remus was face down on the bed in his pajamas.
You're going to say we have to tell them?
He said, his voice muffled by the pillows.
That's not what I was going to say. I was going to apologize for earlier,
Sirius said.
But
Remus rolled over so that he was on his back, looking at the ceiling. He still refused to look at Sirius. Sirius settled next to him, also on his back, looking at the ceiling.
If you tell me that I need to quit the Order,
Remus warned.
I would tell you no such thing,
Sirius said.
But I would say, I would say you can't do field work. You know you can't. And they'll continue to volunteer you, because you are excellent at it, whether you are occupied at Hogwarts or not.
He listened to Remus blow out a breath.
It's still early,
Remus said. Sirius thought.
Poppy says everything is going smoothly so far.
Remus hummed.
I still feel this is still just ours. I'm not sure I'm ready to share it yet.
Sirius softened, turned his head so he could see Remus, who was still looking up at the ceiling.
That's incredibly sweet, Moony,
he said.
Shut it,
Remus replied.
No, hey, I mean it.
Sirius took a chance, let his hand reach out, cover Remus's stomach where his pajamas were still pulled down.
A small, beautiful thing, just for us.
Remus finally turned to look at him. He hesitated, then placed his own palm over Sirius's.
Maybe we need to start drawing the circle wider, though,
Sirius said.
Hope first.
Sirius nodded.
Hope first, then Harry, maybe over the holidays.
Remus nodded back.
Would you mind very much if I told her?
Sirius smiled gently.
Of course not, she's your girl.
Remus met Hope after her last class got out for the Christmas holidays. It was Transfiguration, and Minerva smiled at them as she exited the classroom behind the students.
Dad,
Hope said, clearly surprised but pleased.
what are you doing here?
She re-shouldered her satchel.
Just wanted a little time with you before the break.
Remus answered honestly.
I know it's cold, but the grounds look nice. Shouldn't be too hard to get around in the snow.
He was already dressed in his coat and gloves. Hope smiled.
Yeah, sure. Can I drop my stuff off? Grab my coat?
No, I'm going to take you out in your uniform.
Hope rolled her eyes.
Meet you at the front doors in 10 minutes.
Remus inclined his head.
It's a date,
he said. Ever prompt, Hope showed up at the front of the castle 10 minutes later sporting a coat, gloves, hat, and Gryffindor scarf. Remus was just finishing wrapping up his own scarf, and he pulled open the door for her. They stepped out and took a right, which would take them down the grounds but away from the lake, where the wind often made it too cold and uncomfortable. They walked in companionable silence for a while before Hope spoke.
Are you about to tell me off?
Remus blinked in surprise.
Whatever for, unless there's something I don't know about.
Hope shook her head, her hair sticking to her face a bit where it had escaped from her hat. She was wearing it down today, pinned just slightly back.
I thought maybe about the LA.
Oh,
Remus thought, then smiled at her.
I'm not thrilled.
I reckoned.
Had either for the record.
Also thought so.
But well,
Remus sighed.
I can't condone the whole thing. Not at all. But, well, if I had been a student, I would have done it too. And not because it was foolish, though I did plenty of that, but because it was brave and smart and incredibly loyal.
Oh.
Hope said.
Well then.
Yeah.
He looked sideways at her.
Are you still meeting?
She turned to look at him.
Do you really think I would tell you if we were?
Remus shook his head.
No, but I had to ask.
He knew that was its own answer, and he kept his thoughts on it to himself. They walked a little more, and Remus let Hope talk about the upcoming holidays. She'd gotten Harry treats for Hedwig and a charmed gobstone set for Christmas, and was eager to have him open them. Remus half suspected that was because both he and Sirius were rubbish at gobstones, and Hope desperately needed someone decent to play with. As she reached the end of her theory about the pattern of 3 in gobstones, Remus reached for her hand between them.
Hey, Hope,
he said, taking her hand. Hope immediately stopped walking, noting that Remus was holding her hand.
Hey, Dad,
she said, her voice soft but questioning.
I have something to tell you, and I want you to know however you feel about it. You're allowed to have those feelings, and they are valid and okay.
Okay.
Hope said softly.
This is a little scary.
Remus smiled.
It's actually not scary at all.
He paused.
Well, not for you. I'm fairly terrified, but I'm learning to live with it.
Dad.
Hope asked, this time even more quietly.
Oh, Merlin, no, love. I didn't want to mess this up, but here I go.
Remus laughed a little at himself.
No, Hope, my girl. It's nothing bad. Quite good news, in fact.
Okay.
Hope said again.
Hope, I'm pregnant again. It was a surprise. We didn't plan it. But nothing. Well, nothing is foolproof. More than a couple of months now. Poppy says I'm due June 29th.
Hope looked like she was thinking.
Does Pads know?
Remus laughed a little.
Oh, yes. He knew before I did, I think. We found out together from Poppy. We didn't want anyone else to know at first. Umbridge was still here and things were precarious, but we can't hide it forever. You're the first person to know outside of us and Poppy.
Hope took a breath.
The first?
The very first.
Hope tilted her head.
Everything's okay.
So far, everything seems perfect. I feel quite well, even if I'm tired, and all the baby's statistics look good.
The baby.
Hope sounded like she was trying it out on her tongue.
Yes.
Do you know? Is it a boy or a girl?
We don't. Poppy said she could tell us, but we didn't want to find out if you didn't know.
Oh.
Hope looked down at their hands, still holding on.
I want it to be a surprise.
Oh.
Remus said, surprised himself.
Okay.
Yeah, a surprise.
Sure, love, a surprise.
Remus paused.
It's kind of been the theme all along.
At that, Hope grinned at him, and Remus thought his chest would burst.
Come on,
she said, pulling at their joined hands.
There's someone I want to talk to.
Remus let her pull him back across the grounds and up to the castle, holding on as tightly as he could. Sirius was in the kitchen making tea when he heard their front door open and footsteps rush toward the kitchen. He whirled at the noise, almost dropping a mug before quickly setting it on the counter, and saw Hope barge in through the doorway, her hair flying behind her. Remus was close behind, their hands joined where Hope was clearly dragging him a little behind her. She stopped a few footsteps from Sirius and let go of Remus's hand. Sirius looked at her.
I don't know if you're about to punch me or...
He stopped as the wind got knocked out of him by the force of Hope, throwing herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around his chest.
Oh,
he said. He wrapped his arms around her and held on. Remus stood in the doorway, leaning on the frame, smiling.
Still might punch you.
Came a voice that was muffled by his chest.
All right,
Sirius said. Hope squeezed one time and then stepped back.
So he...
She pointed at Remus.
And you?
She jabbed a finger at Sirius. Sirius raised his eyebrows.
You're going to have a baby?
Hope finished.
Well, to be fair, he's doing most of the work here, but yes.
Sirius said.
Again.
Hope said. Sirius blinked.
Yes.
I don't want to think about how this happened.
Hope said, and Sirius saw Remus stifle a laugh over Hope's head.
But now that it has happened, I want you to know that you need to take care of him. He's not going to want help. He never does, but he'll need it. And that's on you. I love you, and you're pretty amazing. But he's the best person I know, and he'll need you, and this time you have to be there for him, for all of it. You got him here, and you're going to get him through it, and I'll be happy about it when everyone is here, safe and sound, and taken care of, my dad, the baby, and all. And, oh, by the way, I want it to be a surprise if it's a boy or a girl, so no finding out ahead of time. I want to make that clear, along with the rest of it.
Hope paused to breathe and took her scarf off. Sirius just kept looking at her. Remus's voice came from the doorway.
Do you want to stay for dinner?
Hope looked chagrined for a moment.
I promised Jasmine I'd have dinner with her since she's going home for the break. Is that okay? I didn't know about this before.
Remus nodded.
That's fine, love. Go meet your friend.
He smiled. Hope turned to Sirius again.
Are we good?
We're good. I understand, Hope. I've got my mission.
Hope finally grinned at him.
All right then.
She leaned up on her tiptoes to give Sirius a kiss on the cheek.
Make sure he has dinner.
I will.
Sirius said, but Hope had already turned and retreated with a cane.
Bye, Dad.
In Remus's direction.
Bye, my girl.
Remus said, the door shutting soon behind her. Sirius stared at Remus for a moment.
I think she just told me off for knocking you up.
Remus laughed.
I think she just told you off about taking care of me.
Is there a difference?
Remus hummed and came closer.
I think so.
He reached out to pull Sirius close, and Sirius let him.
I'm not so sure there is.
Sirius said, and Remus hummed again.
I will, take care of you, always.
Remus pulled away a little and kissed him.
I know,
he said.
Good, because if not, I'm going to get murdered in my sleep by one very angry young woman.
Remus laughed.
I'm serious. She's serious.
I know she is. That's why it's funny.
Well, I'm glad it went well.
Sirius said, and Remus laughed again. Christmas Day dawned a little stormy, snow blowing and wind rattling the window panes, but inside Remus thought it was the very definition of merry and bright. Harry and Hope had opened their presents with enthusiasm, and much to Hope's delight, Harry had been thrilled with the Gobstones set. Sirius and Remus had arranged to exchange their gifts that evening, and that only left one more for Harry, a large envelope that Sirius pulled out from where he had stuffed it in the couch cushions next to him. Remus watched Harry's face as Sirius handed him the envelope.
What's in here?
Harry asked.
Open it and find out, Potter.
Harry did, pulling out a thick packet of paper. He began to read, and then a look of dawning awareness bloomed over his face. Remus watched Sirius watch Harry, a mixed expression of anticipation and worry on Sirius's face. Harry looked up.
These are adoption papers,
he said. Sirius nodded.
They're technically guardianship papers, but it amounts to the same thing. I had a solicitor draw them up. I was thinking about when.
Sirius paused.
Well, when Umbridge was hurting you, you said that there was nothing I could do, because I didn't have any legal ties to you. This would change that, but only if you want to. Nothing's been signed, not even by me, and even once they're signed, they'd have to be filed with the court before it's official.
Sirius took a breath.
I'm not your dad, Harry. I'm not James, and I don't want to be James. But I'm your godfather, and I love you, and I consider you my family, so I thought maybe you'd like to make that legal. If you don't, I understand. You'll still be just as much my family, and I will still love you just as much. You don't have to decide now.
Sirius had to stop because Harry was off the carpet, and suddenly in his arms. Remus watched as Sirius blinked back tears. He looked at Hope, still sitting on the floor, her face open in a beaming smile.
Yes, yes. Yes. I want to do it.
Harry said, still in Sirius's arms.
Good. Harry, I'm so happy,
Sirius said. Harry pulled back. Remus could see he had been crying, just a little, but he quickly wiped under his glasses.
Yeah, I would like that. Very much.
Then we will sign the papers, and I'll send them back to the solicitor. She'll file them with the court.
Harry nodded. Sirius reached out and ruffled his hair, and Harry ducked a little, using the opportunity to sit back down in front of the tree with Hope.
I think that's the last gift,
Harry said, looking around. Hope looked up between Remus and Sirius. Remus smiled at her.
Can we now?
Can we what?
Harry asked, following Hope's gaze to Remus and Sirius.
Yes, Hope, we can. Do you want to or do you want us to?
Remus asked. Hope grinned.
It's your news. I think you should.
Remus looked at Sirius, who met his gaze.
He's your godson,
he said.
Way to pawn off the responsibility, Moony,
Sirius said.
Can we what?
Harry repeated.
Tell you the news.
Sirius answered.
There's news.
Harry raised his eyebrows. Sirius shifted.
If you're going to officially join the family, then you need to know. We'd tell you even if you weren't officially joining the family, but...
For Godric's sake, Padfoot.
Remus is pregnant,
Sirius said. Harry's eyes grew wide behind his glasses.
Oh my God,
he said.
I know,
Hope said.
He's due end of June, according to Poppy. It wasn't planned.
they keep saying that,
Hope added.
as if that's better.
Harry looked at her.
You knew.
Not for long. They waited until just before the break to tell me.
Huh.
Harry said.
Well, so, there. That's that. You two are the only ones who know, so we'll probably have to start telling people soon. But we wanted you two to know first,
Sirius said.
Huh.
Harry said again.
Boys are very mature.
Hope said.
Hope?
Remus chided.
No, I think it's brilliant.
Harry suddenly said, throwing back his head and laughing.
I'm just surprised, but yeah, if you're happy.
We're happy, Harry?
Remus assured him.
Then I am too.
Thank you, Harry.
Remus said.
Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?
Harry asked. Sirius shook his head.
Poppy does, but Hope wants it to be a surprise, so it will be a surprise.
Yeah, it's much better that way.
Harry turned to Hope.
Right.
Hope said.
Oh, Merlin, you're ganging up on us already.
Sirius groaned. Harry grinned.
Pretty soon, you two will be outnumbered.
Remus looked at Sirius.
I hadn't thought about that.
He admitted.
We're in trouble,
Sirius said. Harry and Hope laughed together, and Remus thought indeed they were, but it was the best kind of trouble he could think of.
I think that was a successful Christmas,
Sirius said, climbing into bed next to Remus.
You just think so because Harry beat Hope at Gobstones.
Remus replied, setting down his book.
No one beats that girl at Gobstones. Merlin. It was a bloody miracle.
Yeah, our Christmas miracle, someone beat Hope at a game.
Sirius laughed.
It's bloody well hard to beat her at anything. Let Harry have it.
That is true.
Remus admitted.
At least she's a good sport.
Relatively. I think it only helped that she beat him the next 3 games.
If it had been you at that age, you would have huffed and puffed and refused to play for the rest of the day. Maybe a week. So yeah, I'm counting it as a good sport.
Remus laughed.
Oh, you wound me, Moony.
The perils of being with someone who has known you since you were 11.
Well, now I just feel old,
Sirius said. Remus looked over and smiled.
Too old for your Christmas present.
Sirius sat up straighter.
No, absolutely not.
Remus smiled again.
Do you want to go first, or shall I?
Me. I want to go first,
Sirius said immediately.
What a shock,
Remus said, but the smile didn't leave his face. He watched as Sirius turned, opened the drawer on his nightstand, and took out a small box. Remus felt the smile drop from his face as his mouth went dry. Sirius's eyes were sparkling as he picked up Remus's hand and put the box in it.
Open it,
Sirius said. Remus did, but he felt his hand shake as he did so. The clean white box opened on its hinges to reveal a gold men's ring inside.
Padfoot,
he said.
It won't be legal. Not like with Harry. Wizarding law is. Conservative. Muggle, too. But we are a family. in any and all the ways that count. And I promised Hope I would take care of you. I want to anyway. I'll take care of you all the days of my life. I want you to be mine forever, and I want everyone to know. I love you, Remus Lupin. Marry me, please.
Remus had no answer, except to surge forward and kiss Sirius, cupping his jaw with his free hand.
Is that a yes?
Yes, Merlin, Sirius, yes. Of course, yes.
Sirius beamed so brightly, Remus gasped.
Can I put it on?
Sirius asked. Remus nodded. Sirius took the box from him, took the ring out, and slipped it onto the ring finger of Remus's left hand. Remus gasped at the rightness of the weight on his finger. He held his hand up to see it in the light. His eyebrows furrowed a bit.
There's writing on it.
Remus looked closer.
No runes.
He corrected himself. Sirius nodded.
There's the rune for dog, and the rune for wolf, a rune for the word hope, and a rune for the month of July, which I thought could be Harry. There's room to add one more, I thought, this summer.
Remus looked at him.
It's perfect. Beyond my imagining. I love you, and I will be so proud to be your husband.
Sirius beamed again, and Remus kissed him.
My turn,
Sirius said happily. Remus smiled a little wryly and reached into his nightstand drawer.
Your turn indeed,
he said as he took out a red velvet box and offered it to Sirius. Sirius grinned.
You didn't. We really didn't plan. Separately.
Open it,
Remus said. Sirius did as he was bid, opening the box. There was a man's band inside, this time platinum. Sirius gently took it out of the box.
Moony.
There's an inscription,
Remus said softly. Sirius held the ring up so he could see inside.
Oh,
he said.
Freedom.
Remus smiled gently.
I know a wedding ring doesn't usually match with the idea of freedom, but I want you to feel free, Sirius. Free to be yourself, free from your history, your other family. Free to love me, to love Hope, to love Harry, to love the new one. Free to do anything you like, whether it's work for the Order, or read books you steal from Hope, or take up watercolors. Whatever you want. You've spent so much of your life in captivity of one kind or another, and you're so much bigger and brighter and more beautiful than that. Be free, Sirius.
When Sirius looked at him, Remus saw the unshed tears.
Remus, you've already given me the best gifts of my life, hope, and the one you carry, and yourself. That you want to give me this too.
Sirius stopped, swallowed.
May I put it on?
Remus asked gently. Sirius nodded, and Remus took the ring from his hand and put it over his left ring finger. When he was done, Sirius kissed him, soft and long and sweet. When he pulled back, he was smiling.
So we both planned to propose, separately, on Christmas.
Remus laughed.
Seems so.
Could we be more of a cliché?
Sirius asked.
Nope, don't think so. I think we hit the cliché bingo jackpot with this.
Moony, we probably hit it already, honestly.
Remus laughed again.
Probably so.
I can think of another way we could be even more cliché.
Sirius raised his eyebrows. Remus looked at his eyes and flushed down his neck from the heat he saw there.
I'm game if you are,
Remus said.
Might as well go for it.
Sirius reached out and gathered Remus into his lap, kissing his mouth open as he went.
Use the silencing charm, the kids are here,
Remus whispered, and the last thing he remembered before the world narrowed down to Sirius and friction and heat was Sirius quietly laughing as he whispered the spell. January, which had always felt like one of the longest months to Remus, flew by in a flurry of classes, order meetings, and general chaos. When he wasn't teaching, marking, spending time with Sirius, Hope, or Harry, he was asleep. Poppy assured him his energy level should pick up once he hit his second trimester, and it hadn't happened yet, but he was ready. Sirius had found him asleep on the couch 3 days in a row the last week alone. Sirius was trying very hard, he knew, not to make Remus slow down, not to even suggest it, but Remus could feel Sirius holding back, and for some reason that irritated him further. Remus also knew logically that a few things were happening. For one, with Hope, he had been so secretive and so isolated that he hadn't also been working, and so the fatigue hadn't really been an issue for him, not as it was now. For another, he also knew they were fast approaching the point that Remus would have to begin telling people outside the family, including Dumbledore, his colleagues, likely the students, and the Order, and he was dreading it. The morning in the second week in February, when Remus could no longer get the button on his trousers closed, he simply sat down on the end of the bed and cried. Sirius wandered in with a plate of toast and a cup of tea per their usual routine, and stopped still next to the bed. He gently set the plate and mug on the chest of drawers and came to sit beside Remus.
Moony,
he finally ventured.
Shut it,
Remus said, but he sniffed loudly, which only made it worse and made him want to start crying all over again.
Remus, you're half-dressed and crying on the bed. Can I at least ask what's wrong?
It's beyond stupid,
Remus said.
I'm not judging the stupidity of anything,
Sirius said quietly.
My trousers don't fit anymore, all right. I can't get them buttoned.
And you're crying about that?
Yes.
Okay, you do realize we are wizards, and you can let the trousers out with a bit of a sewing charm,
Sirius suggested.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose I can.
Remus wiped at his eyes.
Is this really about the trousers?
Sirius ventured.
Yes.
And
no.
I thought not.
We're at the point we're going to have to tell people.
Remus said. He stopped.
You're beginning to show,
Sirius observed. Remus looked at him sharply.
Not a lot. It's just a little bump.
Sirius shrugged.
I like it. It's cute.
Cute.
It makes it feel real,
Sirius said. Remus was silent.
Very real.
Is that the problem?
Maybe.
Remus looked up at the ceiling.
People are going to talk. Not everyone is going to approve.
Who cares?
I do.
Why?
Sirius asked. Remus looked at him, ready to snap until he saw it was a genuine question. Remus deflated a bit.
There's not as much danger anymore. If Umbridge was still here.
Remus shuddered.
But everyone else, who cares? People who care about us will support us, and those that don't can fuck all the way off.
It's not that easy,
Remus said.
Moony, it's not your job, nor mine, nor ours, to please other people.
Remus turned to look at him.
That's a life lesson I have yet to learn,
he said slowly.
I know. That's why I'm telling you now.
Remus sighed. Sirius took his hand.
I'm here. I'll support whatever you want, but if you are so afraid of telling people, then I think we just need to do it.
Rip the bandage off.
Exactly.
Remus sighed.
Damn it. Didn't you mention once I could hide this under my robes forever?
Not forever, you told me.
Sirius laughed.
If you want, we could leave it to Hope and she'll go around to anyone you want, tell them, and dare them to have a reaction in front of her.
Remus laughed.
She doesn't need to stab anyone today, on a random Tuesday morning.
Indeed. I'm just saying, though.
Remus sighed.
There's an order meeting tonight.
Sirius nodded.
We'll be working on stakeouts at places where we know the Death Eaters are located.
I think Dumbledore first, though.
Remus said.
After classes have ended.
Sirius nodded again.
Do you want me to come, or do you want to do it by yourself?
I want you to come,
Remus said immediately.
Then I will. 5, outside Dumbledore's office.
Remus nodded. Sirius took the pair of trousers out of Remus's hands.
I'll fix these for you too,
he said, tapping the waistband of the trousers with his wand. Remus sighed.
Thank you for that, for everything.
Sirius leaned forward and kissed him.
Of course.
Sirius was standing at the bottom of the stairs that led to Dumbledore's office when Remus walked up. He smiled brightly, and Remus found himself smiling back. Sirius hugged him briefly.
It's going to be fine, Moony,
he said as he stepped back.
Well, at least it will be over with,
Remus said. Sirius led the way and knocked at the door. He opened it at Dumbledore's invitation to open it. Dumbledore looked up from where he was writing with a quill and parchment at his desk.
Why, Professor Lupin, Mr. Black, our meeting isn't until later tonight, unless you have pressing news.
Remus looked at Sirius, who nodded slightly.
We do, but not on that other business. Not directly.
Dumbledore put down his quill, but nodded.
Please take a seat. Can I offer either of you a lemon sherbet?
The very thought still managed to turn Remus's stomach.
No, thank you.
Sirius shook his head. There was silence for a moment until Dumbledore said,
So to what do I owe this pleasure?
Remus took a breath.
We wanted to tell you, I'm expecting.
Dumbledore blinked, eyed Remus over his spectacles.
I see, my dear boy. For how long?
Remus shifted in his seat.
I'm just about 4 months along. Due at the end of June, the 29th.
And you've been receiving proper medical care?
Yes, Poppy Pomfrey has been monitoring the pregnancy. All seems well. She's kept it quiet.
Patient confidentiality, I'm sure,
Dumbledore said easily.
Yes.
And not to pry, but does Miss Lupin,
Hope knows. She's well. She's taken it about as well as a girl her age would, maybe better.
Remus saw Sirius smile in his peripheral vision.
Well, then allow me to offer my most sincere congratulations, to you both, of course.
Remus blinked. It was not what he had been expecting. Dumbledore seemed to pick up on this.
What else were you expecting, Remus?
I don't know,
Remus said.
Remus, if I may, I know the fall was quite trying, and you pulled through it admirably, with dignity and grace. I wish you nothing but continued happiness. Besides, I have seen first-hand evidence of the kind of children you produce.
Dumbledore smiled.
So far they are rather spectacular.
Every child is different.
Remus ventured.
True, but the parenting, Professor Lupin, that makes all the difference. You and Mr. Black are more than up to the job.
Remus smiled.
Thank you, Professor.
Frankly, Remus, thank you for not having a baby in the middle of term. At least I don't need to plan for an extended paternity leave. If you are planning to return to Hogwarts, that is.
Remus blinked. It hadn't occurred to him otherwise. He looked at Sirius, a little panicked. Sirius looked perfectly calm.
I assumed you'd want to return.
Sirius said softly.
Maybe not directly on the first, but soon.
Sirius smiled the smile that said,
Oh, Moony.
Then we are agreed. We can talk more nearer your due date and during the summer about specific plans. In the meantime, you may want to think about how you'd like to discuss this development with the staff. I can always make an announcement, or you can tell people, or I could tell a few key faculty members, and I'm sure.
Dumbledore said.
Do you think Minerva?
Remus ventured. Dumbledore smiled again.
I would be happy to disclose this to Minerva, and I'm sure she would adequately and comprehensively let the staff know, with very little gossip on the side. Due to the timing, the students will need to know as well, but once it's out to the staff, well, Hogwarts is not a big place.
No, it is not,
Remus said, thinking back to his first year here, and to Hope.
There is one other matter,
Sirius said.
The Order,
Dumbledore said.
I'm not quitting the Order,
Remus said quickly. He didn't miss the look Dumbledore gave Sirius.
I would assume no one is asking you to, Remus,
Dumbledore said.
Correct, no one is asking him to.
Sirius agreed.
But we cannot risk you in the field. I assume this is Sirius's concern, and yours as well.
Remus nodded.
Very well. I hesitated to put you in the field anyway, due to Ms. Lupin, even though you are an excellent field agent. This just confirms the need to be mindful of your safety.
What about Sirius?
Remus asked. Sirius looked over at him.
I'm hesitant to use Sirius in the field as well, and for much the same reasons. Besides, Sirius has many talents elsewhere that are being of even greater use to us.
Dumbledore sighed.
I know it's difficult, but there have been too many tragedies in the past, and in the past, I may have been more reckless with young parents than necessary. If we can avoid it in the present, then I think we should.
Remus thought of James and Lily, of Alice and Frank, and swallowed.
We are agreed,
Dumbledore asked.
We are,
Sirius said.
Then again, gentlemen, please accept my sincere congratulations.
Remus and Sirius both stood, knowing a dismissal when they heard one. They left the office and headed down the stairs, turning left to head to their rooms.
See, Moony, not so bad. He's mostly worried about your paternity leave.
Sirius barked out a laugh. Remus let himself smile.
If I were him, I could see that. Did you hear about the people who came before me?
The Order meeting that night was a little more crowded than usual, with the group gathered around Sirius's map.
The only escapee you haven't been able to track yet is Bellatrix,
Moody observed, looking at the small flags on the map slowly unfurling with names under the tap of Sirius's wand. Sirius took a breath.
I actually have an idea about that. Have had, for a while. I've just been putting it off.
The chatter stopped, and Sirius realized all eyes were on him.
She's my cousin,
Sirius said.
She was careful not to leave any samples at any scenes, if she was even there, but she was a black before she was anything else.
Blood,
Dumbledore said.
You think we might be able to track her using blood magic, specifically yours?
Sirius looked briefly at Remus, but nodded.
She's my sister.
Andromeda said. Ted took her hand.
Mine would be better.
Andromeda, I can't ask that of you.
Sirius said.
But you can offer yours.
Andromeda countered.
Blood magic is extremely powerful and dangerous,
Moody warned.
It could be quite useful in this case.
Snape said.
She is the only prisoner we haven't been able to track. I can help with the levels. It shouldn't take much.
Sirius considered him, nodded.
While I think Andromeda is correct that she is the closest relation, I think that Sirius has more of a magical connection to the map.
Dumbledore said he considered.
If we go down this path, we should try Sirius first. Snape and Sirius are also both at Hogwarts and more available to work together.
Both Sirius and Snape nodded.
You may still need to serve, Andromeda, but let us be as cautious as we can for now,
Dumbledore said. Kingsley regarded the map.
We will continue intel on the Death Eaters who have appeared on the map. Sirius will be the source of location to teams of scouts. Teams will be assigned to Death Eaters, random times, close locations, but hopefully not close enough to come within harm. Still, it will be.
Kingsley paused.
It will be dirty and dangerous, but we need to see if we can find out any plans, what their next move might be. I suspect it will be soon. The attack on the Ministry was in October. I'm surprised they haven't acted since, though they may be trying not to draw too much of the wrong kind of attention. But that's just speculation for now.
Tonks nodded.
Kingsley, Moody and I have worked together to create a rota, a schedule for the different teams. We tried to pair teams who complement each other. Teams will communicate with Sirius and with each other through the use of Patronuses. We don't trust owls with this information,
she said.
Teams,
Moody continued.
I'd rather work in more than pairs, but again, our numbers are low. We'll have to make do with what we have. The first team will be Tonks and Arthur.
Arthur nodded, though Molly looked worried.
I know I don't have much field experience,
he said. Moody nodded.
That's why we paired you with an aura. Tonks is trained and has a quick head, should things go south.
Arthur nodded at Tonks, who nodded back.
Kingsley and Ted Tonks.
Moody said.
Many of the same reasons as Tonks and Weasley. Remus and Andromeda. Remus isn't an aura, but he has extensive field work and training from the First War. Almost as good as...
Moody started. Dumbledore interrupted.
I apologize for the last-minute notice, Alastor, but Remus will need to be taken off the rota. He'll be off of field duty completely.
Silence descended in the kitchen.
Why on earth would we take Lupin off the rota? He may be, aside from me, the most able person we have in the area of defense. He's invaluable in the field.
Moody finally said sharply. Dumbledore glanced at Sirius, then at Remus.
That's confidential information for now, though at a later date.
Confidential?
Tonks asked.
If he's being asked to be taken off the schedule.
Remus sighed. He looked across the table at the order.
Because I'm pregnant. We're expecting a baby at the end of June. I appreciate Dumbledore's willing to keep the confidence, but I can't be on field duty because it's not safe.
Sirius looked at Remus and saw he looked tired but determined. He had a face that reminded Sirius very much of one of Hope's Befallard. I dare you to give me input expressions. Sirius could not be prouder, especially as the silence grew so profound it bordered on uncomfortable. Molly Weasley was the one to break the silence first.
Oh, Remus, that's incredible news. Congratulations.
She came forward to sweep Remus into a hug, and Sirius came to an entirely new appreciation of Molly. Arthur also came over to clap Remus, then Sirius, on the back.
Well done, lads,
he said.
Oh yes, well done. Become magically pregnant during a war.
Snape said. Sirius shot him a glare, but it was short.
Sirius,
Andromeda said, and it sounded a little as if she were fighting tears. She too came forward, but embraced him first.
congratulations. I expect to meet this one as soon as possible, and I still need to meet Hope.
Sirius spoke from around the lump in his throat.
As soon as we can manage it, I promise, Andy.
She nodded against him and stepped back. Ted nodded in approval over his wife's shoulder and patted Remus on the back.
Well,
Tonks said, clapping her hands together.
If we have to change the rota, then we have to change it. Let's get to work.
Sirius was suddenly deeply grateful the Tonks family existed in the world. They were changing for bed, Sirius pulling a worn t-shirt over his head.
That didn't go so badly, Moony,
he said, voice muffled briefly by the shirt. Remus came out of the bathroom, hair wet from the shower. He sighed.
I think Moody is pretty angry,
he said.
Moody is angry because he can't use you in the field. That's all. Not for another reason. And if I were him, I'd be able to relate. We essentially took out one of his best men in defense, if not the best. He won't like it. but he'll get over it.
Remus nodded, pulling back the duvet. He had one knee on the bed to get in when he suddenly stopped and gasped a little.
Ah,
He said, one hand landing on the right side of the soft swell of his increasing belly.
What?
Sirius asked, startled. Remus broke out in a broad smile, which Sirius wasn't expecting. He moved his hand a little bit again, as if searching.
I just felt this little one move for the first time, that's all.
He said.
That's all?
Sirius said, coming up on his knees and coming over to Remus's side of the bed. In answer, Remus kept smiling and took Sirius's hand.
It's still pretty light, so you may not be able to feel it at all.
He cautioned.
Moony,
Sirius said, but Remus placed Sirius's hand on his stomach, seemed to think a minute, and moved it a little further down. Soon, Sirius felt a flutter against the palm of his hand.
Oh, Merlin.
Sirius gasped and suddenly found himself blinking back tears.
That's amazing. That's a baby.
Yeah.
Remus smiled down at him, and the flutter happened again. They looked at each other and smiled before Remus leaned down and kissed him. Remus gently stirred in bed, moving his head on the pillow and yawning slightly.
Happy birthday.
3 distinct voices were shouting to his right. Remus sat bolt upright.
Easy, Moony,
Sirius said.
Happy birthday,
he repeated. Remus blinked, taking in Sirius, Harry, and Hope standing on Sirius's side of the bed. Hope was holding a breakfast tray loaded with tea, toast, eggs, and even a small vase of flowers they must have procured from somewhere.
You said you didn't want to go out for your birthday.
Hope said.
So we brought your birthday to you.
Surprise.
Harry said wryly, and Remus noted much more quietly than Sirius and Hope. Remus yawned again, couldn't help it.
What time is it?
Nearly 10, you lay about.
Sirius said.
Pregnant.
Remus said.
And it's Sunday.
Well, we debated, but it seemed like you really did need to get going on breakfast.
Sirius reasoned. Hope handed the tray to Remus, who took it with a happy hum.
Okay, granted, breakfast was a good idea.
Remus took a sip of tea.
Any other plans for the day?
Sirius shook his head.
Just us, presents, and a quiet day in our rooms.
Remus smiled.
Sounds amazing,
he said, taking a bite of toast. Remus reflected, sitting on the couch, that the trio of people before him had managed just what they promised. Remus had gotten a stack of second-hand paperback books from Hope.
You know, Pant is going to nick these,
he'd said, earning himself a glare from Sirius, a remember-all from Harry as he was getting more forgetful, which Poppy had assured him was fairly common in pregnancy. And Remus also thought that Harry did rather like his jokey gifts, one thing he'd seemed to inherit from James, which made Remus smile, and a new and rather expensive set of books on defense that he had been eyeing but hadn't been able to bring himself to buy for himself from Sirius.
So 2 of the 3 of us managed to get you books for your birthday.
Sirius had laughed. The house elves were once again outdoing themselves. Remus could smell the roast lamb and carrots that had popped into their oven to warm. Right now, Hope and Harry were debating baby names from where they were playing gobstones on the carpet.
Cassiopeia is pretty.
Hope said as Harry contemplated his next move.
No,
Sirius said.
No constellations, no names of stars, no. Absolutely not. If it shows up in the night sky, it's off the list.
Neptune?
Harry said, putting down a stone.
Merlin Potter, I beg you.
You can't normally see it in the night sky.
Hope shot Harry a grin.
It's a family tradition.
Hope said reasonably.
You two, I swear.
Sirius said.
Some family traditions are meant to die out.
Remus poked him in the arm where he was sitting next to Sirius on the couch.
They're winding you up,
he said.
I'm aware, Lupin, but I can't help it.
Sirius said, but he was grinning.
It's just so easy.
Hope said, and Remus laughed.
So, what names have you been thinking about?
Harry asked. Remus paused, looked at Sirius.
We haven't really been talking about it.
Don't you think you should?
Hope said.
Otherwise, Kid could come out and we'd be calling it.
Sirius made a face at her. She rolled her eyes.
I'm named after your mother.
Hope said, setting down another stone. Harry groaned a little at the move. Remus nodded.
And for good reason. My dad was wonderful too, but I'm not exactly eager to saddle a child with Lyle.
He finished.
All due respect.
Me either, if it comes to that. Sorry, Moony.
Sirius said.
We will think about it. Get back to you.
Remus said.
What are they? The approval committee?
Sirius asked.
You know we are.
Hope said, making a move and then grinning at Harry in triumph. Harry groaned.
That's it. Someone needs to tag me out. I've lost 6 times in a row now, and I've hit my limit.
Remus smiled in sympathy.
Smells like dinner's ready,
he said.
Anyone hungry?
Oh yes, please.
Harry said, getting up from the carpet.
At least you're easily distracted by food, Potter.
Sirius said, clapping Harry on the shoulder as they walked toward the kitchen. Hope followed them, and Remus smiled, content, as he trailed them toward dinner. Sirius put his book down on the nightstand.
Good birthday, Moony.
He looked over, watched as Remus looked up from his book, the light from his nightstand highlighting the golden strands in his hair. Remus smiled.
Quite excellent, in fact.
He shifted a little bit in bed. Sirius eyed the movement.
Good. I'm glad it was a good day.
Remus shifted again, and Sirius raised an eyebrow.
All right there, Moony.
Remus put his book down, sighed.
For your birthday?
He started. Sirius thought back, flushed a little as he remembered.
Oh.
Remus looked down.
I mean, I know. I might not be as attractive anymore.
He started.
What?
Sirius startled. Remus ignored him.
But, well, I still have.
He sighed, stopped.
Oh.
Sirius said, then grinned.
You're horny.
Remus looked up at him, scowled a little.
I wouldn't put it like that.
He said he sighed.
But yeah.
Sirius bit his cheek so he wouldn't laugh. He knew that would not go over well. He sensed Remus wasn't done.
Yeah, I am.
Remus said, finally looking Sirius in the eye.
And I mean all the time. All I have to do is be near you, or smell you, or Merlin. Sometimes just think about you, and I want you, all the time. I know it's hormonal, but I didn't feel this way with Hope, probably for a few different reasons, and it's so distracting.
Sirius couldn't keep the grin off his face.
Why didn't you just tell me?
Because it's embarrassing,
Remus answered. At that, Sirius did laugh.
Moony, we have done way more embarrassing things together, including getting covered in bat bogies by Lily, than you admitting to me your hormones are making your sex drive increase.
How did you become so reasonable?
Remus asked. Sirius shrugged.
Because I love you, and because you are hot as fucking hell right now, and I actually only expect that to increase, as long as we are being honest,
he said. Remus raised an eyebrow.
Developing a bit of a fetish.
Maybe.
Sirius shrugged again, trying to make it seem casual.
I think it's just you, though,
he said.
Tell me,
Remus said, and Sirius heard Remus's breath catch in anticipation. Sirius searched his face for a moment.
That glow they talk about. You're doing it. I don't think you see it, but I do. Your skin is so smooth and soft, and I just want to touch you all over.
Where?
Remus asked, leaning closer. Sirius swallowed.
Your shoulders, your back, your arms, down your legs.
He swallowed.
Over your belly.
Really?
Remus said softly, but Sirius saw him lick his bottom lip. Sirius whimpered a little.
Oh yeah, the skin there is so tight but so smooth, rounded over our child, my child.
Remus moved in close enough they were nearly kissing. His breath was hot on Sirius's mouth.
You feel possessive?
Godric, yes.
Sirius breathed.
I did that. That baby is mine. You're mine.
He took a breath.
I mean, I know you are fully your own person, but...
Well, do shut up,
Remus said and covered the distance between them, mouth hot and wet and needy on Sirius's. Sirius moaned into the kiss, reaching out and pulling under Remus's shoulders until Remus was straddling him. It wasn't as close as they used to be, not with Remus's softly swollen belly, but Remus seemed to be trying to crawl under Sirius's skin anyway, his mouth and hands nearly everywhere. They kissed until they were breathless, and then Sirius pulled off his shirt, and then Remus's own. He pulled the waistband of Remus's pajama bottoms down far enough that they now slung low around the bottom of his hips, exposing Remus's belly. Sirius spread his hands there, just barely managing to cover the swell with both hands. Remus's own breathing became ragged.
Padfoot,
he breathed.
I know,
Sirius said, rubbing his hands in slow circles as Remus leaned in again for a long kiss.
You're so beautiful like this. I can't believe it,
Sirius said as they broke apart.
And so damn sexy. So damn full and sexy and so lovely. So very mine.
Remus grabbed hold of Sirius's hips and ground down, and Sirius hissed at the feeling of their cocks meeting even through their clothes, the friction. He didn't think he'd ever been so hard in his entire life.
Moony,
he said, and Remus nodded, though he ground down again twice for good measure.
My side, I think.
Remus said.
More room.
Sirius nodded, moving his hands to Remus's hips as Remus let go, gently rolling them so he was pressed to Remus's back. He removed their pajama bottoms and pants and whispered the lubrication spell. Remus moved his hips a little to adjust, hissing a bit. Sirius began to dip a finger down when Remus's voice stopped him.
Padfoot.
He gasped, voice ragged with want. Sirius stilled.
Moony.
I don't think I'll need a lot of prep.
He ground out. Sirius blinked.
But I think you underestimate.
Remus stopped as if that many words had pulled all the breath out of him. He panted.
How much I want you.
The charm can usually only do so much.
Sirius.
Remus gritted out.
I want you. I want the friction. Go slow at first.
He stopped, took a shaky breath.
I'll tell you if I need something.
Sirius dropped his head to Remus's shoulder and gulped in a breath. He nodded and felt Remus nod too. Sirius lifted his head so he could look, so he could guide himself. He heard Remus gasp and waited.
If you stop now, I'll kill you,
Remus said. Sirius continued until he was buried in Remus, and to his surprise, he felt Remus relax underneath him almost immediately.
Thank bloody Merlin, finally,
Remus panted. Sirius pulled out and then pushed in slowly again. Remus groaned. Sirius closed his eyes, fighting not to come then and there.
Moony, you really need to talk to me about what's going on with you, especially when it's like this.
That was far too coherent of a sentence for this moment.
Remus managed.
Says the man who just used coherent with my cock.
Sirius began.
Shut up and move,
Remus commanded. So Sirius did, setting a rather languid pace at first, which only made Remus shift his hips restlessly, looking for more. Before he could say anything, Sirius shifted a hand to Remus's hip and pulled him closer, setting a faster pace, and he could hear Remus sigh in need under him.
Do you want me to touch you?
Sirius whispered in Remus's ear, and Remus shivered.
Yes, but not there. I can do that.
In demonstration, Remus reached down and used his pre-cum to coat his hand, then fist his cock. He pumped up and down a few times before sighing with relief as Sirius continued his rhythm.
Then where?
Sirius asked. He was fast losing the power of speech, but he needed to know. In answer, Remus reached back and moved Sirius's hand from his hip to the swell of his belly.
Oh,
Sirius said, and then he really was lost. The feeling of Remus so tight, clenching around him, and the feeling of Remus's skin so tight underneath his hand, holding their child inside and safe. He managed to keep up his rhythm for a few more minutes, before he felt his hips become more erratic.
Moony, I'm going to...
He managed.
Oh yes, please,
Remus said, and that was it for Sirius, who came so hard at Remus's words he saw white at the edge of his vision. He felt Remus stiffen and come soon after with a small groan. They lay there panting for a few moments, Sirius once again dropping his head to Remus's shoulder as Remus shuddered a little through the very end of his orgasm. Eventually, Sirius moved, scooting back and uttering the cleaning charm, and Remus rolled back over to face him, face and chest flushed, still breathing heavily. Sirius leaned over to kiss him, and Remus kissed back, slow and lazy, but still full. Sirius pulled back.
Now, was that so hard?
Remus laughed.
Do you want a pun?
Sirius laughed too.
Absolutely not. I want you to talk to me, okay?
Remus nodded, kissed him again.
Even if I want to climb you like a tree.
Especially if you want to climb me like a tree.
Sirius laughed.
I'm happy to be used for any and all of those purposes.
Remus put a hand on his cheek.
Duly noted,
he said, and leaned in for another kiss. March dawned into a still cold, chilly April. Sirius had charmed the order map to ring an alarm to his wand when Death Eater locations changed or there were any other sudden changes. His alarm went off fairly frequently, as one Death Eater changed location to another, but so far there was no pattern that he or anyone else could see. It was beginning to frustrate him and make him nervous. In spite of the rota, intelligence had been low on the ground, and Sirius felt himself anticipating them being caught by surprise again. He did work some with Snape on how much and how best to infuse his blood into the map in order to try to draw out Bellatrix. While they weren't exactly friendly, the conversations were civil, especially as they agreed it probably wouldn't take much. Sirius had managed to trace the other Death Eaters with small amounts of samples to work with, so they both thought only a drop or two would work with Bellatrix, if it was going to work. Snape did provide guidance on blood magic, and Sirius did wonder how much experience the man actually had with dark magic, but he kept his mouth shut on the matter. Today, Sirius very carefully lit 5 candles in succession across the outside of the map. He used his wand to cause a prick in his finger and let himself draw up a large droplet of blood. He turned his hand, letting the blood drip onto the parchment, and then he held his wand to the blood, willing it into the map with the same incantation he had with the other samples. He was surprised to see the map soak up the blood like a thirsty thing, and the whole thing briefly turned crimson in a quick flash before coming back to its regular form. When it did, Sirius watched closely in near wonder and saw a new flag begin to unfurl, this one on the outskirts of London. Bellatrix Black Lestrange, it said, the flag encircled in the same black outline as the others. Sirius grinned.
Once a black, always a black,
he said softly. One Friday at the end of April, Harry came by for his regularly scheduled lunch with Sirius. They ate companionably in the kitchen of Remus and Sirius's quarters, but Harry was quieter than usual, even on topics he liked to talk about, like defense and Quidditch. Gryffindor was up against Ravenclaw for the cup this year, but even that talk didn't get Harry very animated, though his eyes did sparkle as he recalled Hope beating back a bludger from him in their last match and hitting Draco Malfoy full-on in the face. Remus had said he thought it was an accident, but both Harry and Sirius agreed. Privately, it was quite otherwise. Harry finally sighed and leaned back in his chair.
Sirius.
Sirius looked at him carefully.
Yes, Harry?
You said before that I could always come to you if there was anything. If I ever needed anything.
I meant it,
Sirius said.
Still do. Always will.
Harry sighed, ran a hand through his hair. It only stuck up further, and the gesture and the hair reminded Sirius once again of James. Harry's serious face, however, did not.
I've been having these dreams. Not the ones I usually have.
All right,
Sirius said softly, encouraging.
I'm in this room, and I'm surrounded by all this shelving. Rows and rows of these white, cloudy spheres. Orbs. I know they are orbs, though I don't know how I know that. I keep walking along the shelves. Sometimes I get lost, and then I wake up.
Harry paused.
And then sometimes I walk along the shelves, and I get closer, and I can see the label. It has my name on it, and Voldemort's.
Harry risked glancing up at Sirius, and Sirius saw the confusion and weight in his eyes.
I don't know what any of it means, but that feeling that I should know something, I have that feeling whenever I wake up.
Harry finished. Sirius met his gaze, then looked at the table. He thought for a moment, then made a decision. He drew a breath.
Harry, I'm so proud of you for coming to me with this. I know that's difficult for you. I'm taking that as a sign of your trust in me, so I think it's only fair I treat that trust with the respect it deserves.
Harry looked up at him.
You know what those dreams are about?
He said. Sirius took another deep breath.
I can guess. I think so. Harry, before you were even born, Dumbledore heard what he thought was a prophecy. A true prophecy about Voldemort.
About me.
Sirius shook his head.
It could have been about you, but that hadn't been made clear yet. Not until after you were born. Not even until after Voldemort came after you, and your parents. Those orbs you are seeing are in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry. They are catalogued prophecies. The names of the people the prophecies are thought to be about show up only when the prophecy seems to be confirmed.
What's the prophecy?
Harry asked. Sirius shook his head.
I'm not sure. No one but Dumbledore knows the entire thing. But it does involve you and Voldemort. That you are connected. That you are marked as equals. And one of you must vanquish the other.
So why am I dreaming about this now?
Harry asked.
Dumbledore thinks Voldemort is obsessed with the prophecy. Always has been. He thinks that Voldemort might seek the prophecy out.
Why didn't anyone tell me?
Harry's voice grew loud in the small space, and Sirius winced a little.
Because we don't know for sure that's what Voldemort is after, and because we don't want to put you in any further danger. I wanted to tell you. I argued about it a lot to Dumbledore, to the rest of the Order, but, well, you're also still young, and you already carry burdens heavier than you should for someone your age. If we didn't tell you, well, it's because we wanted to protect you.
I don't need protection,
Harry said hotly.
Maybe not, but maybe so, Harry,
Sirius said softly. Harry was still breathing harshly, furious.
Dumbledore essentially thinks, at least for Voldemort, the prophecy is a waste of time. I don't actually disagree. We are defined by our actions, Harry. and not by some whim of destiny or fate.
Harry slid his chair back from the table.
I need some time.
Harry,
Sirius said,
please take your time, but please don't think this means you shouldn't come to me. You come to me whatever you need when you're ready.
Harry looked at him a little skeptically, but nodded sharply, and then turned and left the kitchen. Sirius heard the front door slam behind him. Remus sighed.
I think you're right, Padfoot. I don't think you had a choice but to tell him if he's dreaming about the Department of Mysteries.
Remus sighed again. They were sitting in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, waiting for the other Order members to arrive. Sirius had told Dumbledore he had disclosed information about the prophecy to Harry, and Dumbledore had in turn called an emergency meeting. Dumbledore had been fairly angry, but not as angry as Sirius had expected. Sirius shrugged.
I don't know, I just worry.
He'll go off without thinking about it,
Remus said.
That, and that he won't trust me again.
Sirius said.
Oh, Sirius.
Remus took his hand.
You told him the truth when it counted, when it was right in front of his face. He'll trust you. He still does trust you, I know, even if he's angry about it.
They stopped their conversation as first Moody, then the rest of the Order, began to flew into the kitchen. Dumbledore arrived last, which Sirius thought that of course he had.
Tonight's meeting will be relatively short,
Dumbledore said.
I apologize for calling everyone in on short notice, but there have been developments in a certain area.
He looked at Sirius. Sirius took a breath.
I told Harry about the prophecy today,
he said.
What?
Molly Weasley said, and even Andromeda gasped.
Why would you do that? Now, of all times.
Because he's been dreaming about it. He's been dreaming about the Department of Mysteries and the place where the prophecies are kept. He asked me about it today, and I wasn't going to withhold the information.
Kingsley whistled, a low sound.
I see Sirius's point,
he said.
What did you tell the lad?
Moody asked.
That there had been a prophecy made before he was born, that it involved him and Voldemort, their connection, and that Dumbledore thinks Voldemort is looking for it.
Tonks seemed to be thinking.
Do we think that is what Voldemort is after? No one has heard the complete prophecy except for...
She stopped, looked at Dumbledore.
Quite wise, Aura Tonks,
Dumbledore said, and Sirius didn't miss the flash of pride on Ted Tonks's face.
I do think Voldemort remains quite obsessed with this prophecy, and I am happy to let him be. In the end, it may not matter as much as he thinks it does.
I told Harry. Well, I told Harry that it's our actions that count,
Sirius said. Dumbledore looked serious.
Also wise. Voldemort believes that the prophecy will determine his destiny. I think he has in fact determined that with his own actions, and that we must prepare Harry that while he may be deeply involved, he can choose how he lets himself be led, or not.
He looked at Sirius and Remus.
I was skeptical at first of taking Harry from his blood protection, but now I see that Harry's destiny may lie as much with the choices he makes out of safety than out of blood and death.
Sirius blinked. He glanced at Remus, who looked like he was blinking back tears.
Make no mistake,
Dumbledore said.
Voldemort and Harry are entangled, and Harry must be prepared for a future where he has to face and hopefully destroy that entanglement. It is our responsibility to prepare him for that as well as we can. All of us?
He finished, looking around the room. Dumbledore looked at the faces around him.
For now, let us hope this information leads Harry to security and not to danger. I think it will. Let us continue our efforts to ensure it.
Spring dawned bright and warm at Hogwarts. April fell to May, which led to June, and one very pregnant and very grumpy Remus Lupin.
Dumbledore said you don't have to continue to work up to the end of term,
Sirius said, watching Remus pull off damp robes. Remus shot him a look that could have killed him dead and stalked into the kitchen.
All right there, Moony,
he said softly.
I heard that.
Remus yelled from the kitchen, but Sirius grinned. Remus had already gone to bed mostly out of exhaustion. Even though it was June 18th, less than 10 days out from his due date, he was determined to finish out the term. Between a full load of classes and sleeping fitfully at night due to being supremely uncomfortable, Remus often fell into bed early. Sirius would stay up, either working on the map or reading, until he felt ready to sleep. The urge came later and later these days, as Sirius couldn't shake the feeling that Voldemort was about to strike this time of year, as he had earlier. Sirius was on the couch, reading one of the paperbacks Hope had gotten Remus for his birthday, when his wand started sounding the quiet alarm that movement was happening on the order map. This being a fairly regular occurrence, Sirius wasn't overly concerned at first, until he got to the map and saw all the markers moving. He gasped, watching as one by one the flags winked out of existence, only to wink back into place in one location, the Ministry in London.
Bloody fuck,
he said. He had his wand out, ready to send a Patronus to Dumbledore and Moody, when movement on the Marauders map caught his eye. He was keeping an eye on that map these days, as Hope and Harry were eager about Remus's labor, and Sirius had promised he would notify them as soon as anything happened. He kept the Marauders map open these days for that purpose, so Harry and Hope would be quickly findable. To his descending horror, however, Harry's, Hope's, and other students' markers were moving, and quickly, to the office Umbridge had abandoned when she left Hogwarts. An office, Sirius remembered, that was connected to the Flu network.
Bloody fuck,
he said, as he watched first Harry's, then Hermione's, then Hope's markers disappear. He thought for a moment of Remus in the bedroom, of waking him, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Remus would have had to stay at Hogwarts anyway. Instead, Sirius fired off 3 Patronuses in quick succession, one to Dumbledore, one to Moody, and one to Kingsley before stepping over to their own fireplace. He took a bit of flu powder and acted on a hunch.
Department of Mysteries, the Ministry, London,
he called clearly before stepping out of the flames. He felt the distinctive disorientation of traveling by flu, and unfortunately, the disorientation continued as he landed solidly in the middle of the Ministry. It was total chaos in front of him, a flurry of students and adults, too many to count. Sirius looked instinctively for Hope and Harry, found Harry's head a good bit away from him, bent over, Harry leaning down. He ran over.
Harry!
He shouted, knowing he was drawing attention to himself and not caring.
Sirius!
Harry shouted back, and Sirius saw Hermione in his peripheral vision, shooting off a spell at an adult, presumably a Death Eater. Damn it, he thought, as he came upon Harry, who was with Ron. His horror only continued as he looked down to see Arthur Weasley, covered in blood. He fell to his knees next to Harry, quickly pulling off his jumper and using it to try to staunch the flow of blood from Arthur's neck.
I saw,
Harry said.
I saw it. His snake attacking Mr. Weasley.
Harry continued.
So you brought a bunch of your friends and classmates into the Ministry to help alone?
Sirius snapped. The jumper was becoming soaked, but he could tell Arthur was still clinging to consciousness.
We're trained.
Harry started.
Your children!
Sirius snapped. He felt more than saw a curse sizzle above his head.
Did it occur to you that this is a trap meant to put you in danger?
You always were the brightest of us, Padfoot,
a voice said, and Sirius turned to see Peter Pettigrew standing almost casually behind him.
Peter.
Sirius snarled. He looked at Harry.
Take Arthur, move him away.
Actually, I've got that.
Sirius looked behind him again, and to his relief, saw Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley shot off a stupefy toward Peter that just barely missed, and then knelt next to Sirius.
I'll apparate Mr. Weasley. Even in this state, I think I can manage him in a side-along.
Sirius nodded.
The others?
On their way, I should think. Moody sent out an all-call when we got your Patronuses.
Sirius nodded curtly.
Take him.
Kingsley nodded, dragged Arthur bodily a little further down the corridor, and then disappeared with the crack of apparition. Sirius spared a look at Ron.
Go now,
he said. Ron looked ready to argue.
No,
Sirius said sharply.
Go now. Your dad is in good hands. Find Hermione, the others. Start evacuating. I mean it.
Ron nodded, took a look at Harry, and stood up. It didn't escape Sirius's notice that Peter let him pass without incident. Sirius turned to Harry.
You too. Harry, take the prophecy, grab Hope, and run.
Harry also looked ready to argue, but did as he was told, standing. Sirius noted his and Harry's hands were both covered in blood.
Peter
said.
Not so fast. My lord needs Harry here for a task, and he's going to perform it.
Like hell he will.
Sirius said, firing off a curse that Peter just managed to block.
Don't you know anything about prophecies, Padfoot?
Peter said.
The only people who can touch them once they are stored here are the people who they are about. My lord prefers not to come personally, but he's happy to have Harry retrieve the prophecy in his place.
Not if I can help it,
Sirius said, firing off another curse. This time Peter stilled for a moment as the shock of red light hit him, but only for a moment. Sirius was already seeing movement in Peter's fingers.
Harry, go.
he said, giving the boy a push past Peter. Harry ran off, his footsteps echoing down the stones. Sirius took the opportunity to survey the room. Other Order members must have been able to apparate in. Sirius counted Moody, Tonks, Ted, and Andromeda now amongst their numbers. There were students, too. Sirius counted Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna. Lovegood, at least. There was one student he couldn't see yet, and it was the one his head and his heart were chanting in double time.
Hope, hope, hope.
Sirius.
Sirius heard the shout at about the same time he saw Peter begin to pull out of the spell. He shot out another curse and turned, running toward the voice, not sure if his curse met its mark or not. He was fairly sure the shout had come from Andromeda. As he rounded the corner, he saw that he was right. Andromeda was being kept busy dueling Dolohov, firing off spell after spell.
Andromeda,
he asked. He could hear Peter's footsteps behind him. Andromeda fired off another spell, risked a glance at Sirius.
There, near the dais,
she said. Sirius turned to look, and his heart nearly leapt out of his body. Two black heads, one curly, one straight, were dueling together, if you could call it dueling. Hope was firing off spells at Bellatrix, who merely dodged them or cut them off in the air with a wave of her wand. The air, already crackling with magic, sizzled between them. Sirius ran forward. He half heard Moody's voice, firing off a body bind at Peter. Again, he didn't stop to see if the spell had met its intended end.
Not my daughter, you bitch,
Sirius shouted, continuing to charge toward Bellatrix and Hope. Bellatrix turned to him and actually laughed. Sirius shivered involuntarily.
I'd heard you'd mated with that werewolf half-blood, but I needed to see the whelp with my own eyes.
Bellatrix said, firing a spell at Sirius. He stepped aside, and it crackled past him.
Pads,
Hope said. Sirius spared a look toward her, moving his gaze from Bellatrix.
I told Harry to take the prophecy and run. Go now. Find him and run. Run even if you don't find him. Go,
he said. Hope looked torn for a moment, and Sirius thought she might actually argue, but she didn't. Took the opportunity to duck behind Bellatrix.
I'm only letting her go so I can play with her later, after we've gotten what my lord wants.
Bellatrix said, twirling her wand and then twisting off a spell. Sirius cut it off in the air, felt the fabric of the air in front of him shimmer a bit.
You'll leave her alone,
Sirius said, firing again. Bellatrix pressed forward, and Sirius took a step back, up one of the stairs on the dais.
Are we really going to argue about that?
Bellatrix asked.
We're all family.
If you touch her, I'll kill you,
Sirius said, meaning it. He fired off a stupefy that Bellatrix fended off easily.
No, you won't.
Bellatrix said easily, stepping forward, forcing Sirius to step up and backwards again.
You left Aura training because you never quite could get the hang of the unforgivables.
She muttered an incantation and blue light shot from her wand. Sirius retreated again, sent out a stunning spell.
I assure you,
she continued,
I have no such issues.
Bellatrix fired again and Sirius dodged again, sending out a body bind spell. Bellatrix caught it on the tip of her wand and sent it back to Sirius, who managed to dodge again, but not completely. The spell hit him in his non-wand hand and he stumbled backwards. He felt a sudden coldness, and for a moment wondered if there were dementors present, before he realized that in his attempt to balance, he'd stumbled with one foot backwards inside of the veil, which was fluttering behind him.
No,
he said, concentrating, pulling his foot out with effort. He overbalanced, falling to his knees on the stone. Bellatrix smiled.
Sirius Black on his knees. Always knew you must like that,
she said, bringing her wand up.
Stupefy.
A woman's voice shouted from the side. Andromeda, who caught her sister off guard. Bellatrix fell to the stone in front of Sirius. Andromeda appeared above him.
Are you all right?
She asked, offering him a hand up. Sirius took it gratefully. He surveyed the scene. Death Eaters were in varying states of disarray, Order members catching their breaths for a moment.
Hope,
he asked.
Harry.
Disappeared into the stacks.
Andromeda said.
Go. We will hold them off here.
Sirius nodded, flying off the stairs and down into the stacks.
Harry, Hope,
he called, his heart pounding. He turned a corner and nearly ran into them, Harry holding a cloudy white orb in his hands. Sirius breathed, the first breath he thought he had taken in several long minutes. He grabbed Harry's arm, harder than he intended.
Do you think you can side along?
Harry nodded, and so did Hope. Sirius raised his wand to cast the spell when a voice stopped him.
I believe that belongs to me,
it said coolly. Sirius watched Harry's face go white.
I must thank you, Mr. Potter, for retrieving it for me. You've done quite the admirable job tonight,
Voldemort said. Sirius turned.
Harry, Hope, go,
he said. They remained rooted in place. Sirius thought it was mostly from shock and fear.
We're going,
Sirius said, slightly desperate. But when he went to apparate, Voldemort merely reached out a hand, and they stayed where they were. Sirius swore silently.
As I said, no one is going anywhere until I get what I came for,
Voldemort said calmly. Suddenly, Sirius saw Hope's hand reach out and grab the prophecy from Harry's now loose grip.
If you want it, then take it,
Hope said, throwing the sphere in Voldemort's direction so that the arc of it descended quickly, and it shattered into pieces on the floor at his feet, white smoke dissipating quickly from it, collapsing into small wisps.
How dare you, girl?
Voldemort asked, his wand reaching out. Sirius pushed Hope behind him and braced himself.
Quite the bold decision, I agree,
A new voice said, Dumbledore. Sirius made eye contact with Dumbledore, who nodded as Voldemort turned to face him.
Dumb.
Sirius heard Dumbledore say calmly just before Sirius apparated. They landed in Hogsmeade, at the apparition point just outside the town. Sirius looked over, breathing hard. He was shaking with adrenaline and fear.
Are you both all right?
He asked. Harry and Hope nodded in turn. Sirius took them both into his arms, partly to check for any injuries, and partly to check to make sure they were still there.
Sirius.
Harry started.
Harry, I can't. Not now. Later, but for now.
Sirius looked up the hill, at the glowing windows of Hogwarts Castle.
Let's go home.
Minerva McGonagall met them at the gates with a grim look on her face. She tapped them with her wand, and the gates swung open to let them inside, shutting with a clang. They walked toward the front doors.
Dumbledore has briefed us as best he could,
McGonagall said as they walked.
You've already heard from him.
before he left, and through a Patronus just now.
Minerva said.
The Order has managed to contain most of the Death Eaters, though not Voldemort himself, as much as Dumbledore tried. He did call in Minister Fudge, however, before he left here, and the Minister did see Voldemort himself, so it seems that particular bubble has been burst.
Sirius nodded.
That was thinking ahead,
he said.
Indeed.
Bellatrix, Pettigrew,
Sirius asked.
Contained. Probably headed for Azkaban, though who knows how long that will last.
Minerva said. Sirius nodded, but blew out a breath. Minerva pushed open the doors and they were in the grand foyer of the castle. Sirius looked to Hope and then Harry.
Would you like to stay in our rooms tonight or in Gryffindor Tower?
He was suddenly exhausted.
Oh, I assume they will be able to hear the shouting wherever they are in the castle, so they might as well choose.
A voice said from his right. Remus. Sirius looked over and physically winced. He didn't think he'd ever seen Remus so angry, and that included their 5th year.
Dad.
Hope said, launching herself into his arms. Remus softened a bit, put his arms around her.
Love,
he said.
I'm so grateful you're okay.
He looked over at Harry, opened his right arm. Harry stepped quickly into the embrace. Remus held on tightly, and suddenly Sirius could see exactly what this was costing Remus.
Can we stay in your rooms tonight?
Hope asked. She looked over at Harry, who nodded.
Ron, Hermione,
he said.
All the students have been returned and are under the care of their head of houses,
McGonagall said. Harry looked relieved.
Come,
Remus said.
I'll get you settled in,
he said, leading Harry and Hope toward their quarters. He barely spared a look at Sirius, who followed them quietly with a nod to Minerva. Sirius settled at their kitchen table with 2 cups of tea while Remus saw the children changed and calmed and into their beds. He heard Remus's footsteps approach the kitchen and cast the silencing charm himself. He looked up when Remus entered.
How angry are you?
Incandescent,
Remus said, settling into the opposite chair a little awkwardly.
I'm surprised the Muggle satellites haven't picked me up from their orbit yet.
Moony.
Sirius started.
Don't Moony me,
Remus snapped.
You were asleep. There was no need to wake you. The alarm on my wand went off. I checked the map, saw the Death Eaters moving. Then I saw movement on the Marauders' map, and I knew what was happening. There was nothing you could have done. You certainly couldn't have gone to the Ministry. You're due in 9 days. Could start labor at any time. I wasn't about to risk you and...
And you thought I could risk you.
Remus said angrily.
Your life. You were supposed to be here, Sirius. You were supposed to be here. You were not allowed field work either, for a reason. So you could be here for me and our child. You sent off those Patronuses. You could have let the Order handle it, but you didn't.
It was Hope and Harry.
You promised me. You put a ring on my finger and promised me. You promised Hope. You promised her you would take care of me. What happened to that?
Sirius looked at him.
The children,
he said.
There's another child in the mix now, Sirius.
Remus said.
And you ran off. You almost died.
I didn't.
You almost fell through the fucking veil.
Remus shouted, and it was edged with tears.
So don't sit here and lie to me about it.
Dumbledore got the rundown from the Order.
Sirius said.
Yes.
Remus said. Sirius could see Remus's hands shaking from where he sat across the table.
I can't do this without you.
He said this time softly.
I don't know how to do this without you anymore. And what's more, I don't want to. I never wanted to. But the very thought, you gone forever, when in just a few days, I'd be doing it all over again by myself. And this time, Hope would know you. And she'd know what she was missing, what I was missing, what our new one was missing. I never wanted to do this alone.
Remus looked down at his hands.
Remus, Moony.
Remus sighed, and Sirius saw the edges of the tears.
I'm so sorry. I only thought of Hope and Harry, and it was selfish, though I didn't mean it to be. More reckless. I should have woken you, so you could have told me this, so I could have seen what I was missing. I don't want you to do this alone. Not before, not now, not ever. I do mean that. I do. Moony.
Remus looked at him, and the look on his face cleaved Sirius's heart in two.
Can I?
Sirius asked. Remus nodded as Sirius stood, standing as well. He let Sirius take him into his arms. Remus clung, and Sirius swallowed against his own tears.
You're not alone, Moony. You're not. I'm here. I made it. The kids made it. We're here. I'm here.
Sirius felt Remus's tears against his neck. They stood in the kitchen for a long time. Finally, Sirius felt Remus take a shuddering breath.
Did Hope really throw the prophecy at Voldemort so it would break at his feet?
She sure did.
Sirius said.
Dumbledore saw more than he let on.
Merlin, that girl?
Our girl.
Sirius said, and Remus held on tighter. 5 days later, Sirius woke up bleary-eyed to sunlight streaming in through the open curtains. They were still working through the aftermath of the Ministry battle, but so far the children were, if a bit ashamed, safe. Arthur was recovering, the Order was regrouping, and the Ministry was finally acknowledging Voldemort. It took Sirius a moment to realize Remus wasn't next to him, and another to register. Remus was standing in front of the window, hands placed on the small of his back and swaying slightly. Sirius blinked.
All right, Moony,
he asked. Remus turned to him, smiling.
Right. Woke up early?
How early? What time is it?
4 a.m. It's almost 8 now.
Sirius blinked, much more awake now.
4 a.m.
Contractions started waking me up.
Remus smiled.
What?
Sirius said, pushing back the duvet and coming to stand in front of Remus.
Why didn't you wake me up?
Sirius demanded. Remus shrugged a little.
Took a little while for them to become regular. No need for both of us to lose sleep.
Sirius continued to gape a little.
And by a little while, how long do you mean?
Remus shrugged.
About half an hour, 45 minutes.
And how far apart are they?
Almost in answer, Remus grimaced, his eyebrows pulling tighter and his mouth setting. He took a hand and rubbed it across his full belly in small circles. Sirius glanced at the clock on the dressing table. He waited until Remus relaxed perceptibly, and then took his hand.
That contraction lasted over a minute.
Remus hummed.
They're about 10 minutes apart.
Sirius raised an eyebrow.
Maybe about 7.
Remus.
Remus actually laughed a little.
It's fine, Padfoot.
Sirius huffed.
It's fine. Get dressed, eat some breakfast if you want. Send a message to the kids. We have time.
Then we're headed to the infirmary. I want Poppy's opinion.
Remus nodded.
You're not doing this by yourself, Moony,
Sirius said, kissing him softly.
I know. So get done what you need to get done, so Poppy can tell you it's all fine,
Remus said. Sirius did, throwing on jeans and a black t-shirt, brushing his teeth, scarfing down toast and a cup of coffee, and charming a piece of parchment, with a small note into a paper airplane to be delivered to Hope. When he returned to the bedroom, Remus was still in front of the window, looking out at the grounds.
It's a beautiful day,
Remus observed.
I don't care if it's pouring,
Sirius said.
Come on with you now,
he said, offering his hand to Remus.
Would you rather flu or walk?
Walk, please. The thought of the flu makes me ill.
Fortunately, their walk to the infirmary was nicely private. It was not, to Sirius's mind, uneventful. They stopped several times as Remus dealt with contractions, which were definitely much closer to 6 minutes apart and well more than a minute in length. His water broke halfway there, which Sirius took care of with a well-placed scourgify, both to the floor and Remus's pajama bottoms. They reached the stairs to the infirmary, and Sirius heard him mutter,
I never understood why they put stairs in front of the infirmary.
Sirius had just opened the door when Remus took the deep breath Sirius was beginning to associate with the beginning of a contraction. Remus leaned between Sirius and the door frame and breathed, Sirius continuing to grip him around the small of his back.
Can I help?
Floated the voice of Poppy Pomfrey, who rounded the corner from her office. She took one look at Remus and Sirius in the doorway and smiled softly.
Oh,
she said.
Come in now, dears,
she said, ushering them in slowly and then locking and spelling the door behind her. She took one of Remus's hands as Sirius took the other, and she led them forward to a fresh, clean bed in the corner near the front. She laid out a gown from a drawer.
Remus, I'd like you to go ahead and change, if you would. When you're done, I'll need to perform some diagnostics, including a physical examination.
Remus nodded, and Poppy closed the curtain for privacy, even though they were the only ones in the infirmary. Sirius helped Remus change, and he had just settled onto the bed when Poppy returned.
First, I'll need to perform the physical exam. It may be uncomfortable, Remus, and I'm sorry. Likely the first of many today, though. Then I'll check the baby's position and diagnostics. And then yours, Remus. That all sound all right?
Remus nodded from the bed, though Sirius noted he hadn't let go of his hand. Sirius squeezed. Poppy rolled over a small table, which included gloves. She put some on and sat on a small stool at the end of the bed. Remus looked up at the ceiling as Poppy lifted the sheet.
Magical canal has formed and looks excellent. Take a breath for me, Remus.
Remus did, and Sirius saw him wince just slightly. Poppy looked up, tapped Remus on the legs to indicate he could lower them, and took off the gloves.
You're almost 8 centimeters dilated, about 85% effaced. I don't think you have long, dear. How long have you been having contractions?
Since 4 a.m.,
Remus answered. Poppy tutted as she replaced the sheet and stood and lifted the gown, exposing Remus's swollen belly.
You could have come sooner, Remus,
she said.
Right,
Sirius asked.
Now is not the time to argue with me,
Remus said calmly, though he began to breathe in slowly again. Sirius watched his abdomen tighten even from where he was standing. It was a little fascinating. Poppy continued to palpitate around the baby.
Remus, that contraction was a big one. You are in hard labor. You know there are potions I can give you for pain, even just to take the edge off. They would be perfectly safe for the baby.
Sirius watched as Remus breathed some, then relaxed.
No, I'm fine, Poppy, really.
Poppy looked over at Sirius, who shrugged and mouthed.
Marta.
Poppy tried to duck her head to hide her smile.
I saw that,
Remus said.
You did not,
Sirius said, though he squeezed Remus's hand again.
The good news is, the baby is still in an excellent position for delivery, and though I'll check amniotic fluid with a spell, that feels good too.
Poppy then gently tapped her wand to Remus's abdomen, and the now familiar whooshing sound filled the air. She smiled, as did both Remus and Sirius.
Strong as ever,
Poppy said.
And the fluid and cord are both in good condition.
She waved her wand over Remus.
Your heart rate, blood pressure, and temperature are also all excellent.
Poppy lowered her wand.
It's really now a matter of making you as comfortable as possible. What can I get you? Ice. A flannel.
Oh, Merlin,
Remus said.
Ice in a flannel, it's so hot.
Poppy smiled and nodded.
Back in a moment.
Remus looked at Sirius.
See, all fine.
Sirius reached over, brushed Remus's now sweaty fringe out of his face.
You're having my baby as we speak. It's fine for me to worry a bit.
Fair enough,
Remus said, and Sirius kissed his knuckles. Poppy returned with the flannel, which she handed to Sirius. Sirius applied the flannel to Remus's temple, and Remus hissed in relief.
Poppy, do I need to stay in the bed?
Remus asked.
I'd actually like to walk around a bit.
I encourage you to walk. It'll help speed the process.
Remus nodded and slowly swung his legs off the bed. Sirius helped him up, and they took up their former position, arms around each other's waists, Sirius supporting Remus's weight as much as he could. 3 hours later, Sirius had lost count of how many laps they had made around the infirmary. What he had not lost track of was that they'd been standing in their current position for about half an hour. Remus's arms looped around Sirius's neck as they stood face to face, Sirius's hands on Remus's back as he tried to take as much of his weight as possible, especially in the front. Remus's breath stuttered all the time now, and Sirius was fairly sure the contractions were only 2 or 3 minutes apart, if that.
Moony.
Remus lifted his head from where he was resting it on Sirius's shoulder. Remus's eyes were now fully glazed over in pain, and Sirius's heart stuttered a little.
Darling, I think it may be time for Poppy to look at you again.
Remus swallowed, nodded.
I don't think I can stand for much longer anyway.
Sirius turned them back toward the front of the infirmary.
Poppy.
He called out softly, but enough for his voice to carry. Poppy appeared almost immediately.
Oh, yes,
She said.
Come, dear, let me see you.
Sirius led Remus to the bed, which he collapsed on a little, letting his head hit the pillows. Poppy pulled on gloves and disappeared under the privacy sheet again. This time Remus didn't even flinch.
Yes, Remus. Fully dilated and effaced, as I suspected. I can even see a head.
You can?
Remus asked, clearly surprised. Poppy smiled.
Are you feeling any need to push?
Not strongly, but a little.
Poppy nodded.
Let's let you labor for a while longer, but I'm not going to leave again, because I have a feeling, once you do need to push, things may happen quickly.
I hate being on my back, though.
Remus said.
That's fine, dear.
Poppy said.
What would you like to try instead?
My knees with hope.
Remus stopped, panting through a contraction. Sirius pressed a hand to his forehead, then replaced it with a soft kiss.
That sounds perfect.
Poppy said, and she and Sirius helped Remus maneuver onto his knees. Remus blew out a breath of relief. Not 10 minutes later, Remus gasped.
Poppy.
He nearly cried out. Sirius held on to his sweaty hand.
I'm right here, dear.
Poppy said calmly. Sirius noticed she had pulled on a new pair of gloves and moved a small table back over, this time with small pieces of medical equipment on it.
I need.
Remus took a deep breath, and then his grip on Sirius's hand tightened, and Sirius could tell from the way he moved that he was pushing.
That's fine, Remus, whatever you need.
Poppy said gently. Remus panted for a moment, then gasped as another contraction hit him, and he bore down again. Poppy reached a hand down for a moment, and then she looked up and beamed at Remus and Sirius.
Remus, you're almost there. Reach down and you can feel the head.
Sirius watched in wonder as Remus reached down, his hand disappearing before he broke out in a grin.
There's hair,
he said. Poppy smiled as Sirius gasped.
Quite a bit of it from what I can tell.
She said.
Remus, you can help deliver if you want. Reach down and I'll help guide you.
Remus nodded, and Sirius let go of his hand. Remus said, clearly racked with another contraction.
Push with this one.
Poppy instructed. Remus nodded again and bore down, gasping softly.
That'll be the head, dear. Keep pushing and pull gently.
Sirius heard Remus gasp again, a mixture of awe and relief, before he pulled his hands up, full of a tiny infant.
Oh, Godric,
Sirius said. Remus collapsed back a little, both hands full, a sharp cry now filling the air. Remus came off his knees carefully and leaned back against the pillows, automatically holding the newborn to his chest.
Oh,
Sirius kept saying, unable to say anything else.
Sirius.
Poppy said. Sirius looked over.
Do you want to cut the umbilical cord?
Sirius tore his eyes from Remus again and nodded. Poppy handed him a pair of large scissors.
My hands are shaking,
Sirius said. Poppy smiled at him.
Won't matter, I'll show you.
She did, and Sirius cut the cord before handing the scissors back to Poppy. He came up to stand at the head of the bed, looking down at Remus, who was smiling up at him.
Look at all the hair,
Sirius said. The baby was indeed crowned with almost a full head of dark black hair. Remus laughed, and it was full of joy.
It's a boy,
he said.
Merlin, I forgot to think about it,
Sirius said, laughing.
That's ridiculous.
A boy. We have a son,
Remus said.
A son,
Sirius said.
Dears, I promise to give that beautiful boy back to you as soon as I can, But for now, I need to clean him up and warm him up. Get Remus settled too.
Remus nodded, clearly reluctant to give the baby up, but also handing him over to Poppy's gentle arms. Sirius leaned down and kissed him.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I love you so much.
And I love you, darling,
Remus said. He leaned up for another kiss. They settled in a bit, Poppy handing the baby to Sirius immediately, as Sirius had realized he had yet to hold his new son. He fed the baby a bit from the bottle and then handed him to Remus, who settled him stomach down on his chest again, the blanket over both of them. After a bit, Poppy approached.
I must tell you, you have visitors,
She said.
and they are becoming quite insistent.
Sirius laughed.
Hope and Harry.
I'm beginning to be quite worried Miss Lupin is about to take drastic measures.
Remus laughed.
You can let them in, Poppy,
He said. For all of their previous enthusiasm, both Harry and Hope approached the bed cautiously.
Everything okay?
Harry ventured.
Everything is perfect, Harry.
Sirius said.
You two can come closer.
Hope leaned over, peered at the infant on Remus's chest.
Lots of hair.
She observed.
just like yours.
Remus replied, smiling.
All right, boy or girl?
Hope asked.
Boy.
Sirius answered. Hope groaned while Harry quietly pumped the air with his fist.
You had a bet going?
Sirius guessed.
It was more of a pool.
Harry said.
I think Hermione won, actually. You had to pick date of birth and gender.
Hope shrugged.
So I'm out a galleon.
She shrugged.
What's the name?
Sirius and Remus exchanged a look.
John Sirius,
Remus said.
I thought star names were off the list.
Harry said wryly.
We made an exception.
Sirius said.
Named for each of you? Egotistical?
Hope said, but she was grinning.
Cheeky.
Remus said, but he laughed.
Lupin.
Harry asked. Sirius nodded.
I'll be more than outnumbered, but I'm fine with that.
Do you want to hold him?
Remus asked Hope.
Yes, please. I thought you'd never offer.
She said. Remus carefully rearranged John, wrapping him in the blanket before handing him gently over to Hope.
Be careful about the neck,
he cautioned before laying her brother in her arms. Sirius watched as Hope stared down at the little bundle in her arms, and then looked at Remus, who was watching them both with unabashed love and pride.
Hey, kid.
Hope said.
Welcome to the family. It's a little crazy, but it's worth it.
Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora, Caliana, and Flowerhawk.